All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. Oh, there's me in the background. But the good news is we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, if you are watching the recap and you are not familiar with what you just clicked on, I hope you realize this is about to be 7 hours of the stock market. You have a news wire right here. We're getting all the live news. This is going to be our pre-market breakdown that we're going to do. And then throughout the trading day, as the trades happen, the news and all of that, we're going to be here. And you see the beautiful chat room. So you will have to be subscribed for about 24 hours. Everything else is free. It doesn't even cost you money to subscribe, but we want you to make an investment. And why? Why am I saying that? Why am I even changing up the intro? Because I want it where every single time we make a video, every single time anybody clicks on this recap, I want you guys to never forget the power of the long term. And this is one of the accounts that we've made just for the YouTube. We got an account with $200, with $2,000 a month, or $3,000 now, and we add to it every single month. And besides the trades in the news, making sure you have a long term, that's what's going to take you everywhere you want to be in the market, okay? So yeah, that's just my intro. That's all of the good stuff. But now, another day, another divvy. What's up, baby? Good morning. How you living, Tim Whitman, Energy Gunner? Hey, say, Marcus Seaskate, Laker J. Good morning, baby. What up, Wazda? Carissa Hines, Wandering. The most dope Jeff Kent, Donkey Smash, Roll Tide. Oh, excuse me. Good morning, baby. What's going on, Chatadonia? Ian, Enrique, Jerry, William, Neo, PSC, Dutch, Winning, Loser, Ausclem, PNC, baby, Adam, Jeff Kent, Christian, Tony, Humble Business, Winning, you call me King Kong, Rubber Side Down, Lucrative, Shiv, Tony Garlinger, El Chapato, James Cash, what's up, fam? How you living, baby? Good morning. Happy Tuesday, Chad. What up, Jesse? What up, Armando, Ty, Greg, Mark, The Culture, Charlie G, stuff you all need to see, Chimera, Marcus Hanlan, Michael Pila. What's up, baby? How you living, Canella? Stony, Sam, baby, Stony. Oh, my goodness. Winning with Jesus, baby. Amen. Amen. And the children, you know. Congrats on the child, baby. What up, Casket? What up, Roper James? Boyd, Lucky Soldier, Dan Kingsley, Candy Upton, Josh Jacobs, Wallace, Matthew, Troy, Lemon. What's up, baby? What about the Twitch? Blizzy B, QE, Feed Me, Seymour, KJ Lemur, El Coyote, Feed Me, Z Destroyer, Vasily Wolf, Blowing Doll, Sidonian, Sasquatch, El Coyote, and Robo Hand Tech, baby. Good morning. Wow, what a day. It's only Tuesday, man. So we have a lot. Again, there's a lot of earnings already that have happened. You got more earnings after the bell today, leading into the bell tomorrow morning. We had our retail sales, and that came in roughly in line. Honestly, a little bit of good, a little bit of bad, and then we will go from there. I think you got one Fed speaker and some real estate data, and that is it. So, Chatadonia, I have the news and headlines from you, or for you. What I need from you is 1,000 likes on the video. Can we do that? Okay, so until then, we're going to, now I say I only put up the news wire for the intro people. You know what I'm saying? You ain't getting that shit till you hit 1,000 likes. What? Yeah, good morning. Stock futures extend gains after U.S. retail sales. Stock futures climbed and bond yields paired declines after better than estimated retail sales. Equity futures edged up as traders also waded through financial earnings. Bank of America Corp climbed after saying net interest income would climb by the end of the year. Morgan Stanley fell as results from its key wealth business fell short of estimates. S&P 500 contracts rose 0.2%, with the benchmark gauge near all-time highs. Futures on the Russell 2000 gained almost 1% after the measure of small caps notched its biggest 4-day increase since 2020. Treasury 10-year yields declined 4 basis points to 4.19%. The dollar was little changed. Swap contracts are fully pricing in a first Fed cut in September, and estimates for 3 rate reductions in 2024 have grown. A blistering rally fueled by the artificial intelligence boom has sent the S&P 500 index barreling toward its longest stretch without a 2% decline since the onset of the global financial crisis in 2007. The benchmark gauge for American equities has gone 350 sessions through Monday without a drop of at least 2%, on pace for its best streak in 17 years. If the index reaches 352 sessions by Wednesday's close, according to data compiled by Bloomberg, the S&P 500 went roughly 950 sessions from May 2003 to February 2007 without such a slide. Corporate highlights: Charles Schwab Corp reported that fewer clients opened new brokerage accounts with the investing giant than analysts expected, sending shares of the company down in early trading. United Health Group Inc. reported second quarter results that surpassed Wall Street's expectations, even as a key measure of the insurer's medical costs was higher than anticipated. Microsoft Corp's investment into Inflection AI will get a full-blown UK antitrust probe after the watchdog said it needed to take a closer look at the hiring of former employees from the artificial intelligence startup. Hugo Boss slashed its profit guidance for the year, citing weakness in key markets such as China and the UK. Trump's return. Donald Trump made his first public appearance since the assassination attempt on him at the Republican National Committee convention. He didn't speak, but the through line of his policies was in evidence, ranging from tax cuts to slashing regulations, and with the appointment of Senator J.D. Vance, a rising star in the party whose populist policies align with Trump's, as his running mate for the election. China threat. In one of his first interviews since being named at Trump's running mate, Vance said China is the biggest threat to the U.S. Trump has already pledged to hike tariffs on China across the board should he be elected, including a 60% tax on all imports from the country, with both him and President Joe Biden seeking to be seen as tough on China. Research from UBS estimated that those 60% tariffs would more than halve China's economic growth rate. Treasury trade. The momentum behind Trump's presidential bid has put pressure on long-term treasuries, sending their yields higher on the view that his policies would worsen the country's finances and fan inflation. That Trump trade is rewarding investors who had bet the bond market curve would return to normal. For that trade to really take hold, however, it would take an interest rate cut from the Fed, which Goldman Sachs economists think looks justified, and investors are increasingly pricing that in too, with treasuries rallying and 10-year yields near the lowest since March. More Fed confidence. Fed Chair Jerome Powell said that recent economic data has provided greater confidence that inflation is headed to the 2% target, albeit while still emphasizing risks in the country's labor market. Mary Daly agreed that confidence about the inflation path is growing, but also suggested there remains plenty of data to come to confirm that. John Author said that ultimately the Fed will have more impact on investor decisions than a possible second Trump presidency. Top overnight news. Fed's daily voter said confidence is growing that they are getting nearer to a sustainable pace of getting inflation to 2%, while she sees a policy adjustment over the coming term, and said some normalization of policy is a likely outcome. Furthermore, she said the U.S. economy is slowing and inflation is lower, but they are not there yet, although they are nearer to the time of achieving their goals. U.S. President Biden is reportedly on the brink of failing to win a key labor endorsement as leaders of the 1-3 MLN member Teamsters Union consider backing no candidate at all in the presidential race, according to Reuters citing sources. It was later reported that Teamsters Union President O'Brien said they are not beholden to any party. U.S. Special Counsel spokesperson said the dismissal of the Trump documents case deviates deviates from the uniform conclusion of all previous courts to have considered the issue that the Attorney General is statutorily authorized to appoint a special counsel, while the Justice Department authorized the special counsel to appeal the court's order. BofA Fund Manager survey investors remain bullish, driven by expectations of Fed cuts and a soft landing. Global growth expectations minus 27%, Prevers minus 6%, largest drop since March 2022. Soft landing expected by 68%, 18% see no landing, 67% see no recession in the next 12 months. Long, Magnificent 7, the most crowded trade by a country mile. 39% believe that monetary policy is too restrictive. Geopolls has replaced higher inflation as the main tail risk. Former President Trump is reportedly ready to hold talks with Russian President Putin on resolving the Russia-Ukraine conflict without any intermediary, according to TASS. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell said second quarter economic data has provided policymakers greater confidence that inflation is heading down to the central bank's 2% goal, possibly paving the way for near-term interest rate cuts. Major Silicon Valley investors hailed Donald Trump's choice of Ohio Senator and former venture capitalist J.D. Vance as his running mate, a move that puts the technology industry closer to center stage in Washington if the former president takes the White House in November. For months as copper spiked to record levels and then fell back down again, one key question has bubbled up across the metals industry. What is China's state grid operator up to? China's twin-track economy is generating doom and gloom headlines about domestic woes one moment and growing fears around the world about the dominance of its manufacturers the next. New tariffs of 60% on all Chinese exports to the U.S. would more than halve China's annual growth rate, according to new research from UBS Group AG, underscoring the risks for Beijing if former President Donald Trump returns to the White House. French President Emmanuel Macron is about to set in motion the appointment of a caretaker government until negotiations to find a new prime minister bear fruit. Bear fruit. Macron. I love how it says Macron. We still got more, Chatadonia. S&P futures, they're by 0.2 on Tuesday morning trading. Comes after U.S. equities finished higher on Monday with small caps, regional banks, energy, and industrials among the standouts, while utilities and consumer staples lagged. Treasuries mostly firmer but off the best level following morning's data. Dollar is flat. Gold is up by 0.5. Bitcoin up by 0.8 after jumping 10% in the prior session. And WTI is off by 1.7. Recent focus has been on momentum behind Trump trades and disinflation, soft landing, and Fed pivot narratives. This momentum is driving broader FOMO talk and keeping path of least resistance to the upside. AI and expected broadening of earnings growth, some of the other bright spots, some concerns about stretch positioning, sentiment, valuations, and near-term corporate buyback blackouts, high bar for Q2 earnings, looming seasonal shift, deficit dynamics, and additional signs of China softness. June retail sales flat month over month, better than consensus for a monthly decline, while May was revised higher. Auto sales weak as expected on cyber attack impact, but stronger results from furniture, building materials, clothing, personal healthcare, and online. Control group up by 0.9 versus 0.2 consensus. Import prices flat against expectations for a decline. Export prices weaker than forecast. Housing market index also on tap for today. In addition, Fed Kugler speaks this afternoon. She said last month that if economy evolves as she's expecting, likely appropriate for her to begin easing policy sometime later this year. Bank of America, EPS ahead and better free income and net income, or NII on guidance beat. Morgan Stanley beat on better trading in IB, though GWM missed and stock down. Schwab laggard with funding and June quarter metrics that are a concern. PNC beat, but some scrutiny on weaker fee guidance. UNH beat on lower SG&A, but MCR worse. Match higher on confirmation that activist Starboard has built a 6.6% stake and called the company to cut costs and repurchase sale, along with evaluating a sale. Hugo Boss, latest European consumer name, out with a negative update, blaming challenging macro conditions, though Richmond Group sales largely in line. Bloomberg noted GM conceded it won't sell 1 million EV models in 2025. Verizon reportedly considering selling package of 5,000 to 6,000 mobile phone towers across the United States. Wow. There's more. There is more, my friends. Where is it? Fed Chair Powell says Q2 data has given Fed more confidence on inflation. San Francisco Fed Dolly says confidence growing. Inflation is heading to 2%, but more data is needed. Markets now pricing in 60% chance of 3 Fed cuts in 2024. Curve steepener trade hinges on Fed rate cuts along with Trump policies. Demand for safe returns has supported treasuries despite a huge supply increase. Latest Bank of America Fund Manager survey highlights growing investor optimism, but wary of geopolitics. Incoming Fed rate cuts on the horizon may now wake up the true bull market. Japan says it stands ready to take all possible measures to counter excessive volatile yen moves. China becoming a slow burn trade for global investors with money in the country's stock market. Trump makes RNC entrance, picks J.D. Vance as his VP. Elon says he is committing $45 million a month to new pro-Trump super PAC. Silicon Valley backers welcome J.D. Vance as Trump's VP pick. Department of Justice to appeal dismissal of classified documents against Trump. Supreme Court ruling on Trump presidential immunity complicates all 4 indictments for him. Teamsters may decline to endorse either candidate in potential blow to Biden. DNC quietly steaming ahead with plans and technically nominate Biden weeks before the convention even starts. Democratic revolt against Biden quiets down, but re-election bid looks tougher after Trump assassination attempt. Biden to announce plan that would cap annual rents raises by 5% a year. U.S. states cutting spending at the fastest pace since the wake of the Great Recession. China advanced EVs, solar, and chips, helping navigate property slump, cushioning slowdown. Germany's ZEW declines for the first time in a year on political uncertainty. ECB data shows Eurozone banks saw first increase in demand for consumer credit and housing loans since 2022. UK economists express doubt over new Labour government ability to boost growth. RB&Z rate cut could hinge on Wednesday. New Zealand Q2 CPI print. Activist hedge fund Starboard builds big stake in Match. Luxury brands offering up to 50% discount in China as middle-class shoppers rein in spending. Verizon exploring selling thousands of mobile phone towers. KKR weighs potential $3 billion sale of machinery makery Kitto Crosby. Storage firms Lineage seeking to raise as much as $3.5 billion on IPO. Intel's VC arm, a major activist investor in Chinese AI and chip startups, raising alarms in Washington. Trump's VP picks Senator Vance as China biggest threat. Prospect of Trump tariffs of 60% on China would more than halve China's annual growth rate. Hungary's Orban says Trump will demand Russia-Ukraine peace talks if elected again. And then France readies appointment of caretaker government until new prime minister is found. Wow. That was a lot. I feel, right? Was that a lot or am I tripping? You know it isn't a lot, the likes. Yeah, we need more likes. Good morning, baby. Yeah, we have plays to go over. Yeah, you know, I have plays I need to share with you. I have a newswire. There's a lot, baby. So hit that like button. We got a couple of pre-market movers. Shopify is up by 4.5. Bank of America upgrades to buy. Datadog is up by 2.7. Mizuho upgrades to outperform. PGR is up 2.1 off earnings. Reports June EPS of $1.37. Bank of America is up by 2 off earnings. APP up 1.9. VFS up 1.3. Tesla up 1.3. STT up 1.1 off earnings. AES up 1.1. VRT up 1. Hood up 1.0. SEC informs Ethereum ETF issues that approval is likely by Monday, 22nd of July. STT up 0.7 off earnings. UNH up 0.7 off earnings. Match up 7.7. Starboard confirms 6% stake. Wolf Research reinitiates outperform. Open Door up 4.7. IREN up 4.5. Appoints Morgan Stanley as advisor in connection with evaluating monetization opportunities in AI data center market. SG up 4.5. Morgan Stanley upgrades to equal weight. TXG up 4.3. Ionis up 4. SGH up 3.9. $200 million strategic investment from SK Telecom. End-to-end AI infrastructure solutions. AOSL up 3.4 nothing. Huma 3.3 nothing. HBI 2.8 nothing. SMMT 2.5 nothing. Bumble up 2.5 and Wolf Research initiates outperform. Lucid up 2.2. AMSC up 2.2. Genco up 1.9 new form JV with Relk and VI in Saudi Arabia. AON up 19.3 nothing. ANGO up 13.2 off earnings. Chegg up 8.8. Morgan Stanley upgrades to equal weight. Toyo up 5.2. Zivra up 5.1. ALLT up 3.7. Tela up 3.6. BZFD USD up 3.6, IMMR up 3.4, ANVS up 3.4. FDA approval to transition a new crystal form of Brunatap. Poet up 2.7, RDW up 2.6. Follow-on order for rollout of solar arrays. Gold and silver stocks trading higher. Mark Dez with the daily love. That's what I'm talking about. God bless you, bro. Trading lower, we have Schwab down by 5.4 off earnings. Rio down 3.3. Q2 iron ore production was down. MS down 2.8 off earnings. Owl down 2.8 to acquire Italia Capital Management for $450 million. Reddit down 2.1. Loop Capital downgrades to hold. Palantir down 1.7. Mizuho downgrades to underperform. Zscaler down 1.6. Mizuho downgrades to underperform. Dollar Tree down 1.4. Piper Sandler downgrades to neutral. PNC down 0.9 earnings. Yum down 0.9. Evercore ISI downgrades to inline. DJT down 9.5%. Profit taking and prospectus registering resale of 38 million shares in connection with Yorkville. AMIX down 16% after 130% yesterday. APLT down 11 and CFB down 8.7 off of earnings. Wow. So Donia, not bad. Not bad. We have many time. Wow, almost 9 minutes till bell. Wow, we've gone through everything. The long-term great. Schwab is have earnings. Yeah, long-term very good, Habibi. And Bank of America, wow, they do pledge allegiance before. Yeah, DJT, they're offering more shares. So we got a little bit of time here. I'm going to use this to go to the potty. So I hope you use this to like the video. Okay, hit that thumbs up, baby. Unlock all the features. You know, so many features. So many features need to be unlocked, but I will BRB.
We've been talking about
follow me on Instagram after Trading for Journey. See you in a little bit.
Trump has partnered with Elizabeth Warren on bills to end or crack down on credit card swipe fees, a legislation to end tax-free mergers and acquisitions. On the other hand, he's opposed, bigger capital requirements that the Biden administration would like. So what does it look like to you if Republicans take over?
Yes, well, that dynamic is certainly strange bedfellows, I would say. A little not what you'd expect. I think the prevailing narrative with a Trump win would be that there would be a much easier regulatory environment, that M&A activity would have a much easier time of getting through the Justice Department, Federal Trade Commissions, et cetera. And this may throw it in a little bit of a monkey wrench to that narrative, I would say. But overall, I think Trump will be the more dominant voice here. There's probably things that the J.D. Vance could do in the administration that would kind of ease some of those concerns, and some of the, the breakup talks of big tech and so forth might be watered down a bit. So I think the broad narrative remains in place, that better for financials under a change in administration.
All right, Stephen, got to leave it there. Really appreciate your time this morning. Our thanks to Stephen Bigger of Argus. And later today, we'll be speaking with Bank of America CEO Brian Moynihan. That's at 2:30 p.m. New York time. This is Bloomberg.
Does Brian Moynihan like rave music?
The right combination of strength and
like
innovation.
Brian Moynihan. Hey. You like Bank of America earnings? Yeah, I'm Mr. Moynihan. All right, Brian Moynihan. Shit, man. Good morning, Chattadonia. I hope you guys are locked in. We have a lot of time. Actually, we got a couple of minutes. You got to hear the TV and Brian Moynihan at the Roxbury. That made me smile. I hope you like the video. Make sure you guys take advantage of all likes before the bell. But you're here right now. You have all of the Chads. We got 7 hours on the way, baby. So tell me, what is your first play of the day? What do you got, baby? Post it in the chat. What are we looking at? IMF not seeing systemic debt crisis. Shopify calls, SoFi, good morning, GM, JP Morgan, NVIDIA, Beyond, let's go, GME calls, Charter calls, SCHD, TSM, Sound 1200, GME, QQQ, GME, IWM short, PAP put, Pepsi put, SPY call 424, 524, GPS calls, IWM, cattle day trading, Tesla, Amazon puts, Hut shares, CGC call, Max and Law, selling Chewy puts, Tesla 260, high, Tesla, Intel call, MS, I'm in on XOM puts, Mobileye calls, AMD call, SPY puts, Boeing, sell Chewy puts, Law and Rivian, SPY puts, NVIDIA, Mara, XOM, AXP, Holden, MPW, SOC, sell Antina, sell EBS, coin put, LT deposit, watching the SPY reject, Nike leaps, AMD, Mara, Amazon, GME, in the GPS call, Shopify calls, IWM, Amazon calls for Amazon days, good morning, and the final plays. PM calls, MSTR calls, BTX calls, Disney, and SPY call and then put. Wow. I love it. I love it. So much activity. There's actually a lot of plays out there. So I have a couple. I even made a play pre-market, but we'll talk about it at 1,000 likes. I'm going to be watching Morgan Stanley, Tesla. Morgan Stanley already had earnings, so did Bank of America, so watch out for that. Shopify, they had an upgrade. I am going to be watching post-earnings on PGR. Robinhood got an upgrade related to the Ethereum stuff. Investor on Match, and then Disney and Netflix we talked about yesterday. And then on my watch list, I put short the Russell at 2260 or 2290. Yes, I will be looking for that play. But Chatadonia, it's game time. And here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will. And I'm talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even the families for real. Thank you for your service and dedication. Thank you for giving us and allowing some of the freedoms that we take for granted. And I hope all of you show this love and appreciation, because we are basking in the glory and the fruits of other people's labor to enjoy this freedom that we have day in and day out. So the least we could do is say and show our love and appreciation to those veterans. So veterans, thank you, thank you, thank you. Big shout out to you and the families, and big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, anybody making their community run. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Thank you. But, ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send in the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horn! Oh, Chatadonia. Chatadonia. Wow, we did it. It's kind of hot in here. I don't know. I need to take off my sweater. I'm already waking up. 2 minutes. We're short on likes? No way. Oh, you guys haven't been short in a minute. I've been short my whole life, so I got used to it. But, yeah, I don't know how y'all going to take it. Yeah, that's it. We only need a couple more likes, but it is about 1 minute and 30 seconds until the bell. The likes are calling your name, my brother. So let me know if you have any question. I got you. Where is it? Where's my... Whew. I usually have a pile of sweaters here, but I guess it got cleaned up. Well, yeah, I got to take this off, man. It's hot. It's getting hot in here. So buy your long term. I am getting long term. I'm going to deposit every month. And then I'm going to, UNH did good. Oh, there it is. We hit 1,000. That's what I'm talking about, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Amen. We love to see it. There you go. We hit the likes. Let's get the news wire and chat. We got 30 seconds. So I'm already in a NQ. So I went long on the NASDAQ pre-market after the data. I'm going to probably sell that out here in a little bit. It's already in the green there for me. And then that is my first hour and a half play. And then that's it. DLC unlocked. You got everything. Free 99, bro. Free 99. Isn't it amazing? Yeah, bro. You let me know. So, Chad, less than 10 seconds. You could keep liking the video. If you have any questions, you let me know. I will be here. And let's have a good time. Let's have a good time, baby. Amen. Amen. All right. Again, bank stocks. A lot of them are moving. Round one. Fight. U.S. is using short-term debt is cheaper but riskier. Oh. All right, Bank of America, Morgan Stanley. Those ones are kind of all over the place. So Bank of America moving 1. I think Morgan Stanley, remember, they were pricing in 3. Damn, Morgan Stanley was already at 3. The data was retail sales, and it was so mind-numbingly neutral. It was like both good and bad, upward revision, downward revision. It did not move much. And then again, watch the Russell. I will be looking for some downside there. Again, I think eventually the Russell will top out. Andreessen Horowitz plan to donate to Trump Super PAC, or to Trump PAC. Starbucks, yeah, Shopify got an upgrade, I believe. Who was it? There's 2 other ones. Shopify and somebody else this morning. I think Hood? No. Yeah, Shopify's up 4. And then Matched, actually, they were up like 6. They got that investor stake. Tesla going up on the high. And then bonds gapped up too. I don't know if you guys noticed that. That was a little different than yesterday. NVIDIA dump, GME, baby. A lot of GME call-outs in the morning. Intel flushing. Yeah, GME's running up at 28. Intel is back down, low 34s. So remember, it was just kind of running up above there. Pfizer's in the green. MO still holding up. There is this SPY. Russell is also leading once again. So Russell down by, or up by 0.97. SPY 0.3. NASDAQ 0.3. And then Dow 0.5. So literally same exact rotation. And the super rotation is still fully in effect. Starbucks 52-week lows. Yeah, 71.63. No shit. Even Nike near 71 there. Apple's on the high. But yeah, Starbucks is going lower. Interesting. Snap popped up here. Meta's going up. I see Amazon on the high. Again, I'm pretty sure today is what? Today is Amazon Day? No? When I would buy Starbucks, I mean, I like it now. The only problem with Starbucks is that it's at the price I'd want to buy it. But now you have that earnings right around the corner. So, and that next earnings is really going to be make it or break it. So, it's and that's July 30th. So, you have 2 weeks. But I'd maybe go half of my position, if anything. But I like it. I'm not against Starbucks. I just have no money for deposits, and I just picked up Nike instead. So, I think you could find your balance there. But remember, by July 30th, though, Starbucks for the long term. That's going to change a lot. So Starbucks, after this next earning, it's either going to drop another 10% or it's going to recover here and keep you between 70 or 90, or it's going to stay between like 70 and 60. SPY flipping. Again, making a lot of back and forth moves. Oh, what's that? Tesla flush. A couple of chads posting that. Even Amazon a little bit. Amazon looks really good, though. Big, Tesla is still up by 0.8. They were up a little bit hotter there in the morning. Russell even coming down. The candles are huge. Again, VRT, UWMC, 52-week high, no play, way to post it. Veritiv running up. DJT going up. Again, they had bad news of more offering. Yeah, Disney had that hack stuff yesterday. Disney, no bueno, Habibi. No bueno at all. Oh. Yeah, and Disney don't report for a while. So Disney has a lot of time there. Oh, SMC. I forgot about that. But yeah, I'm going to pretty much ride it till earnings. That's just going to be a bigger earnings gamble. It's bigger because it's super expensive. But again, I made sure that play covered earnings, and their earnings is in 2 weeks. So I'm hoping for one stupid $100 pop before then, if that makes any sense. Oh, and then there's your breakout. 3 Starbucks to start the long term. Oh, good shit, baby. And that happened right as Bradley Frizzle and the Peach. It's here, baby. Oh, my goodness. Peach Nation. Horn. Wow. Oh, there's your Peach, baby. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? Feels good, huh? Feels good to be home. Wow. That was a big pop on the spy toe. Bradley Frizzle, baby. Let's go, man. And Mark Dez showing love today. My goodness, all day. Added to the long term. Amen. Russell just rocketed off of that. So literally, SPY and NASDAQ just took a candle, but Russell is literally going nonstop off of that. Yeah, IWM is the real one. So again, day number 3, the Russell is still going absolutely insane. I know GME is already up there, but watch any of the other names. Again, IWM, that candle is massive and holding. Bonds near the low. I forgot, bonds are still green. So don't forget about that. Nowadays, everybody want to talk like they got something to say, but nothing comes out when they move the years. Just a bunch of gibberish, and everybody forgot about what the boot. Okay. And Vex, I don't know how Bradley does it. Nobody knows, but it happens. It's provocative. It's amazing. Baidu, I think they were on the high, but there you go. And then Pfizer starting to move up, and Google. Watch Pfizer above 30. Again, Pfizer ex-dividend play is still in play. So we'll see. Alphabet, NVIDIA holding, Verizon. Bank of America breaking out now. So that's bad earnings turned green low-key. Check Morgan Stanley. They were down 3 earlier. So if that keeps going, that'll say something. Like the video. Love yourself. Love the Bradley Frizzle and the Peach. Meta. They're up 1-4. Baba's going up now too again. China plays still red, but they just started getting candles. Russell's the leader. NASDAQ has caught up to the Dow. And then SPY is lagging behind. VIX is barely green. And bonds are doing good. Yeah, Pfizer did just wake up there. Again, we need to get above 30. And bonds are trying to catch a bid too here, it looks like. That would be nice. And then Russell keeps breaking out, man. So literally, NASDAQ has stayed pretty much the same. And then Russell has gone up another, 0.4%. So that's running. SPY or bonds a little bit off the bottom. Airbnb in the high. Silver and gold going up. And then Pfizer there at the high. Amazon starting to sell off a little bit. SMCI and Dell on the low. So what's happening here in Chipland? These guys are kind of getting crushed. High ticker still rocketing, though. FedEx on the high, too. Yeah, NASDAQ flipped off of that. So, again, I think the chip makers coming down, that's hitting a little bit because Russell's hitting a new high. All the other indexes are flipping, switching gears. AXP did come up here a little bit. No shit. Young AXP. So, remember, they got earnings here towards the end of the week. Cipher, SCFIR? CIFR? What's this? Cipher Mining? SPY trying to work its way up. Chewy and new high. Oh, no shit. Yeah, Chewy has been kind of working up here. Well, good luck. TSM on the high as well. GME, that's another small cap. Again, Russell. And then there's the NASDAQ. Bro, the NASDAQ is insane, actually. These candles on the NASDAQ are ridiculous. And then there's the Russell. Russell still has 20 more points until it reaches the point that I wanted at. All right, I sold out of my NASDAQ $900 profit. That's my first hour and a half play. Don't let me trade till end of the day. That's it. Or I'm going to short the Russell at 22.60. That's it. But I'm out of the pre-market trade. Shukran Habibi. Upstart. Costs on the high. And then there's the video. That one's starting to wake up again. Pfizer chilled out. Uber is going up. Uber's up 3. Damn. And then Tesla. Then Chewy's up. Yeah, Schwab. Bro, you guys, so Schwab. Damn, they're down 8. But they were, their earnings wasn't good. And, like, pretty much the amount of, like, people signing up for the broker, that, like, fell. That fell off a cliff. So, essentially, like, I don't know. You guys remember when they forced us to move from TD? I feel like that fudged the numbers a little bit. Because this time around, they're just not, like, they just couldn't sign people up. So, the amount of people, like, making new Schwab accounts, that has came down a lot. I don't know, where's ZB? So I'm still in the ZB. I'm still in the bond play. That play is doing tremendous. We've got just under 50 points on the Nazi. And then the Morgan Stanley plays are clapped. WDC going up. Let me get Russell 2240, man. What time is it? It's only been 11 minutes? No shit. Cores pop, no position. Banks did shit, mark it up. Well, remember, concentration land. You know, so we could get a lot of moves just off of a couple of moves, not necessarily based upon, like, what is responding to the data. More so just, like, literally last, like, 10 minutes there. 5 minutes, it was just chips flipping down. And then SPY, bro, the high ticker is actually running. Let me see. All right, I'm actually going to start now. I think it could go 20 more points, but I'm going to take it early. I shorted the Russell 22, 43, 60. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. Yeah, I said I'm going to do the Russell at 22.60, but I want to start with this one, and then I'll add another one if it does get bad. And then I might be down to hold that one till Euro close. Yeah, I said I wasn't going to trade except for the Russell. So that's it. That's the one. Only the Russell. So we'll see that one. And then final 10 minutes, we'll just come back to that one. That one will be a good time, I think. Always fun. But Russell's insane, though. I can't believe it's up another 1.6 today. It's literally just the way this thing is outperformed, this value rotation. It's a super value rotation. I don't know how to describe it. PGR, that thing's dumping a little bit more. Is debt the new gold? No, Habibi, the gold is the gold, you know? Everybody love a gold. Damn, gold is at 24.51. I got knocked out of character. Yeah, gold is at new highs, though. I didn't even realize that. Shit. So gold alongside everything else doing very well. Will Elon sell Tesla shares to donate the $45 million to Trump? I don't know. I don't think so. And before you get too angry at Elon or like whatever, just know, I mean, a political donation like that is a tax write-off. So whatever he's going to donate should be a write-off. In theory. Elon replied and said that news is fake. Really, that was well reported here in the morning. So I only saw the headlines in the AM, but that's interesting. I'd have to verify. What did you use for the bond? I use ZB for now. That was it's just the futures on the bond. I feel like, I don't know, were you here yesterday? I think we had this talk, this discussion yesterday. But bond futures, in general, I like the futures a lot. The futures have been a great instrument to utilize. And then bonds just flushed out of nowhere. Russell just went higher. Let's see. Dow ripping. Fate ripping. Starbucks off the low. Yeah, Starbucks still there. Yeah, Fate. Honestly, this thing looks low liquidity, but it looks like it's had more liquidity than any of the other ones I've seen. That's a biotech just going straight up. Fate. Troy just posted that one. UMC almost at 8. Jeez. They had an investment research. Fate Therapeutics. I don't see anything on it. Folk, another biotech. We played that one before. Spy starting to run up. And then there was what? That's like what? That's 3 points? Oh, I thought there was about to be another 10 points on the Russell, but that keeps going up. Russell, Spy, NASDAQ. China plays starting to play along right now. Charter on the low. Microsoft is dying. Yeah, Charter's flushing too. Pfizer, it needs to get above 30. Unfortunately, it's been holding there from the morning. Chewy, that's starting to break out. I think I'm only down $1 on my Chewy plays now. So those Chewies are coming back to life. Good morning, Chair. What up, Philip? Mr. Hamilton. How do you find good SPY plays? I mean, let me give you a hot take. I mean, first hour and last 10 minutes are your opportunities. So now is a better time than not. But if you want to trade the SPY and you're trying to find an option trade, maybe just short the damn SPY itself. So if that's what I'm doing with my futures. So if you could find a way to just play the actual index price, that's the best way to find a play. If you kind of have an idea of where the direction is going, you could just pick the index, go after the index, and call it a day. Nike is starting to pop up here. JP Morgan 208. A lot of stuff is green, but again, the bonds are green, but yields are red, meaning they went lower. That's a different one than the last couple of days, and the VIX isn't green as well. So those are the interesting factors comparing the two. And then Chewy still going. Oh yeah, where is the equal weight? Good call. Equal weight's killing it. Equal weight just like the Russell. Russell's up 178, bro. That's absolutely insane. And that's day number 3. Morgan Stanley was just running and then flipped. Yeah, MS, big flip here. That could be related to the call. Again, they were down a lot more in the morning. Keep an eye on Morgan Stanley if that gets any worse. Well, those contracts are stupid. Apple red, Nvidia flipped. I checked Morgan Stanley. Again, Chewy is about to hit 28. So literally it's $1 off where we got it last time. Apple's going red. Pfizer's struggling a little bit at 29.40. But remember, if Pfizer starts running up, XDivvy is right around the corner. AXP plays are up 30%. What's the other one I'm looking for? Pfizer. Those Pfizers won't go up. Yeah, and then Morgan Stanley's still low. SPY dancing around VWAP. Russell is holding on tremendously well. If Pfizer breaks through 30, I think it's a new ball game. I don't know where it'll go in the short term because it will have XDivvy, so 30 will be there. But I think if you get past 30 on the downtrend, I mean, just getting back up to like a level of stability, I think the stock could go to 33 to 37, which is pretty much 10% higher. 10 to 20% higher than 30. I think that's fair game easily. I don't even think that'd take a lot of work. If you could even get a good earnings too, I mean, I think 33 to 37 easy. AXP, the premiums are coming up. Baba's on the high again. And then Bowen's a little off the bottom. Russell, NASDAQ, SPY. Yeah, I mean, nothing's stopping, but IWM for sure is not stopping again. I had my first spot at 22.16. I'm riding against it now, but I pretty much think up until like knocking the door of 2,300 on Russell futures, it should be pretty powerful. Apple red. Good data or bad on Airbnb will not move in. I don't even know because Airbnb has grown into that valuation. But lately, I mean, even last earnings were really good and that stock got killed. And then Morgan Stanley trying to work its way up. Wall on the high. That's a regional. And then Schwab still chilling. IAS, Pfizer going up a little bit. Russell just hit a new high. PayPal. Not bad, Habibi. And Nvidia clapped, SMCI. All the chips are really, they don't do good today, Habibi. I think the NASDAQ's struggling because of that. NASDAQ's still good, but my goodness. And then again, bonds have been slipping all day. Oh, shit, the NQ went down? What? No way. So literally, that NASDAQ I sold out of, holy shit. This came down already. I think it'll bounce at 20,600. Otherwise, like 20,566. I don't know if I'll take it at 566 since I'm already in the other one. But yeah, that's crazy. NASDAQ already flipped. Yeah, UWMC broke 8. SPY running up again. CRISPR on the high. Couple of names, actually. Yeah, man, that's actually kind of crazy. UMC was just at 6. I don't know. How long has Colt Sister had that? Because she has that one in her long term. I could only imagine with the like dividend yield it pays. And already how many years? That's impressive. Yeah, Colt Sister just broke 11,000. Yeah, her UMC's up 30%. And then I don't know, does it show my purchases? That's crazy. So I think she's up like 60 total return because she's had it for like 3 years, 10% a year. And then she's also up 30% on the actual equity. Impressive. Good for you. Good for you. KeyBank. You think MPW will ever get back above 10? If the rates come down and that saves them from cratering and they get past these problems, if that stock doesn't go bankrupt, then yeah, I think so. But if all of these problems and interest rates and bad tenants come home to roost, then they're going to have a big problem. But they shouldn't. If they get around all of this stuff, I actually think it'll be good. I think Nike is good in the long term. I added Nike to the long term not too long ago. And Nike is running up here, but sadly, last couple days, it has hugged this range. But yeah, I added Nike to the long term. I'm actually a big fan of that company. And then Pfizer, $29.50 now. So time to knock on the door of 30. Chewy's even up there. Tesla on the low. And then $22.50 on the Russell. Bloop. And then it's crazy. NASDAQ coming lower. NASDAQ's lower than where I even got it in the morning. So like I'm saying, watch NASDAQ 20,600 or NASDAQ 20,566. Those will be 2 purchase points if you're interested. Otherwise, we wait. And then Russell, meanwhile, just nonstop. Russell's up another 2%. And that's just within 25 minutes of opening. I forgot about Shopify. Watch Pfizer too. Meta's on the low. Meta and Tesla now. Russell, IWM is the ETF. RTY is the big future. And /M2K is the small future. CRISPR Pop. A decent one. They were moving a little earlier. Now it's looking like bigger volatility candles. CRISPR on the high, up 7.6. And Myrna going up. And a couple of other biotechs. So I don't know if it's directly related to them or if there's some sympathy going on. All right. And then make sure on Schwab, I forgot, make sure you turn on your drip for any of the new plays. So if you bought Intel or Nike, your drip is not automatically turned on. Yeah, and then the big or the medium account, I guess now, not Cold Sister, but that one breached 21,000 today. Good for you, Habibi. MPW. I like it, but I do think it's a big risk in the sense that it's just going through a lot right now. So how's your other portfolio look? Like everything else, you may not own a REIT, but do you have more growth, dividend? If it makes sense to take a little bit of risk, I think it's a great name. I've even said recently I could kind of, one average would go a long way for me, but just don't force it and don't yield chase too much, especially when there's, again, Nike, Starbucks, UPS. Who else is there? Pfizer. Man, I think there's one more I'm missing. There's a lot of good names that are yielding anywhere from 2 to 5%, and they're a lot better than MPW, and they're trading near like yearly lows. NVIDIA, bigger. Is that what's killing the Russell? Or excuse me, the NASDAQ? Because the NASDAQ got murdered. Yeah, NASDAQ just hit that low, 2588. Get a little bit more. This is literally NASDAQ's right in the middle of those two prices that I've given you. So it's up to you if you want to go for anything of that nature. No news on NVIDIA, no. All the chip makers from Cash Open started selling off. I think people are still worried about commercial real estate. Again, rates are high. Activity is slow. It doesn't feel like last year, even a year and a half ago, people were a little bit more panicky. So I think that has definitely changed a lot. Coin low. IWM is still just killing it, man. So right now, not everything is going down. So welcome to concentration land. So just keep in mind, look at the high ticker. You're gassing. Russell is killing it. Dow Jones is doing tremendous here. You're not going down. This is just NVIDIA and a couple of the chip makers. Housing index coming out right now. Came in at 42. Estimate was 43. The NASDAQ turns negative. So again, this is 30 minutes. Business inventories, 0.5 month over month. Estimate was 0.5. And then right now, damn, son. No way. Let me refresh that. Yeah, high school, you was a man, homie. Yeah. How many names do you think are red right now? Anybody? Anybody got any guesses? How many names do you think are red? Mm-hmm. 7. You literally have 73 names in the red. 430 in the green. So once again, that 70, 80 stocks. So SPY's up by 0.3. NASDAQ just flipped red. But on the SPY, 430 names are in the green. NASDAQ 100, you have 75 names in the green, 25 in the red. And then Dow Jones, you got 25 green, 5 in the red. So absolutely killing it. All right, well, here's level 1. Level 1 on the NASDAQ for those interested. It's just barely going red. And then Meta, again, all the tech names. Big flip from the morning. Damn, that's almost a 10-point move on the Russell or on the NASDAQ. And then Russell just keeps climbing. So this is pull the money out of the damn NASDAQ and put it right back into the Russell. It's only been, 30 minutes? All right, I added to the NASDAQ 2557. Oh, shit, that already did very good. Unless it flips on me. Nope, it flipped on me. I just went up $200 instantly on that purchase. And then it flipped right back down. NASDAQ moves insane. My goodness. So now I'm long NASDAQ, short Russell. Let's see how long that plays out. It's going to be an interesting one. No, I went long on the NASDAQ. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. Thank you. Pfizer going up here too. I haven't even looked for Amazon deals. NVIDIA is still selling. That is your NASDAQ dropping. So again, more names are green like I just read to you. So there is a very weird dynamics. Russell just came 5 points off the high. So we'll see how long that lasts for. Bro, NASDAQ dumping though. So NASDAQ could still go a little lower, but for now, yeah, bro, you're flushing from pre-market lows. You're getting into yesterday's 20,500 flat test possibly. So yeah, literally, Russell came back. I made some money back on the Russell, and then just lost it on the NASI. Why would you short the Russell? I think for the short term, eventually at like 20, I think right before it gets to 2,300, it's going to have resistance. So I'm not looking for anything long term, but I am looking to make a short flip off of it. So I think, I don't know how long. That's why I'm not really too certain on the timing. But I do think before it gets to 2,300, it will have some resistance. MO, nice. That Nazi just got crushed, though, right now. But we'll see. It's matching up with my Russell play. I'm kind of down with... Oh, MO, 48. Hi. How are you? I don't think volatility is back. No, I do think, though, in the morning and the end of the day, there's just movement. And then, again, I think kind of doing the opposite of what you see has done pretty good. But this is still low volume, low liquidity summer for certain. Okay. Pizza. We've been talking about pizza a lot. It's funny how many times it gets brought up, but I like it. I think pizza is a very compelling long-term name. I'm surprised they're not bigger, but they are in the pizza industry. They have been big, and maybe they get bigger too in the future, but I like them. I think there is other competition, both in the pizza space and other names that have value you could buy for the long term, but I'm not like as opposed to them, if that makes any sense. I never went to the pizza shop on Friday, no. Remember, we were just doing that Facebook stuff, but I didn't have time over the weekend. Honestly, I just rested, and I'm glad I did. And long term is actually loving today. And then MO is still going. We're dropping because of the chips. This is, don't get it twisted. I mean, literally hundreds of names are in the green right now. Russell right below 2%. A lot of names are doing good, but you just had a couple of chip names flip pretty heavy. And I think that's what's created this. And then I'm looking at the long term, bro. Uber, BNB, Pfizer. Pfizer's gone green for us in the long term again, finally. Pfizer goes green and then just gives it all back up. PBA on the high. MO's still going. I'm going to keep that up. I have only value here. Let's see. Chips, yeah. AMD or NVIDIA down 2.9. Yikes. SMCI down 3.5. Yikes. All of them getting murked. Heavy. So, yeah, I think chip makers are what's killing you. Morgan Stanley bounced back up after that. Oh, my goodness. And then 2,500 or 20,500. So that's a fat 50 points there again on the NASDAQ. So this is going to be another level here, but this is lower now, I believe, than yesterday, or getting in yesterday's low. Tesla. It's weird because VWAP is still pretty elevated, so you still got a lot of room. I feel like this is still kind of just an appetizer of a move. So down on that NASDAQ, Russell play is about to go green. So very interesting moves here. I have the move like a Jagger. No? Okay. It's VIX very little green. It was very little red, but now very little green. Yeah, Tesla flipped heavy too, down 2.2. Where is a Pfizer? Wells Fargo, RTX on the high. And then below 20,500. Oh, I forgot. I keep forgetting about gold. Gold's actually held up great. Cannot complain. Penumbra. Yeah, Tesla shares reverse gains. They were up earlier. Now they are red, Habibi. Now they are red. And then new low again on the NASDAQ. That's crazy. No, none of the Morgan Stanley plays hit. But now NASDAQ's lower than yesterday. So you're getting now into the lows of Friday. you have almost another 100 points. So very, very big room. Again, worst case, I think NASDAQ goes to 20,300, but NASDAQ already down 80 on the day. But you also have to realize it was up, I think, another 70 or 80 points. So it's almost a 200-point day on the NASDAQ, top to bottom. Nothing happened there. Honestly, I think it was just chips selling. You did have wholesale inventories and some data and housing market. I don't think we moved after the data came out, but I don't think the data caused it. And then really just 70% of names are, literally 90% of names are green, but the bigger names that represent a decent amount of the weighting, NVIDIA and all that, they started to move there. So, well, once again, welcome to concentration land. Musa. Boeing on the high. Yeah, Boeing's up 1.7. Target's killing it. Target's up 2. Disney even climbing. They were looking like dookie in the morning. And then the Russell trade, it went break even there for a second, then came back up. Coherus, COHR on the low. Coherent. JetBlue. I don't think I'll ever buy the airline. I'm down to trade them, but I don't think I'd ever buy them in the long term. It's not really my vibe, as the kids say. You know? But the long term makes me happy. I'm very glad we have the long term. It sucks. It's in gently hitting new highs. So the chart looks weird, but every day it's not like updating. But it is, but it isn't, and I'm happy about it. You buy calls, you lose money. You buy puts, you lose money. What kind of sick game is this? Just the short term. That's just really how it be, man. That's really how it be, and that's why the long term. The longer you hold, the less riskier it becomes. That's why make sure. You could dabble and go back and forth on short-term trades, and, they may win, they may lose, whatever it may be, but I would make sure you have a long-term, because then that way, no matter what, the longer you're holding, it will end up benefiting you and pay you back. Former NBA player Joe Bryant, father of Kobe Bryant, has died from a stroke at 69, Philadelphia Inquirer. No way. And then Blackstone CVC way bid for Carlyle's Standard Aero, which could fetch $10 billion or more on sale or IPO. And then Kobe's dad has passed away. Sad day. Sad day. My ZB future? Oh, I have no idea. 44 days is when, so I think it's September, August, September-ish. Yeah, I think that'll be about that time, that tenure. So like right before I think the day of the September Fed meeting, that future will need to either be rolled over or not. And then watch out here. This might if everything bounces, this will match up the NASDAQ and Russell a little bit. Obviously, NASDAQ is down, but now it's kind of bringing one of them down and then allowing the other one to go. Check Microsoft on the low, Carvana on the high, and Goldman. What books do you recommend? Proverbs, New Living Translation, The Strangest Secret in the World, and The Richest Man in Babylon. I mean, again, I think it's Intelligent Investor that talks about, the longer you hold, the less riskier it becomes. Again, the whole mindset of long term. There's many great books, but you got to do it. There's no other way to stress it than a lot of times we get presented stuff in the market, but what good is knowing stuff if you don't have the willpower to exercise it? So I really think if you have discipline, you set aside accounts, make an account for the long term and do whatever you want with the trading, you're going to be good. You'll be better off, and you'll at least see, one of the most important things of the stock market. It's owning it and being a part of it and not missing out on that and not letting the back and forth get to you. So as long as you do that, I think you'll be good. Otherwise, you could learn and read everything in a book, but if you never do what it says, then it doesn't really matter. Hello? Buffettology is valid. I mean, it just depends what it is. I do respect Warren Buffett and Benjamin Graham a lot, and I like the things they say, but the old adage is simply don't do what Warren Buffett says, do what he does. So just look at kind of how he acts and what he invests in and his views towards stuff, and that'll tell you a lot. Burke be going. Burke, yeah. It's almost been an hour here of the day. Do 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 do. Yo, want to let you know I started my law term last week after your PHILO. Listening right now with my twin newborns. Congratulations, baby. That's what I'm talking about, man. The future self and the newborns, they're going to thank you one day. Horn. Amen, amen. That's hype, bro. I love it, man. I'm glad. A new long time was born. It's what we need. Indeed, indeed. Apple on the low now and AMD. So all the chips, and now watch out if and TSM, the bigger the names start to come down, this is going to add more pressure to the market because you already dropped with only a couple of names like NVIDIA bringing you down. So if Apple and on the Fun Bunch start playing along, that's going to play out a little different. It sucks because IWM is still killing it. That's the odd part with all of this. Bless you in your long-term journey. Amen. And just get it started, bro. I'm telling you. I'm glad I put a lot of pressure on you. But it's good that you could do a lot of different things. You know, like you can you just have I got distracted by the chat. Excuse me. I forgot what I was saying there. But I'm gonna go pee. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity.
Now let's get to high interest. A look at what's making headlines around the world. President Biden labeled J.D. Vance a clone of Donald Trump. The president's remarks were just one part of a full-court press deployed by his campaign after Trump's selection was announced. Democrats seek to cast doubt on Vance's independence and populist credentials by painting the venture capitalist turned senator as both subservient to Trump and part of the elite that he so often fights against. After firing tens of thousands of workers, Tesla is steadily adding employees back again. The company is looking to hire nearly 800 new employees. The positions range from AI specialists to more run-of-the-mill service jobs. The pickup in hiring has coincided with Tesla shares going on a tear. And U.S. retail sales, excluding the impact of a cyber attack on auto dealerships, rose in June by the most in 3 months. This is a sign consumers regained their footing at the end of the second quarter. Total retail sales were unchanged, restrained by a 2% slide in receipts at those auto dealers. The figures are not, however, adjusted for inflation. Katie?
All right, let's turn this conversation back to the markets because joining us now is Joanne Feeney. She is Advisors Capital Management Portfolio Manager and Partner. I'm going to go to the first line in your notes because you're right that second quarter earnings will show once again that earnings are more important than the macro in a good or a bad way for the bulls, Joanne.
Well, Katie, in a good way. And what we see, right, of course, is that valuation of a company depends on the earnings that they can deliver now and in the future. And this earnings season, I think, is going to be closely watched, not only for what companies have done for us last quarter, but really what they think the rest of the year is going to be like. And so therefore, I would put in the backseat what's going on the macro front. Really there, what I mean is the Federal Reserve and its interest rate policy. There is increasing evidence to support a Fed rate cut coming later this year, maybe two. But ultimately, interest rates can adjust the valuation for a whole stream of future earnings for a company. But what we have seen so far is that the market has been driven by higher earnings expectations, higher growth expectations, primarily from some of the tech leadership and the consumer leadership. But we're now starting to see that broaden, and that's a positive environment for equity markets.
Joanne, is it a broadening or a rotation? You take a look at today's trade, and one day doesn't make a trend, but certainly there's that feeling in the market here. The NASDAQ composite, NASDAQ 100 down on the day, the S&P 500 still barreling towards fresh records. You have also the Dow Jones Industrial Average hitting another high just yesterday, Russell 2000, a lot of love. Do we move on from those high flyers at this point?
Yeah, Shonali, the opportunity here for investors is to take some of the winnings off the table. Imagine how concentrated these funds have become because of the run-up in the tech leaders and in the consumer leaders. And so there's an opportunity here. Take some of those winnings off the table, some of those profits, and invest them in a way to become more diversified in your funds. It's been hard to keep up with some of the appreciation we've enjoyed, and our clients have seen that. And we want to make sure from our perspective also, because we invest in individual stocks, we want to make sure clients remain diversified. And so, yeah, there's certainly some rotation going on because of that concentration that's developed over time. But that's not a bad thing. It does still suggest pretty good strength in equity markets.
If you look at the earnings of the S&P 493, you might imagine that we have been in a recession, right? Because they haven't grown for the past 6 quarters. Is that going to change this quarter, and is it going to be sustained? I mean, are we going to see a period of growth again for the S&P 500 for the majority of the S&P 500 companies?
Matt, that number that you just quoted, the lack of earnings in the other 493, really is almost
the 493
worth parsing a little bit more carefully, because when you look at the details, you see plenty of growth for earnings among some.
Plenty of growth. Plenty. My goodness. I'm glad. The 493. That's just so funny. Bond's still holding up. We are back, Chad. We've only been here for about an hour. Actually, 9 minutes shy of 1 full hour. Can you believe it? So you had retail sales. You started off good here in the morning. I guess that's your previous close. Still very high. Volume 6 million. So very low. Bonds are doing good today. So that was another part of what we're dealing with here. But a very interesting breakdown. I got them moves like Buffett. No? Okay. Well, Dow Jones and Russell are both killing it. And this is word now, the great rotation. The rotation that started a couple days ago with the data and everything else, that is very much continuing. And that's where we are at right now. NGO. UNH on the high. That's a post earnings. Damn, that's up 6. Hi. So yeah, that's doing really good. Kill Tony at Shane Gillis as Trump and Adam Ray as Biden. No, I did not see that. That sounds like a good time. Yeah. Sounds like I would enjoy that. We got DJT shares. Again, they did another registering of offering to sell shares. The recovery bounce at, well, we still got a lot of time. Remember, there's not much data. The market's already doing a lot already here, but, I mean, it's mad early. It's mad early. Bonds are still holding up great, too. I'm mad. I was up a lot more pre-market on the bonds, but They are coming back here again. Moves like Buffett. Yeah, UNH was on the high. And UNH, just double check the premiums, because when they're cheap, they're really cheap. But when they start getting moved up, they'll get overpriced. But if the move hasn't been priced in, that could be a very good cheap play. And then NASDAQ still dancing around the low. So is the SPY. Russell up 1.8, NASDAQ down 0.3, SPY up 0.17, and Dow up 1.3. And then gold, that keeps going up on the high. Microsoft keeps coming down. I guess JNUG and miners are moving up. Yeah, UWMC is insane at $8. So GG. If you've held it around the last couple of years, you'll have like a 30 to 60% gain on the stock, and then you should have gotten back like 30 to 40% back in dividend alone. It's like unreal. We were just looking at it. So that's a dub. Disney's up there too. And then Microsoft keeps going lower. Tesla, Taboola up 25 after Holt. Taboola, I call it Taboola. Shout out my Middle Eastern brothers. AX, oh, it's on AXP. That's still holding up decent. Setup for Microsoft. You can, and I think the Microsoft pre-earnings might be better, but other than that, Microsoft doesn't really do good for earnings. It doesn't really create big earnings moves. So I think there will be a huge popper drop on like one of the weeks ahead of earnings, and then that pre-move, that'll probably pay you out more than the actual earnings, in my opinion. Walgreens cut their dividend a little bit ago, yeah. They ruined their streak as a dividend aristocrat. Taboola to sell ads for Apple, says Axios. No way. So that's why it's popping there. Up 17. Literally no transaction volume ahead of that news. But the news is they're going to be selling for Apple. Ads for Apple. UNH. Chewy's coming back down. That was holding up earlier. GME came down. Bro, Morgan Stanley, that was a wild one. Remember, bank earnings were still there. IRM. So you already had Bank of America and Morgan Stanley today. Bank of America's up 4 or 5. You also had Schwab, State Street. State Street's killing it. PGR's down. So very interesting. Your sister has started with 70 of UMC in 2021. Now is 100 with some purchases. 16 shares of DRIP. That's fire. UCO on the highs. So is oil rocketing? Yeah. Yo, check that out. Oil's down on the day, but it's coming up. Yeah, oil's down 1.3, and it just went up 30 cents. Again, gold is near the highs. That's disgusting. Gold is even about to break out right now. Yeah, and then oil, I don't know. Oil's been selling off from the wee hours of the morning. The AXP calls are good. I think they're up like 30% or something. Traders see odds of a Fed rate cut by September at 100%. CNBC. So Fed now market, or Fed futures, are saying 100% chance of a rate cut by September. Yeah, gold is about to break out. And then XLF, Bank of America, both at 52-week highs. So financials are running now. SPY is moving more than the NASDAQ. Don't let this candle fool you. So that big tech weighing is still real right now. But you are getting a big pop. I don't know if that's the headline. Literally, Fed futures are now pricing in 100% odds of a rate cut by September. Hey, man, y'all know what we should do? Does anybody know what we should do? Let me see. Honestly, it's not even up there, though. I would say we should short the Fed futures. Yeah, you should short the Zaza. If you mean to tell me it's 100%, fuck your 100%. You guys don't know shit. No such thing as 100% in this market. But honestly, the price of the Zaza, it's not even that expensive. It's still at 9,478. So that's like what? 5.2 still? Give or take. So that's the only problem. The Fed futures are still like expensive. Like go look at ZQU, that's this September one. And it's still like it was the odds were the pricing of it was a lot higher end of last year. Yeah, even the Zaza is kind of a trap there. Slash ZQU is September. ZQU 24, but it's weird. I don't like. If it's pricing in 100%, does that mean it's guaranteed? If it was pricing that much ahead of the event, like within one day, yeah. But for now, it's just it's a fluid probability that can change, you know? You know, there could be 100% chance of rain, and then the next day, it just does not rain. That's kind of, you know, the Fed futures are a tricky little bugger, as some would say. Southwest and airlines are going up, UAL and LUV. Tabuli came back down. High ticker actually kind of gassing. NASDAQ coming back up. And then SPY, like literally right where we opened up at. And then SPY's just been holding the gains and bonds too. And then Russell did come down a little bit. Russell's like barely above where I shorted. 2 points higher. And then my NASDAQ even came back up. Yeah, Boeing. Last time I checked, Boeing's up 2. And then Southwest, candle there in the high right now. Yeah, Boeing's up 2-3, still going. Tesla trying to wake up from the bottom. Zillow. Microsoft was getting work too, and Apple. The 100%. It's up there, but I think the Zaza, because you got to realize where the odds are taking place from. So, like, in December, if you go look at the Zaza, the price was higher because the rates all across the curve were a lot lower. And this time around, it's just not. But I think it's coming off of the, like if you go and look at the Fed rate monitor, I believe it should be up there. Yeah, just saying 525. It's the same price. So if you want to know what's being said there, go to the Zaza, the /ZQ, and then just go and like calculate the number and how far is it from 100. So like look at ZQU. It's at 94.79. So that's literally like 5.2. That gets you to 100. So this, by buying at 94.79, you are implying that the rate will be 5.2 to 5.5 by end of the year or by that duration, which makes sense. So back in the day, a couple months ago when the Zaza, when we made that first play, the rates we were having this discussion from a lower point. That's why people are like, oh, yeah, rates will be at 4.2. So now people think it's going to be 5.2. So even though it's 100% odds, it's still implying a higher price. Do you see that? I really hope that helps because I know that could get confusing. So just in general, when you do look at the Zaza, the ZQ, just calculate the price. Minus 100 from whatever this is showing you, and that rate it gives you, that remainder, that's how many rates are. That's what they're saying the terminal will be. Shorting September and buying November. I like the idea. I just don't like how the Zaza, I don't like that price. So like I just showed you there, I like that play when it was pricing in way more rate cuts at 4% by the end of the year. But when it prices in 5.2, I don't know if I really want to short that, more or less. What should you buy at the very moment for the long term? I don't know. Depends what you're holding, right? Do you have more growth or more dividends? But this is something I talked about yesterday, and it's something we've been bringing up a lot here. But the fact of the matter is, value plays are a great opportunity right now, even into the future. Whether there's this great rotation, whether people think Donald Trump is going to win and destroy this or that, point is, right now, and you're seeing it. You just witnessed it in very, very big right now, but it's very simple. Anytime we're getting these value names that are in the gutter and they're quality and they've just been getting sold off, if there's going to be any sort of shift or rotation, those are going to be some quality names. So I'm a big fan of cheap value names that are down right now and names that have been down over the last year or so that are just very high quality. But then again, look at where your portfolio is. If you already have a lot of those, you might be better off going into other names, and then vice versa. Names like Nike, Starbucks, Intel, Pfizer, who else was it? Kimberly-Clark, UPS, Bristol-Myers, and hundreds of other ones too. McDonald's even down on the year. Walmart's too expensive. Merck, I think they're actually up there too. Verizon, I'm not a fan of them though. Honeywell, Whirlpool, Home Depot, that's down on the year, not on the multi-year. So there's a lot. And these are all names you all know about. I'm just literally naming random-ass names. I like MO and Abivi, but they've all came up. MO's still a little cheap, but it's literally up like 19% since we last bought it. Oh, Humana, that's another one we talked about. So again, that's like almost like 10 names right there, just off top. Yeah, Whirlpool did go up a lot recently, just off the buyout stuff. Oil breaking out again, USO on the high. And the Nvidia shares fall 2%. But NASDAQ trying to wake up here. Russell still just hanging out near the highs, right below 2%. AGL, what's this? Agilon. That thing's popping 12% right now. I think Comcast is decent, but I think you could do better. And I only say that because, like, usually communication stocks suck unless it's, like, Meta. So it's a name you should be familiar with. I feel like you might even use Comcast. But like I'm saying, I think you could do a little better. But if that was your only option, I don't think it's the worst. Yeah, bro. AGL, then SPY popping. SPY is popping more than the NASDAQ. There's Tessie and Nvidia. Is that Baba? Morgan Stanley and then gold on the high, too. Yeah, Baba's coming up here out of nowhere. Hi. I like Celsius, but I think Celsius is really expensive. At what point would you cut losses with a stock like Walgreens, another divvy cut? I mean, maybe another divvy cut, like if they really just eliminated it. I mean, I have waited, but usually that is a sign the company's going to get clapped. But in 10 years, I mean, I've held Walgreens for like 4 years now. So, I mean, in like 2030, we could talk about it. Again, I plan on rebalancing my portfolio, but I also plan on giving it time before doing that. Because if I did rebalance it at every moment I got a new idea or something in the market changed, I would have rebalanced my ass out of opportunity. So I think with enough time, in a couple more years here, we'll look over everything. And if Big Commerce and AT&T and Walgreens, even MPW and some of those names, if they're not really performing and I'm really over them and I don't like how they're playing in my portfolio, then I'll swap them out and I'll rebalance. But until then, I feel like this portfolio is so new. I don't want to move too soon. Yeah, Morgan Stanley woke up and went crazy, and then literally gold. I'm mad I sold out of the gold. I think we would have made another like $800 or something. So that could have been good. Yeah, Morgan's. It's crazy because there's that red candle on Morgan Stanley. AXP on the high too. I don't own Imperial Brands, no. Something cheap and decent. So what about UPS? I think UPS is up, but UPS is one I've really liked. I think you all know what UPS is. Damn it, UPS. Man, I was just telling you guys this 5 days ago, though. So it's already bumped up $10. But I still think it's cheaper. I don't like that move anymore, but that one's a good one. So if you're really between like, you're really trying to figure out Verizon or Comcast, I think UPS hands down. I think that way it's broader, related to travel and shipping and the economy, has a 4% dividend, can't go wrong. You got some at 137? Nice. Yeah, that's one I really liked. And, of course, Pfizer. I wish Pfizer was a little lower. I like Nike as well. I think PayPal is a good one for growth. Just that, if you run out of options. It's crazy that PayPal stayed that pin, though. I'm shocked that we're not, like, up or down a lot on that one. I think that one is wild. And then SPY is back up? What the hell? Yeah, even my NASDAQ play is green now. Oh, hi! What just happened there? So you just woke up, 56.53 now. You are 2 points off the high. Isn't it crazy? You guys remember 56.55. That was a high the other day. Literally yesterday. That was our previous high. What time is it? 7:40? So you still got about just under an hour until Euro close. And bonds are elevated too. You disagree on UPS. Amazon can take their business. No position. That's good. I appreciate it. I just like the Uber Tesla thing, it's more likely they'll benefit off of each other rather than one person eating the other one. But I like the take. I could appreciate it. But I think UPS, hands down, is going to be here for the next decade. Want to buy more SPY, but you can't. Are you talking about long term or are you talking about for a flip? If you're going to average into it, it doesn't matter where you buy it. It just sucks to buy it at the highs. But if you do have deposits and plan on buying more, it'll work itself out. Let's see. 6.6. Come on, buddy. You need a little more. I didn't add anything on the long term. No, we're just having a discussion. Some people are asking what they should be buying right now, what's a good play and whatnot. No, we're just brainstorming some ideas. Why do you not like airlines? Airlines just have a history of being pretty dog shit. So I think it was Warren Buffett who said it. It's like, if you don't want to make money, buy an airline. So I just never liked them. I don't like their systems. I fucking hate flying. I hate the airports in general. And I just don't. I've never owned them as a company, and I'm glad I didn't. Just because, like, they never really move. They have so many weird things and expenses. So I think you could just buy other stuff. Some people really like airlines, but then again, like, go look at any of their charts. It's not like you're not making a killing on any airline. You're not like, oh, I'm so glad I didn't buy tech and healthcare, and I'm glad I bought an airline. Like, no one's ever said that. Uber's popping, and then bonds catching volume. Bank of America, Citi, those are going all back up again. Discover on the high. Only 20. All right, you came back down after hitting a new high. Let's see where this goes. Schiff warned of wipeout for Democrats if Biden remains in race. The European Commission has signaled to BMW Volkswagen that it may reconsider tariff for their China-made EVs. Bow bow Boeing. Gold is just chilling again. Oil went up earlier. Any earnings plays? Yeah, Disney, but Disney's a couple weeks out. Other than that, I don't know what we're gonna go for. Honestly, I think Netflix will be the best one this week, besides AXP. But then even Netflix is kind of weird because it always prices in a shit ton. So bonds red a little bit there, and then SPY's still holding. Again, it's mad early, you guys. It's only 10:40. So we still got, like, what, 30 minutes, I believe, or 45 minutes till Euro close. Philip Morris. I think that one, dude, the Zin sellout this last quarter has been insane. I'm telling you, I think if you already thought the Zin was, like, low-key getting, like, crazy, this last 3 months for Zin has been nuts. So I think Philip Morris should have a really good earning, unless the analysts are already guiding up in response to all of that. ARGX Aramco to acquire 50% stake in APD's Quadra Blue Hydrogen project. Argenix. Those city calls went green? No way. Oh, shit, they did. Yeah, that city from yesterday went up 30%. Small play. And then the ones from earnings are coming back to break even. No shit. Hi. That's actually kind of crazy. Russell's still holding up. I mean, it's 6 points higher from where I grabbed that short. Russell's kind of stayed a little bit more pinned over the last hour. Zin users are getting competing products because they can't get Zin. Some might like others better. PM could lose loyal customers over the shortage. Oh, I agree. I don't know if it'll lead too much to selling, like, losing customers, but I think the shortage is definitely pushed everybody into everything else. And, you know, people are exploring because they are nicotine addicts. I shorted the Russell with the futures. And then Citi going up. The point of USA tariffs on Chinese EVs. They're not sold here, and they definitely won't be approved. They're trying to stop it. That's why. So we don't have China EVs now, but they want to make sure that it doesn't happen. So that's the irony of that info. Yeah, the City calls just shot up 50. Yalla. Again, City bottom right, that looks good. Watch gold. SPY trying to turn up. High ticker is gassing right now, so you're getting a lot of activity. Low ticker not really moving too much, but that upside is still in effect. I don't know if we call it upside as much as holding right here, and then NASDAQ is like right below break even. So NASDAQ still red, SPY chilling near the high of the day. And believe it or not, this is where we sold off yesterday. So yesterday, Euro close, you literally topped out and then dumped. And then where that dump started is literally where the SPY is right now. MO giving back. BYD is crazy. I think BYD, that's why, again, they don't want to see those things hit the U.S., but that car company is very interesting because their cars, they look good and they have very interesting tech. Altria did give back up a little bit. Where's Pfizer? Yeah, high and low ticker right here. So this is showing you names going higher right now in real time, and then also names going lower. If it's highlighted in green, 52-week high, highlighted in red, 52-week low. So all these tickers are names that are advancing or declining in real time right now. Tesla. You bought too many calls on Citi. Sold 3 of 9. That's perfect. I mean, the plays just rocketed. So if you can make them free, now you just ride out. Roll out. Money so much. Long time. You can't stop that. No? What you got inside them trades? All them trades of the long term. No, okay. Highlighted 52-week high or 52-week low. IRXME. And then SPY trying to break out from here. 565. The high of the day is 565. This is literally the high from the other day. The 56.55, 56.55, or 56.56. So many 56s. And then SPY bonds holding. Russell is climbing, but now NASDAQ is going back to green. SPY is back to, they're staying green, and then Russell right below 2%. Where is the equal weight? Equal weight's up 1.0, so equal weight was lagging behind earlier. Now it's double. So equal weight is leading. You have more names advancing than not. So those chips and a couple names down, I think that's what's kind of concealing this market move. You just hit a high and then got a red. Same just happened for the Nazi too. It's crazy. We got Euro close here in about 30 minutes. We'll find out. Have you posted a picture of my setup recently? Their new work from home. You're trying to figure out how you could have your work computer and running the multitask. If you go see that watch list where I did the point of view, that's like the closest setup. But, you know, workflow is important. Just get a big desk, multiple cheat keys. That's it. You'll be good to go. The Bloomberg keyboard. I think they charged me like $3,000 for it. I don't know, to be honest. I said, fuck you, and I didn't respond to them. If they charged my credit card, they did. It's a tax write-off, but fuck them. My fucking keyboard now. Screw you, Bloomberg. And they be watching the watch list every day. You know that? Honestly, I'm kind of impressed, though. And that's why some of y'all don't let Bloomberg watch the watch list more than you do. You know what I'm saying? Some of y'all, you need to get on the watch, like, because Bloomberg be watching it. They making fun of me. They taking my little taglines. They using, you know what I'm saying? I say the Trump trade. They put quote unquote Trump trade. Oh, look at that. So yeah. So just make sure you watch it just as much as Bloomberg does. And then SPY, again, NASDAQ already coming back down. It's in a weird way, Russell advanced more than any of the indexes right there because SPY and NASDAQ already came right back down. Dave on the high. What's this? Dave, that tea company. And then high ticker is fully gassing though. So very interesting dancing. Russell is taking off now even more. Russell's like right below the level I wanted. So that's climbing. And then SPY, NASDAQ's. NASDAQ's still in the red again. Where is it? U.S. retail sales. Cold again? Disgusting. Bruh. All time, yeah, bro. Gold at 22.50 something now, or 60. That's like honestly crazy. I'm kind of mad we didn't know. Yeah, 24.55. Oh, that's crazy. That's insane, actually. Doesn't that sound beautiful? That beautiful, man. We here. We really out here. Yeah, the Morgan Stanley call went green. And then, again, the Citi play. Citi's up 140%. That was the play from yesterday. And then the pre-earnings play came up, too. So, good luck. And then you have till July 19th. Spot gold hits record high, $24.51 an ounce. So that's gold. I don't know. Gold and Russell kind of look the same. And then SPY still kind of chilling. Bonds trying to come back up here, too. Yeah, right? I thought gold at 2,300 was insane. That was when I made that first short and I got clapped on it. But, yeah, I can't believe it. 24.50 now. 24.50. But, Chad, we have 30 minutes till Euro close. I hope I have enough time. I think I do. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram, at the Trading Fraternity.
We'll also
at
get
BRB.
U.S. mortgage applications, and on Thursday, the all-important European Central Bank decision.
All right, a lot to look forward to there. I will note, you take a look at markets right now, gold jumping to a record high. So a record high for physical Bitcoin, the S&P 500 on its way there as well. Now coming up, we have Bloomberg Technology, but that does it for open interest. This is Bloomberg.
I needed some help. Good thing I knew someone.
That Keanu Reeves? They got Keanu Reeves on a Palo Alto commercial?
Or something.
What?
Hold on, bro. Get on the way of my potty break.
Are industrials associated with value done very, very well this month. Small caps have done well, and people aren't even used to understanding what kind of small caps we're talking about. But there's a lot of companies that are well known with small cap names. So Fluor and Rambus, for example. Rambus, one of the big semiconductor companies, that's a small cap company, up about 10%. Fluor, big engineering company, up about 13%. All of the home builders, KB Home is a small cap, $5 billion. That's up 15%. Beazer, another small cap home builder, up 15%. The problem I have with the story is while small caps and value have been moving, so have many of the growth stocks. So it's been broad, but it's not like value and small caps are blowing things out. So growth stocks like ON Semiconductor and Apple have all been strong on top of American Express, Ulta. These are growth names. So I guess the point here is you see the growth stocks, Carl, growing at the same time as the value. So it's a broadening out, but it's not like value and small caps are blowing out everything else. We'll talk a little bit about more about that in the afternoon.
We'll see in a couple blocks, I think, as well. Bob Pisani. When we return, Bridgewater's Ray Dalio, when Money Movers begins after this.
All right, Ray Dalio. These commercials short-lived today. Short-lived. SPY barely moving, though. And then bonds hit a new high. No shit. The inverted head and shoulders. I actually want to see the inverted yield curve. Because, again, yesterday, everybody was tweaking off of the uninversion. Nike holding up. Tesla. I got 2 Tessies. Yeah, City is killing it. I think Euro close should bring in a move. And then and then after Euro close, it may pick a direction, and then we're fucking done until end of the day. Yeah, the City plays are up 200% now. I don't know if they're in the money, are they? Yeah, 68. You're like $1 away from being in the money, and you have 2 weeks. But remember I was saying, just on the watch list, any of those plays that are strong and they like have a negative earnings reaction but are still strong, those are the good ones. And then yield curve, it's still uninverting, but chilled out a little today. Excuse me. What do you do now? On what? On City? If you're up 300%, I mean, you could sell, ghetto spread, make it free if you have more than one. There's many ways, or you could keep pushing it. Good morning. You're late. No, don't apologize. You're fine. It's a beautiful morning. You didn't miss much. Retail sales in the morning. And surprisingly, the markets kind of still stayed the same. So that's it. One bought 10 contracts. That makes no fucking sense. Okay. Unless one means I. But otherwise, you can make it free. You could sell out multiple contracts, keep a couple, or you could get it ghetto spread. You were lost. Well, I'm not going to help you until you say I bought it instead of one bought, because I don't know what you're saying. But like I'm saying, I would ghetto spread it, or just like, it's simple. When you buy 10, if those contracts are up 300%, you could literally sell 3 out of 10 at the market price and get 100% investment back, and then just ride out the rest until it goes higher. Or you could just sell most of them now and hold one for free. JP Morgan, that's hitting a high. All right, back to VWAP, and SPY is our bonds are hitting a new high. I think that's the interesting part. And notice high ticker's starting to chill out. It's a couple financials on the high, but I do think the low ticker is starting to pick up, and Russell keeps going. And then wheat is getting pummeled right now. So wheat is hitting a new low. Wheat is like what, $2 away from a 52-week low? Kind of crazy, actually. And then SPY, a little green candle after the reds. Europe did bad, I think. Remember, Europe was really bad yesterday, too. So Europe, FTSE 100 down a quarter. Again, it's still open. Euro Stocks 50 down by 0.6. Germany down by 0.3. And then Canada down by 0.4. But they all moved up in the last, 20 minutes. So prior to that, they were all pretty wiped out. So remember, yesterday was a bad day for Europe. Yesterday and today. And the Russell is about to hit that 2260. New high on Russell. You keep buying wheat? I haven't bought it in a while, but it is definitely enticing. Silver pop. Gold too. Cart on the high. Marvel back to green. They were really green, and then they flip red. More banks, man. And Shopify, yeah. Marvel They're starting to move. Shopify's continuing, and then the SPY just woke up out of nowhere. Hi. And then there's the Russell at my spot. It's like 2 points away from 2260. Still getting blown out on the short, but that NASDAQ is now coming up here too for me. Pfizer, Chicle, 3M invest in green hydrogen leader, Ohmium, in continuing effort to break through climate changes. All right. A short is crushed. Yeah, but not as bad. Again, I'm just being a little bit theatrical because it's down like $700, and that's after all day of shorting it. Whereas like that NQ, we made like $1,000 in like a couple of minutes. So I still realize more profit on the day than it's down, but still going to ride that out. And I think I'm going to add another one on the downside. Yeah, the IWM is short term. I'm not trying to like go down with the rotation. But remember I said 2260. If I waited for that price instead of being impatient, I wouldn't have had that play. But I think I might average once it gets there, and then we'll go from there. USDA officials say very interested in helping to facilitate development of vaccine from commercial marketplace. They're saying poultry and dairy outbreaks. There's no evidence of human-to-human transmission. Are they talking about bird flu? You've been out of power for 10 days? Oh, man. I'm glad that you're back, bro. I hope it was not that bad. Those hurricanes were nuts. Bad. Tesla IWM 52-week high. So there it is. So if it doesn't, honestly, if the Russell doesn't stop here, the Russell can go to 2290. So that was the other point that I said. But now this is where I wanted in the morning. I just didn't take it. I took it too early. And then bonds are still climbing too. $225 IWM puts are going for it. Good luck. Good luck. I'm still in my OG position on that from this morning, but we'll see. I may add another one. I'm just going to wait. I want to see how it kind of trades around here. If you get a little blow off top, get a little more aggressive. Otherwise, don't force it. And the NASDAQ is starting to work there for me. Give me 2 more minutes of this shit, the NASDAQ will outpace the Russell. So I'm not worried on it. EB TikTok partnership. Eventbrite. Oh, wow. Yeah, they're shooting up. EB TikTok partnership. Already up 15. Very illiquid, but now it got active. I've used Eventbrite, but I don't know how that stacks up. If you want a momentum trade until that dies, that one could be interesting. EB. No, I mean, the only headlines are people talking about gold and just hitting a record, but gold has just been going up since the event. Literally since all the data, and then last week too. But gold is nothing dramatically different. Spot Ether ETF's likely to start trading next week. Coin ripping off that. Again, Hood got to upgrade. SPY now going to a new high, and then we have what, 22 minutes? So there's that NASDAQ. So like now literally my NASDAQ play is up almost as much as I'm down on the Russell short. So that's working for now. Again, one moves way faster than the other. Well, yeah, NASDAQ starting to break out here. That's back to green. Hey. Run for your spot. And then, damn, we topped out here a little bit too. So this 56.60, very interesting level there for all of it. And then this is NASDAQ 20,600. If that could hold up there, there'll be some more upside. And then again, Europe closed in about 20 minutes. Yeah, gold new all-time high. I think Gose is very excited about that. I'm very glad to see. It's very good, my friend. AXP. Those calls went up. AXP, I think you had like 30% or damn 50% now. Not bad. FedEx. Yeah, a lot of things on the high ticker. So you just all had round number 2. A burst of a lot of different names. Again, Russell's still going. I got your name right. Let's go, man. Let's go. Shout out Gold. Woo! Gold. I mean, gold has just been, it's been running with the Russell, but from 2 weeks ago. Remember, I held a gold play for like a month, and I got out of it a couple days ago, but woo! That thing is crazy. And then watch out. NASDAQ here at 2,600 or 20,600. That's going to be key. And then Russell, another 2 points higher. If Russell really holds 2290 or 2297, I believe, is the next level. As crazy as that sounds. But, yeah, right below 2,300 will be next step. But that's not stopping. Run for your life. And then Delta on the high. High ticker is fully gassing right now. So everything, again, NASDAQ 20,600. NASDAQ's not moving like the SPY. SPY's doing way, way better. And the Russell just going up 1-2 points at a time. Very slowly and subtly. I mean, today you did have decent data, but regardless, remember from the morning, you had 90% of the market trading higher. So regardless, I mean, the only things that were down right now is like NVIDIA and a couple of other ones. All right, how much time? We got 18 more minutes. Long terming. I'll wait. I had an opportunity, but I think I just missed it. And then Eventbrite, that was the TikTok stuff. I don't know if anybody played it. Again, Robinhood and Coin, Ray Dalio. They said he was going to get on there. And Bond's hitting a new high, too. That's a big one. Let's see, young Dalio.
In the same way.
Moved up while he was speaking, but that's Ray Dalio. I don't know if you guys like some of the economic lessons. You know, he's always a good listen there. I'm trying to get another chart up here, but TLT and bonds are ripping. I think that is very interesting for the day. Let's see where that takes us. All right. Yeah, his Economic Principles is very good. Principles by Ray Dalio. It's he like the financial Epictetus, like the meditations, but he has the principles. Well, he's done both good and bad recently. That's the interesting part. Remember, I forgot, somebody recently backed out of his fund. It was like 2022 he did really good. Then 23 he fucked up. And then I don't know where he stands now. But, I mean, he is a wealth of knowledge, that man. 56, 55. And then again, we're 10 points off the high. Literally chilling at yesterday's high. And you just had bonds hit a little bit of a breakout there. My brother-in-law works for Bridgewater, makes bank. That's dope. I don't think he leads them anymore though. Didn't they put a lady in charge? I believe. Is that the red candle? I mean, I don't think this is news driven. We do have Euro close in about 2 minutes. So if anything is going to shift or happen, that may be here. Other than that, all you had was retail sales data in the morning, and that was it. So nothing too crazy. And then again, gold and a couple other things are still going nuts. And then bonds had that little pickup. Bonds are already active in the morning, so that little push there, I don't know if it's the Ray Dalio push, but they just came back up to where they were at pre-market. And it's interesting, too, because once again, Donald Trump brings the bonds down. Next day, they already come back up. Yeah, he doesn't manage one of the funds. He backed down on one of them. He's smart but makes a lot of mistakes. He was telling everyone to buy China. Well, I like China. I've liked China from the beginning of this year for that reason, but definitely. He fucked up at a couple of moments, and then he did really, really good when other people did really, really bad. How much is bank? Uber 100K a year? Are you saying like a colloquial, like slang? Like what's bank? I think bank is relative to where you live. If you make 100K and you fucking live in Ohio, I'm pretty sure you could buy a castle. I don't know. I have to look it up, but something along those lines. You made 78 in Kentucky. Your life is good. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Kentucky. Do you get a castle as well? 100K in Alabama. Yeah. I agree. Any plays on ASML? No. I have an SMCI play that got whacked. And then just writing that out, but no ASML. I think they report tomorrow, no? I think they're right around the corner. Gold is still going up. And then SPY slipping a little bit. And then so is the Russell. Everything except bonds, honestly. That's kind of crazy. And then Europe close is right now. So here's 8:30. Remember, yesterday all we did was go down from Euro close. So European close yesterday was straight downside from there. And then we never came back up. Similar fashion. I mean, today we gapped up, and then we kind of came back down. So we'll see how that plays out. Very, very interesting. We made 100% on the city calls. Nice. They came down, but they were up almost 200% at one point. That one was fire. $100K in Ohio is solid. Yeah, man. I'm telling you, all it's funny because people are like, if you move to other countries, you can make a lot of money if you have a U.S. income, but don't underestimate. There's a lot of places in the States that offer a very good return on your investment, and the cost of living is very, very cheap. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for some push-ups. Let's stand up Let's get the market said, I'm done with this. The market had 3 big red candles right there at Euro close. But Chatadonia, we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. You're on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But it is time. You gotta get some curls in. You could get the body moving. You get some arm circles. Whatever makes you feel free. Yeah, we should do it actually. We should do 1 minute of arm circles. I don't know if we have any workout music that I could play. It doesn't hit the same. Trump, U.S. Senator J.D. Vance.
Like David Sachs, who spoke at the convention last night.
This is so boring.
And others as well.
This is so boring. But
I
yeah,
want to make one
let's
point,
go,
which
baby.
Is
1 minute of arm
venture
circles,
capitalists,
okay?
or some venture capitalists are supporting J.D. Vance's appointment.
4,
Not all.
3,
just would make that point as
2,
it was raised to me on social
1.
media. Give us a little bit of the backstory. You know, I think we take for granted on Bloomberg Technology, we know quite a lot about J.D. Vance. We've been covering, for example, Peter Thiel's backing of him for quite some time, but there are many in the audience, Mike, that may be asking, well, we don't get the point here. Who is he and what's he about?
Well, what they may be seeing is, in J.D. Vance, somebody who is a lot more than just a venture capitalist. He is somebody who's also expressed skepticism about the U.S. support for Ukraine in its efforts to repel the Russian invasion. And people are not just single-issue voters. They're not thinking that, well, because he is from the venture milieu, I therefore must support him. They're going to look at a lot of other positions that he has taken over the years, including on that, as they make their choices and as they are trying to decide. One interesting thing about Vance is how he has aligned against what he calls a big tech oligarchy. He has even gone so far as to express praise, rare praise for a Biden administration official.
Yeah,
FTC
MasterCard
Chair Lena Khan, who
flushing a little bit. My goodness. My goodness. And then SPY right below VWAP. We just had a move there. Following Euro close, it is now push-up time. Where's my resistance at? I swear I just had it. Oh, there it is. It's on my chat. And then bonds ripping, SPY coming down. Those last 10 seconds, they really were tough, bro. I feel. And then Euro close. Let's see if we have a move. But Europe was bad the last 2 days. Europe was bad. Yesterday we dumped after Europe closed. Did not go up. The only difference is today is less of the Trump trade. The Trump trades are still holding up. But then again, bonds have recovered. That yield curve uninverting, that chilled out. You have 42-day bills. Is it supposed to sting your neck area? No, but if it does sting, that just shows you got kind of weak muscles that are making your neck muscles and traps activate. So it's good. Keep doing the arm circles. Any pain just kind of highlights how the lack of mobility, you may be suffering from lack of mobility. Call your doctor today. If pain stiffness lasts for more than 4 hours, okay. Let me get some weights in here. I'm doing some shoulder shrugs. That one helps out a lot. Only exercise you feel your traps. Interesting. You probably feel it in other ones, but like the arm circles, it activates that like upper part, the like upper middle one. Okay, I'm gonna play this.
One quick
so
point on that. Our
out
editors were at pains this morning to point out there's a difference between an association with venture capital and the technology industry at large. His position on big tech is very clear. Actually, he's in favor of breaking up big tech and increased oversight by the FTC. That might be at odds with the rest of the Republican base. As a venture capitalist, what do you make of that?
As a venture capitalist and as a former antitrust lawyer way back when, I can say unequivocally that predatory behavior on the part of large firms with market power is unequivocally bad for the economy. It's bad, and particularly when those companies control a lot of the speech that we see and control our access to information, it's bad for our democracy. So as a former antitrust lawyer, as a VC, as someone who cares about our democracy, safety and freedom of speech, I unequivocally agree with JD on his skepticism and concern about some of the very large technology companies in our economy.
I'm interested, Crystal, to go back to it. And do you think JD Vance himself will be kind of critical of the way we're all going berserk that there's a VC in the White House?
I'm so sorry. I didn't completely
what Carrie was saying. I'll jump in, Carrie. What Caroline was saying is that what do you think JD Vance makes of all of the media coverage that he's a venture capitalist or former VC and he's now potentially going to be in an administration?
You know, JD is an extremely humble guy. I remember when his book first came out, he was, gobsmacked by how much attention he got and by how much his words meant to so many people. So I imagine that he is feeling a lot of humility right now, in general, for being, at being chosen for the vice presidential pick by President Trump. And I think that he would feel this, the same way that I'm expressing right now, which is fundamentally, and even on day one when he was in Silicon Valley, his driving force is his concern for the forgotten working class, the people in this nation, at this nation's core, who have suffered because of the hollowing out of traditional industry and the opioid epidemic. That was what animated his desire to write his book, which was extremely raw, extremely vulnerable, and really he sacrificed his own privacy to shine a light on a huge problem facing our nation's core that he wanted to make better. I think that my experience with him when he was working in venture capital was this was his primary driving force. This was at the core of his identity. So yes, he'll be good for Silicon Valley because he is pro-growth, he's pro-innovation, he's pro-open source, and he is pro the innovation economy. And he's going to be really good for the country because of his genuine compassion for the forgotten middle class, for the forgotten working class.
But Crystal, many
country.
feel that venture capital doesn't help the forgotten middle class. Many feel that, in fact, artificial intelligence is going to do a disservice to it yet more. Can you twin for us what seems to be almost
gold is still going up.
Here's someone who really cares about the hollowing out, who really cares about an opioid crisis, about the forgotten, at the same time as he's backing startup companies that perhaps, take away jobs from blue-collar workers yet further. Do you think he was in any way trying to dovetail those two things together when you worked with him?
Well, I don't see AI replacing steelworkers anytime soon. And, one of the things that venture capital is an enormous category. Everything from social media to national security technology, which is a space that I work in, to healthcare. And I think that, the best technology is the one that moves things forward. It's the one that provides enhanced capabilities for reduced cost. A lot of venture capital dollars are going in directions that I think are destructive for our society. We've certainly seen the destructive force of social media on family structures, on teenagers. So there is a whole category of companies that are invested in by venture capital firms that are extremely destructive to the fabric of American society. And then there is a whole other section of companies that are invested in that truly will, answer our prayers. It will make us as a nation healthier and safer. That is the area where I invest. That is the area where Peter Thiel focuses a lot of his attention. That is where JD was investing. That's where his firm, Colin Greenspan, a former colleague of mine who worked with JD at his fund, that's where his focus is. So I think it's hard to lump all of venture capital together in one bucket.
Well said. And, of course, Aloft VC currently saying that you're mission-driven founders and it's all about product solving 10 minutes post-Euro close.
We already dumped
Crystal,
a little bit.
thank you for the perspective,
Still
for bringing us your knowledge of what JD Vance was like to work with. We appreciate it. Meanwhile, coming up, we're going to bring in Cameron Porter,
The driver in gold is all the data. Don't forget, it was CPI and then retail sales, or then PPI, then retail sales. Every data event helped out gold. Even though the bonds had a hiccup yesterday, even gold held up. So gold has been going up even, when we made that play like a month ago, pretty much since the Bank of Canada, if you guys recall, all of the stuff, central banks around the world, and then even the data we've gotten recently, they have all been going up. So not bad at all. Oh, okay, come on. I want one more stretch will be good. Did the MS hit? I don't know. I think for a little bit it did. I'd have to double check, but you have the place. You could go back and look at them if you're aware. But I know the city went up. I'm just stretching right now, so I'm not clicking anything. That's why, if you're really curious, I think you could go back and see. No, I have not looked at anything on Prime. I forgot it is Prime Day. Fed is buying gold. That was my theory earlier. I think all of the central banks have been buying gold there. So I think that's part of it. And then just once again, any of the data related to rate cuts. I mean, think about it. All that CPI doing good and everything else. These are all word to... this is all word towards gold going up. Remember, once they do cut, it will finally, gold is going to benefit off of a weaker dollar and lower rates. Hood is hitting 52-week highs again. There's even that crypto stuff. They were running a little bit off of the Ether ETF. Prime Day is garbage. Prime Day used to be a big deal. I haven't checked, though, so I don't know. I don't know if I could say that just yet. All right. Bond rat. You don't say anything on Prime Day? Do they do the Prime Day scam still? Remember last year people noticed it? Where like they just started like taking the prices down like the week before. Or like raising them, and then that caused like a weird issue. No news on MasterCard. I just pulled that up there because they were dropping out of nowhere. Really, Euroclose was the latest thing we got. Gold kind of going crazy. And, yeah, again, retail sales in the morning. And, I mean, low-key, we're just holding up the gap up. Russell dominating once again. That value rotation is fully alive and well. And then what? Chilling. Let's see. Let's see. Do you guys want anything? Fake Hermes blanket. Back to school. Ooh, light bulbs. Colorful light bulbs. I'm kind of down. Oh, I do need a pillow. Hot prices on top products. See more deals. That a what's it called? A Nesquik? Apple AirPods, 28% off. Oh, generator. I'm kind of down. How much? 30, 100, 1,000 bucks? That's not bad. That's not bad. I don't know. I've seen these, but I've never thought about buying them. I don't think I will. A ring, Xbox, 18% off. Oh, the ice cream maker. Don't everybody want these? The Ninja Creamy. I've heard of this. 25% off. They don't have anything for $1. You know what I'm saying? That'll really get us excited. They're like, you get a new TV for $1. Abyssal, a nice vacuum. Dyson. Portable power station. This one looks kind of cool. Fast charging, solar. Ooh, is there any solar batteries? Damn, this thing's tiny, but wait, how does this one work? This one's 400 bucks. How does it work? Do you put gas in it? Or no, this is just like a solar thing, right? That one's kind of cool. I might get me one of these. I'm a big fan of power generators. I'm kind of down. Mm-hmm. With the Blue Yeti. I have a bunch of generators. I might get me that one if it's solar powered. I don't have a solar generator. All my generators are like gas powered. I don't get it. What's the difference? Am I still planning to do an index portfolio? Maybe, yeah. So I don't know when, but like I said, the last time we agreed to make a new portfolio, I said I would make it when the yield curve uninverts. So I don't know if we do a brand new one or if that's where we wait for the index one. Because I would like to do an index one, but again, I don't like being near all-time highs. However, I do think once the yield curve uninverts, that'll be a good pivot point in the market where I'd like to see the performance, and it would be a good idea to start a long term. How long can we hit all-time highs? I think this is what do they say? This has been the biggest record since like 07 with the SPY not having a 2% down day. And I believe the next high will be like the 38th record high. And then if we continue, it'll be like another like 4 weeks in a row of all greens. So there's a lot of good things happening. Good afternoon, baby. Hope everyone had an amazing, safe, and blessed day. Shout out Jake from State Farm, baby. Amen. And F what anybody thinks about you. You're a legend. Smile, baby. Amen. Tell him, man. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, I like the sector ETF, and I think it's just a good option for being easy. Because I don't know, in a weird way, I feel like some of the younger guys, even some of the older guys, everyone's looking for an excuse to not make the long term, and they're like, I don't know what to buy. And I'm just like, dude, you could just buy the SPY and don't even think about it if you really insist. But it's just a matter of doing it. And again, with things at all-time high, do I think you should go for better names? Yeah, but even then, I don't think it'll move like too crazy. That's kind of the beauty with the ETFs is that, I mean, again, even if you put $2,000 in and you add $200 a month, even if it goes down 10%, you're going to be down $200. So buying at all-time highs, starting small, you could still walk away good. But I don't know if we start it now or I just wait till the yield curve uninverts, and then we will begin our third long-term or our fourth, which is kind of nuts to think about. About gold, I would never add gold to the long term. I would buy physical gold and I would hold it, but again, it's been about like 10 years since I last purchased gold. I'm not a fan of making gold a big part of my portfolio because you see how it's going crazy. It can grow and have a positive effect on your portfolio, but you don't need to put all your money in on it and force it. Gold better than Bill? No, I don't think so, because gold could move a lot. I mean, fortunately, gold has only gone straight up for some, but I mean, remember, Bill has no risk. It doesn't move down. All you do is make money and you get a return. So when the risk-free rate is high, I mean, it's really, really hard to compete with that when it's all said and done. I mean, it's been 20 minutes since Euro close. We haven't gone any lower. An upside move would be very well received, but we just haven't seen that happen yet. Tesla, little pop. Nike pop. And gold coming down a little bit. Nike. Oh, Nike is a big pop, Habibi. I thought it'd be like a small Adidas assumes sale of remaining Yeezy inventory during remainder of year to occur on average at cost. Adidas increases full year guidance following better than second expected quarterly results. Adidas revenue grew 9%, $5.82 billion versus $5.3 billion. Excluding Yeezy sales in both years, revenue increased 16% during the quarter. So literally right here. So Nike's going up on positive, better than expected Adidas revenue. Hopefully that makes sense. Yeah, they still have the Yeezys. Even then, excluding Yeezys, they're saying that their revenue increased. So literally Adidas raised guidance and did better than expected. So Nike's going up on it. Nike has no Yeezys, no. But the fact that Adidas is raising guidance, Nike is benefiting off of that because they're a direct sympathy. So if they're doing good, people are assuming Nike will do good. Hence the pop. Oh, it's already 9. A lot. And then bonds and SPY. Is that Bitcoin again? Yeah, Beto breaking out. Checkcoin and the other fun bunch, but they're all moving up. Retail sales was in the morning. It came in good. I mean, it pretty much perfect in the sense that nothing too hot, nothing too cold. You had one upward revision, one downward revision, and everything just changed, just chilled out. Tesla, it's altcoin season, so I've heard. I mean, my cleaning lady asked me about Pepe coin. So I told her, I said, listen, just buy Solana if you're going to do that. Otherwise, I told her to get a long term. And then I sent her a Charles Schwab link. But no, I'm being dead serious. They were explaining to me that they put in $180 and made $3,000. And they're like, yeah, I think long term, good long. I said, no, please don't. No, I'm being dead serious. This is not a made up story. This actually happened like a week ago. They told me that they made money on Pepe. So I was like, listen, you either go and buy Solana. I said, that's what the kids are raving about. Otherwise, I said, just go buy Nike. I said, Nike, very cheap, Habibi. Stay away. I think Solana is a major scam, but people don't like hearing that. Because I know a lot of people have it and they make money off of it, but anything that was literally linked to Sam Bankman, y'all are bold. But yeah, I told him to get a long term. But I do understand Solana has hype if you're into that shit. Well, bonds are kind of going nuts. I don't know, man. That's a very subtle rise. Young bonds, you don't need to feel down. I said young bonds. Let's see, Vance is invested in Rumble and wants to break up Google. If he has Rumble, that'll be great if he becomes vice president. But yeah, they all want to break up Google. Gold is insane, but yeah, the bonds in the background, that is doing a lot of work. But either way, all of these rate cut type beat plays, even down to the Russell, they are all doing very, very well right now. Yeah, the rate cut odds, everyone is feeling very rate cutty by the end of the year, to say the least. when Trump gave his pregame walkout at RNC. I surprisingly did not watch it. So anything that happens politically during market hours, I will watch it, but after hours, I don't give a shit. Like, so I don't go out of my way to look up any of that shit unless it comes across naturally in my stock news. And then SPY just holding VWAP. Low key, though, it's been about 30 minutes of no movement. And then bonds and gold have been the only thing climbing. And then I guess dollar came down a little bit, but still green on the day. On Hershey's, I love Hershey's. I think Hershey's, I mean, I love chocolate, but Hershey's is one of the best dividend companies out there. So I think they're great. I don't know where they're at value-wise in terms of pricing. Russia plans to make OPEC plus compensation oil cuts in warm season. I don't know what that means. OPEC compensation oil cuts? See, oil. Again, oil is down. Crude is down by 1%, 1.2. Broadcom is a good company. I'm just surprised it had such a poor post-split. But other than that, I think once one of these random chip names or one of the bigger chip names comes in with the hot earnings, I think all of them will start to wake up. Marvel. Calls and apologies. No worries. No worries. Thank you for the call outs, my friend. Good morning. Yeah, TLT last like 30 minutes has been rocketing up there. So literally right after Euro close, we got a big bond move. And then same thing with gold, but we will see if that holds or not. It has. It's about to be top of the hour right now. So we'll see. I think it means long oil. I mean, it sounds like more oil cuts. So that's coming out right now. No plays on TSM, but I do think... Actually, they already gave an update. Did they already have earnings? I know they're earlier in the session. Top of the morning, top of the morning, top of the morning. Let's get this shit. Amazonia, let's check the long term. Long term, very good. Very, very good. Yeah, Disney was climbing. I just had that up. SPY getting a green. Again, watch of oil, Russia, OPEC stuff now. Let's see if that actually holds up. Is it the end for the bulls on the NASDAQ? Actually, I don't know. I don't think we have even data now anymore. So this week, now that we got retail sales out the way, I'm pretty sure that was your biggest set of data this week. I think the next event's going to be tech earnings. So like Netflix stock, Netflix earnings, and then leading into next week. But I don't know. It's hard to say bull or bear, but the data catalyst, you are running out of those. GCT on the high. Robinhood still going 24.73. That's a 52-week high on Robinhood. And then NASDAQ barely green. SPY up by 0.3. NASDAQ or Dow up by 1.2. And then Russell 2.2. There's Coinbase now. And then Marvel again. Yeah, Coinbase up 1.9. Big tech will struggle. I don't think big tech is doing bad. I just think it's kind of chilling out. But I think the only way you get out of this little fiasco is once like the broader rotation slows down. But it's very hard to say, to be honest. But it's not as if big tech is doing bad. It's just not doing as good. Or on the days where everything else is favorable, big tech is just borderline not playing along. But I wouldn't go as far to say it's doing bad. Yeah, the Fed is selling short-term bonds and buying long-term, so they help the curve to invert. Yeah, there is limits, but that is kind of the whole quantitative tightening thing. You know, they are lowering more of the shorter tenures. They do reduce some of the long ones too, but there's a lot of things the Fed does, and that's one of them that keeps the yield curve inverted. And it's crazy. I don't know if you guys realize, like, everyone's talking about the yield curve uninversion trade, the steepener. People are already bringing that up a lot, and they're saying Donald Trump is going to be the reason for it, which is hilarious. And notice, too, big bond rebound after yesterday's immediate hiccup to Donald. Donald. AXP option chain is broken. Why you say such things? Our play went up 43% from yesterday. It's not bad. I don't know why it's broken. They're buying more long-term and less short-term, which keeps the yield curve inverted. I'm not the most educated. I thought it would reverse. Well, they're not buying that much of the long end. They're just still doing a couple of the rollovers, but then they're dumping more of the short end. So don't misinterpret it, but it's simple. I mean, imagine if you sell the short end, you increase demand on the short end by selling, the yield goes higher. And then if you buy the long end, the yield goes lower. So that's how it's staying inverted. By selling the short end, yields go higher on the short end, and then if you buy the long end, the yields go lower. So now shorter term rates are higher than longer term rates. Ta-da! You now have an inverted yield curve. Yeah, Citi breaking out. We're now $1 from the money. Those plays are back up to 200%. Disney going up, and JP Morgan. Damn, JP Morgan 212. That's crazy. So at one point, JP Morgan's almost $100 higher than one of our last pickups. Because again, I think our latest purchase on JP Morgan was 116. That's disgusting. Yeah. Literally 116 was our last pickup, and then everything else was just drip. 1, 2, almost 3 shares back in drip. I'll take it. No, I mean, I just saw an energy generator or a generator on Prime Day, but that's about it. Now, JP Morgan is doing better than a lot of things. So, I mean, that one purchase, we're up almost 100% on it, but in total, we're up 67% on JP Morgan. So, and it's one of our top positions in the long term. But you also have now even 2 years, 3 years of dividend at 4% as well, which is crazy. But yeah, we're doing way better than Airbnb. And then there's Citi. That keeps breaking out. Don't forget about Uber as well. And then Pfizer chilling. Disney's up at the high. They're breaking out a little bit. I like CRISPR. I think it's moved up a lot in the short run. I don't own any of it, but it's definitely been a technology that I've been interested in. No taxes on gold profits. I think if you're doing it physically. But if you are trading gold assets, like an ETF or a paper, you get taxed on it. Hey, friend. Disney. When would you sell gold? I sold out of my gold last week on my flip play because I held it for a month, and I got almost $100, which is crazy, $100 an ounce. That's wild to say out loud. But If it's physical, I'd probably never sell it. Other than that, short term, it just depends on where you think it'll top out. Or you could hold until you get the next set of data that kind of goes against rate cuts. That'll be a good exit. Yeah, physical gold. I mean, why would you sell it? I don't plan on selling my physical gold. Again, like those gold coins that I'm smacking that you hear right now, I've held these for over 10 years. I think I'm on my 10th year. So I've legitimately had these same 2 gold coins for 10 years. I have held them. I remember buying them 10 years ago, and I still have them. They've doubled up in value. I bought these dramatically lower. I think I bought these coins at like $1,300 or $1,500 an ounce or something ridiculous, or I think even lower. I don't know, but it is. I just plan on holding them. You know, it's a very small portion of my portfolio, but you know, it's a store of value. I kind of wish I had dividends on it, but you know, for now we could ride it out. Yeah, Bank of America, Citi's killing it, and JP Morgan, all the banks, and SPY's trying to work its way up right now. So not too bad. What's the point of holding your gold if you're never going to sell them or use them for utility like jewelry? I mean, hopefully for them to appreciate and then store my value. So again, you know, the money that I've put in, like these 2 gold coins that I smacked together, these ones, I mean, I put in $2,000 into them, 10 years ago, and it's made sure that my $2,000 has held its value and appreciated. So maybe one day I'll need it if something bad happens, or if I'll have to do something. But for the most part, it's probably going to do nothing. Again, yeah, I don't know if jewelry is fully considered as Twitch. Do you hear me? Because my YouTube just went down, but my Twitch says it's perfectly fine. You hear me? Oh, shit. Oh, I forgot. I have to go to a doctor's appointment today. I need to call him. What time is it? 9 o'clock? Almost clapped. Yeah, I just got clapped on YouTube. I don't know why. All right, give me a second. I'll be right back.
Trump-Vance ticket of 2024. And now that we have a selection of a 39-year-old vice presidential nominee who could lead the party forward in this direction for many years to come, is this the end of that Romney Republican Party?
Look, clearly contrast in style as well as substance. I would hesitate to say it's the end because you still have some members of Congress, I think, who reflect a different point of view. I think we're in a transitional period. And the Republican Party has changed from being a party, country club Republicans, corporate Republicans, whatever you want to call them, to a party that's more working class and more populist, both in terms of definitionally how it transcends, how it transacts as politics, but also policy. And you're seeing the populist edges of that in this Trump-Vance ticket. So I don't necessarily think that the party of old is dead. I do think that it is a different party, and it continues to become a different party. There may be a point at which that's true. But for now, at least, I think there is still some influence of these more traditional points of view on the party.
Well, do you worry that this economic populism, some call isolationism, is dangerous for the party, for the country?
Well, I think there's some areas in which the policy prescriptions are not quite what I would advocate for. So reform next year with the expiration of provisions in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. And I think there will be a very real discussion, for example, around the corporate tax rate. This is one area where I think where I think the sort of Trump-Vance view of the world, maybe more the Vance view of the world, differs from what we might expect traditional Republicans to argue for. In a large tax reform package, it would not surprise me to see the corporate tax rate move in a direction opposite than what we saw in the 2017 round of reform, just because the premium is going to be placed on individual tax reform, and given the deficit and debt posture we have, I have a really difficult time seeing that tax cut being completely unpaid for. So I do think that there are ways in which we are going to see some differences beginning to develop.
Well, to the point our colleague Laura was making, when it comes to, say, the tax conversation, that ultimately is one that has to originate in Congress just to be signed by President whomever. Does J.D. Vance have less power to influence that as vice president than he would as a United States senator?
Oh, I don't think so at all. Even though the conversation on tax in particular will start in the House, the vice president, particularly if, let's say, a future President Trump empowers his vice president to be on point on these things, he will have a tremendous amount of influence over where this conversation goes. And given how divided and fractured the Congress is, how much we're seeing expertise leaving the Congress with long-term members of Congress who have experience in tax and economic policy leaving, it does place a premium on leadership from the executive branch, in my view. So I actually think that J.D. Vance is in a terrific position to influence policy, whether it's economic policy or any of the other areas he's interested in.
Deficits ballooned under the Trump administration. And you'll then tell me that they ballooned more under the Biden administration. But are we going to do it all over again under Trump 2.0?
It doesn't seem like a lot of the constraints are there anymore. The political constraints have departed, right? I mean, there used to be some in our politics who were arguing in favor of fiscal discipline and talking about the value of entitlement reform. That conversation seems to be off the table. So I do fear that in the short to intermediate run, we are looking at a situation where fiscal constraints have been lifted, and there is very little to constrain spending, whether of the tax expenditure variety or direct spending or even bolstering of entitlement programs. So we're in a very different world now than we were in 2012 when I was helping the Romney-Ryan ticket.
Well, we're in a different world in a lot of ways, including conflict that is outbroken in multiple theaters, including, of course, the war in Ukraine, which J.D. Vance has not expressed support for continuing to fund. In fact, when he was on Fox News last night, we played a little bit earlier in the program, this idea that he was like, we need to focus on China. Forget about the conflict in Ukraine. China, he said, is the biggest threat facing the United States. I ask you this as the son of immigrants from Taiwan. Do you agree with that sentiment? What should we expect to see when it comes to China policy from this ticket?
First of all, I would hope as the greatest country on earth, we could walk and chew gum at the same time, meaning that we could attend to both of these really significant issues. There is no question, though, Senator Vance is absolutely right, that China is the single biggest foreign policy and national security issue that we have to face over the next several years. I think if this administration continues some of the policy work we saw in the first Trump administration, we'll be in very good stead. I think one of the areas where I believe the Biden administration has really let down the American people is in having a more coherent set of strategic goals around our engagement with China or lack thereof. So I do think that what this potential Trump administration will bring, I would hope, is a more coherent perspective on where are we trying to get to with China? What's the eventual goal? And that also implicates issues like Taiwan, specifically human rights, if that's going to be an issue. And then most importantly, probably for the audience here, trade and economic issues.
Nikki Haley is speaking tonight at the convention. I suspect you might be in the hall. Will she channel Mitt Romney or Donald Trump?
I think she'll channel Nikki Haley. I mean, she's managed to
where
navigate.
I'm going here, though.
Yeah, no, I understand. But here's the thing. She has the capacity to help unite the Republican Party. By the way, the Republican Party is the most united I've seen it in a while around candidate and former President Trump. But I think Nikki Haley has the potential to speak to maybe that small sliver that's still disaffected. But she goes beyond that. She speaks to independents. She speaks to people who haven't made a decision in this election yet. And I think she's got a tremendous ability to speak to all of the issues we've talked about. I mean, seeing her as a presidential candidate up close during that election that we've just had, she's a very skilled communicator and potentially a very great asset to the Trump-Vance ticket.
Of course, she might be a little bit disappointed herself as she considers 2028, now that J.D. Vance has been the vice presidential
lifetime away.
Nominee. Surely it is. And as we've learned in recent days, literally anything possible can happen. And on that note, after the attempted assassination last weekend on Donald Trump, he has said himself he is reworking the speech he will give on Thursday, that he wants to focus on unity. I guess my question to you would be, knowing and having watched Donald Trump for all these years now, do you believe that unity message can actually stick for the next 3.5 months?
We'll see if it does or not. I mean, I think people
we'll see if it does or not.
Politicians.
Bro, navigating I had to cancel my doctor's appointment. These guys are awful. I wanted to get a checkup, and then they you got to do this, then you got to go to this person, then you got to do that, and then you got to go to this specialist and come back. I'm just looking for a couple of questions and in the checkup, man. I'm like, I ain't doing all this shit, bro. God bless them. But yeah, I'm back. And then SPY dumped. It's funny, Russell went up and then started going down, but NASDAQ hitting a new low of the day now. So that one flipped. Or healthcare. Dude, it's crazy. It's always like this. I just told a lady, I was like, bro, I'm not doing this. I'm sorry. She's like, no. All you got to do is go here. And I'm like, no. She's like, or you could come in without it. And I'm like, and then you're still going to charge me and then tell me to go do all this other stuff. And then I'm not going to get helped. And then I'm going to waste all my time. I was just like, just cancel it, baby girl. It's okay. I think it might be the tech that's dumping us right now because the Russell is holding up. NASDAQ got a little ugly there, but for the most part, I don't think there's anything dramatic. Sadly, it is doing what happened after Euro close yesterday, just a little bit more subtly. So you're kind of right here right now. Again, 950. Yeah, 915. You actually did the same exact thing yesterday. So it's kind of playing out like this. Hot dog. The extreme complacency with what just happened is wild. People should be loading VIX and index puts. Well, I think that there's a big complacency surrounding the fact that somebody literally tried to assassinate Donald Trump. I don't think everybody's fully processing that you literally just, it's because it's not like he's just a normal presidential candidate. He was a former president, and they literally just tried to kill him. I think that hasn't processed fully. But the other stuff, I mean, I don't know if the market necessarily has to come down on that. Then again, there's a lot of BS. You got to really realize the way I'm very disappointed in Wall Street, but more so all these fake-ass economists and Nobel laureates, because what they're doing with the bond market reaction and saying that these things are going to be created because of this, I think it's really wrong. But unfortunately, it creates a lot of confusion. So that's why I think it's hard to tell, because whatever just happened over the weekend, you had bonds make this wild move when it doesn't really, I think it's what's the word? It's a betrayal to the logic of economics, and a lot of people have no shame in it as long as it means, Trump bad guy. But unfortunately, that's why I think it's like that. Trump being president will make prices go back to 2019 or give American workers a raise. That's a good point. I think the thing that a lot of people, it's funny because we're all looking to try to go backwards, but really, I mean, I would place a focus on moving forward because depending on who wins, I think it'll change how easy or how hard it becomes to get a property, how prices go up again or not. I don't think we'll come back down in prices, but there is still many risks of prices going up throughout the next 4 years. Again, people are already blaming Donald Trump for it, so that is something you got to think about. I mean, California fast food workers do get paid bank. That is true. And then Meta on the low. And Tesla. SPY still dancing near the low. Bonds even sold off all that. Navigating the American healthcare system. Yeah, right here. I'm waiting for the next debate. We're gonna be good. What was I playing earlier? That was just Bloomberg. They were going on all of the stuff going on here. They were really about it. They have I think they're still talking. RNC underway.
Lines with some new polling.
They're
out
talking
today.
about it more than anything. It's still
VCU's
going on.
Latest polls show Donald Trump leading President Biden in Virginia, and so that extent in all 7 of the swing states that we've been talking about at length here that we feature in our own polling. 2 to 7 points for Donald Trump in these states, Galen.
Yeah, there is not a single swing state, according to the YouGov polling, that Joe Biden is winning right now, which is pretty.
I think Bloomberg is trying to make the point that yesterday, because remember Biden was like, we're winning everywhere. We're not down in one area. Bloomberg has just learned that Biden is not winning anywhere.
To the Trump campaign, there's even been questions about New York. And now that we know who is joining Donald Trump on the ticket, and we still believe Joe Biden to be the Democratic nominee that is going to push forward in that way, the question is, do you actually start to see that showing up in polling in a more material way?
Yeah, does the map start to morph? Let's assemble our panel. Rick Davis
They're
from
still going.
Court Capital is with us, and Jeannie Shanzano of Iona University. Bloomberg Politics contributors to talk about these latest numbers and what's coming up next here at this
Damn, it's almost 9:30. It's still mad early.
What's your thought on this, Rick? I know that you're a critic of national polls, but we have some important swing state numbers here. Do you believe the map is being shaken up?
Yeah, I think the map is pretty solid, right? I mean, not much has moved really for the last year. It's plus or minus the margin of error in almost every one of these states. Some are.
All right, thank you. Thank you. City went up 500. Mine are up 200, but that's crazy. Reddit on the low. It's funny, low ticker barely moving. So whatever name you see on there is just stuck there from whenever it dropped. Lucid on the high. What small caps would you invest in right now? Any value play, any like real value play. It doesn't have to necessarily be a small cap as much as, you know, one of the names that has been underperforming. Otherwise, the Russell is still like 10% off of all-time highs. So while the SPY, NASDAQ, and everything else is ripping through all-time highs, technically the Russell is still 10% off of that. So you have a very interesting price point that it's at. I'm still in Unity. Yeah, those went up, I think, 50% or 80%. I was looking at them earlier. Docu. Remember, Docu is, what was it? Docu is a buyout candidate, I think. But I don't know about playing them for earnings. I've never really looked at them like that. Chewy. Can't you see? Yeah, the Unity play is up by 60%. When the cities did good, bonds are holding tap on the high. I have the Meta and MS still, yeah. The Meta plays are actually up, believe it or not. I don't know if that flipped here on the decline, but last time I saw it, that play was still up 40%. No, now it's down to 11. That's crazy. That thing moves a lot. The SPY is face-assing you? Excuse me? What does that mean? What do you mean you face-assed? Sir? I don't know what that means. I mean, I guess it happens. Navigating the American healthcare system. Who's Jessica? It's me, Jessica. She was just the lady from California yesterday who sounded really annoying. It is Prime Day. We looked a little bit I don't know. I don't know if Prime Day gets people as excited anymore. We haven't got a good discount in a minute. But yes, it is Prime Day. European Council over at Michael, President Michel rejects Orban's assertion that EU has persuaded a pro-war policy. Says it is quite the opposite. Meta is still going lower, and then Zap. What's MCBC? Makatawa. Maktaka. Waktaka. Wataka. Sounds like caveman talk. Maktawa. Makatawa. City, that was just earnings. So they had a good earnings, then they ran up, and then they dropped, and then after good earnings, it was down like 7%. So then we bought it, and then the plays went up 200%. And that was it. Meta, I have no idea, but some of the big tech names, Google's down 1%, Meta's down 2 point something, I think. Broadcom down 2.6. I mean, it reminds me of Chipotle. They didn't do as good after their split either. Yeah, Bank of America, 5%. XLF hit a 52-week high today. Remember earlier, JP Morgan was doing great. We're barely moving for post-Euro close, but the scary part, this is just like yesterday. So again, yesterday by 9:28, tell me the chart didn't look almost exactly the same. Look at this. It's the same exact thing. You hit your high of the day, sell off. We just sold off a couple minutes ahead of Euro close compared to yesterday, but you're doing the same, almost broadly at the same exact price. So, yeah, up until final couple minutes, I don't think we'll make a move. Once again, I just want the Lexus. At least bonds are up 1%, though. That is probably the big difference. I mean, I guess it is higher than... Bonds are just right back up to pre-Donald Trump assassination attempt. I mean, you might go lower by the end of the day. I think it just depends on those big tech names, and then it could play out like yesterday. But Meta, Google, and a couple of other names, they are kind of clobbered. Yesterday and Friday were nearly identical in price action. Yeah. I mean, even today, it's kind of coming down to it, too. Yeah, Dow and Russell are killing it. That's been the trend for 4 days in a row now. So ever since the CPI, that super rotation, whatever you want to call it, that has definitely been holding up. I still see Google on the low. Google and Meta are just absolutely dumping. Bonds catching a bid right now, too. 9:30, so it is actually a good time for another set of push-ups, Chatadonia. Who's with me? Who's with me? You guys want some push-ups? You're flushing down again. This is kind of what happened last time. Literally yesterday around the same time. So it is kind of following that. But Chatadonia, we've been here for 3.5 hours. We have 3.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. Use this opportunity to move around a little bit. Stretch, baby. Do some arm circles. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. Move the body around, man. That's it. All you got to do is just move your body. You know what I'm saying? You've been here for some time. What's it going to hurt to move your body? That's it, man. There it is. Ooh. Oh. Let's get it. And then SPY, those red candles are still there. I'm sorry I got quiet. No, I'm doing my stretches. We should do 1 minute of arm circles. I started with my resistances, though. I need some, like, pull stretches. And then bonds coming up as we're coming down. Yeah, I'll play this in the background, but yeah, let's get a minute of arm circles.
The transformation is
starting
complete.
In 5 seconds.
Right? I mean, this is not Star Wars, but it's close. And the reality is, he is just as MAGA as Donald Trump. I mean, you know, sometimes you put a candidate on the ticket to make the convention happy and fire up your troops. That's exactly what they did yesterday. There's nobody in that crowd who doesn't think that J.D. Vance is just as MAGA as Donald Trump. And I think J.D. Vance may have, if they win, 4 years to practice, I think, the stage management of MAGA, which Donald Trump not only invented, but took to a totally different level.
Look at the issues, though, as we've been discussing. J.D. Vance is concerned about antitrust. He wants a higher minimum wage. Should Joe Biden start talking about J.D. Vance's Democratic-leaning ideas in some of those cases?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes he's, you know, holding hands practically with somebody like Elizabeth Warren.
Well, that's right.
Yeah, and so it is fascinating. I think it's part of his populist appeal, if you will. But I want to remind everybody that in the last election, his first for Senate, which he won by 6 points, he underperformed everyone else in Ohio. And there has been some really good reporting on that. And some people have argued, and we have to look at the data, some of that may be a result of some of his positions. And I go back to his very strict views on abortion. He doesn't want to open up for exceptions of people who are victimized by rape and incest. That is a very hard sell. So yes, on the financial piece, is this populist leaning, but he has also embraced this MAGA. Kaylee, I'm going to steal your MAGA man. Did you make that up? That's wonderful.
I may have. I'm not sure. I'm sure someone else has used that before.
But it's a good one because it does describe who he is. And I think that that's going to make, you know, he hasn't been tested on the national level. The vice presidential pick may not matter as much at that stage, but I love you're talking about 28. If he's going to go up there, that's a whole nother ballgame.
Well, as we have the conversation about J.D. Vance's economic policy ideas, and Rick, to what you were just saying about he's going to have 4 years to kind of mold himself more into the likes of Donald Trump, is it not far more likely that J.D. Vance becomes more like Donald Trump, including in his ideas around some of these things, be it competition or even higher taxes for people of higher income, than it is that Donald Trump is influenced by the ideas of J.D. Vance?
No question. I mean, J.D. is pretty much there on all things. And by the way, he will now adopt Donald Trump's position, as ambiguous as it is, on abortion, right? There's no such thing as a J.D. Vance point of view between now and the election. They have to be completely in sync. And if they're lucky enough to get elected, there will never be daylight between Donald Trump and J.D. Vance on an issue. So he will come out of this administration, if they're elected, a carbon copy of Donald Trump.
Okay, so maybe the Trump trade that everybody has been talking about rhetorically on Wall Street is also the Vance trade.
Why are you putting
him
in a
box?
box?
In that sense, but
the Vance trade.
It doesn't have the same alliterative effect.
A big deal.
The Vance advance is what you'll call it. It's okay, Bloomberg. You can steal that.
Rick Davis of
You're like, yeah, Trump trade doesn't work. Yeah, the Vance advance is what they'll call it.
Of course, they'll be back with us later
pay
on
me
in
my
the program.
royalties.
First, though, let's see what's happening.
He's 39 years old. Stop putting him in a box.
Abigail Doolittle is joining us with a look at the latest. Abigail,
you realize every other political candidate is in their 90s, and then the one guy, they're like, yeah, he's just gonna end up like the old guy. He is 39 years old. Are you kidding me? They're like, no, he'll probably end up like this. He's 39 years old. Why do you think he's gonna act like a boomer? Hey, crazy. All right, let me hit another set of curls. Bro, those work though. Just take 2 dumbbells as heavy as possible and just walk around. That's it. That's what I was doing. I was walking in circles there. My room is pretty big, though. I could take some decent laps. All right, let me get one more set in here. Yeah, the farmer carry. Yeah, that's what it's called. I like those. And there's your spy pop after that little decline. There's a lot going on there. Who am I voting for? Oh, man. I don't know. I mean, I'm not voting for Biden. It's either I vote for Donald Trump or I vote for RFK. So, I don't know yet. But, yeah, I think Biden, I think he's kind of lost the benefit of the doubt. Maybe Kanye. I'm down with that still, too, kind of. But, yeah, one or the other. Will my girl leave you if you vote for Trump? If this was a TV show, it'd say caption kisses teeth. That's my reaction to that. I don't know if you could write in Uncle Answers. I want somebody to win. I want to, try to act like I had something to do with it, So other than that, like I said, Trump or RFK, those are the only ones. Biden campaign to resume advertising suspended following Trump. It's been a day. They're like, we'll stop for a day. Okay, continue it. We can't. We have no time to waste. We started your new job today, taking extra income, adding it to the long term. Thanks for everything. Let's go, PNC. Hey, man. Post-deposit clarity. Wow. That's a good one. Well, I'm going to do one more set of these farmer carries. Those helped out a lot. It just like pulls your shoulders down. It feels quite relaxing. They're heavy though, man. I don't know. I'm still here. Y'all can hear me yelling probably. I'm just being a farmer, carrying shit around, It's good. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I do farmers walks. And I sit inside of my room, and I have stock market talks. And I hand up next to you. All right. Oh, those are great. Do one or you'll work the opposite? What do you mean? I'm doing two so I do one like arm at a time? Because I'm putting a 30-pound dumbbell in each hand and just walking around. Jesus. So this is what Troy just sent me. I see why they canceled the ad. Holy shit. So this is why they canceled their mailers. Malcolm, let's finish the job. Oh my gosh. That's not, no, you said that to the wrong weird white kid. He gonna be like, yeah, I knew you were communicating with me to save democracy. It's a threat to democracy. And now we must act. It is time to finish the job. Oh shit, no, bro, no, that's no. Oh my gosh, why are you sending that? Oh man, this is crazy. Put me in, bro. The MLB game? No, I did not. I'm gonna do one more set. Let's see. We'll try the one arm ones, and then I'll have to switch it, and then we'll do curls. Unplug everything. Oh my goodness. I should have played something in the background. Bro, they're still doing this little political thing, man. thing's been going on for ages.
I see across the board. It's going to be a combination of factors that will be required to begin to get our debt moving in the right direction. But as that begins to happen, I think that we'll see even further economic growth as confidence comes into the system.
I understand the argument that you and many of your colleagues make when it comes to the fact that you could see greater return from the growth that is spurred by tax cuts. Does that mean, though, that no pay-fors are necessary? If we could just get specific about what it is that you would cut in order to offset, or where this will be paid for, other than just this general idea of growth.
Oh, there are plenty of places I think we could cut. Look at some of the programs that were put in place for these multi-trillion-dollar, totally partisan bills that were passed back in 2021 by the Democrats. You think about $80 billion going to the IRS to come and snoop on Americans. There are places we've already started to cut back on that. There are places like that that we can cut immediately, and I think we'll continue to dig in and find opportunities. President Trump will challenge each of his cabinet secretaries and agency heads to find those opportunities. I've lived this at a state level. I was Commerce Secretary in my home state.
New high
we cut a tremendous amount of funding out, saved money, found waste and sclerosis, and took it out.
The Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget had a palpitation when they saw this plan and ran the numbers themselves. And the message from Maya McGinnis, who I know you know there, was you can't get to this with $1 billion here, $1 billion there. This will require entitlement reform. You have to get to Medicare and Social Security. J.D. Vance doesn't want to touch Social Security, and Donald Trump has said that he will not either.
And then NASDAQ coming lower. Watch out if SPY flushes.
We're talking about
playing like exactly like yesterday, unfortunately. So that means there's still a decent amount of downside available.
Chunk of mandatory
You're literally right here, 955, 944.
Social Security.
So yeah, literally 944, it dumped into a new low.
2021 partisan reconciliation bills.
And then
we need to go and take an extremely hard look
like
at these
10 a.m.
mandatory spending obligations that we have that have nothing to do with
people's retirement. And then by 11:14, you'll hit your low of the day.
Security, their Medicare or Medicaid, and begin to address that. We can make significant headway, again, on both the mandatory side as well as the discretionary side, and still abide by the pledge not to touch Medicare, Medicaid, or Social Security.
I'd also like to ask you about cryptocurrencies, given your role on the banking committee, but also knowing that Senator J.D. Vance is from Ohio, a state in which the chairman of the banking committee, Sherrod Brown, is in a tough re-election fight against a pro-crypto candidate, Bernie Moreno. And I wonder if J.D. Vance entering the race puts crypto more into the actual fore of this election cycle. How do you expect it to play in, not just in the race that could define
could become president.
The next chair ranking member of the banking
such
committee,
a big
but
deal
more
over
broadly?
this guy.
Well, I certainly hope it puts it into play. I think crypto technology is a defining point.
Everyone's asking who replaces Biden and Trump. This guy becomes vice president. That's it. This is setting up his.
Sherrod Brown and the Democrats
setting up his
this
president
White House
run.
administration have been. They have been incredibly hostile toward crypto technology. If you like a decentralized option that allows for more freedom and liberty, and also supports some of the greatest technology innovations that I've seen since the development of the internet, I think you're going to be supporting President Trump and J.D. Vance. J.D. has a great deal of experience in Silicon Valley. I think he, possesses the great capacity to see this potential here. President Trump and I have spent a significant amount of time talking about the crypto technology industry and the potential that it holds for America. I can tell you, both gentlemen want to see this industry here in America as it evolves. We want to see this innovation happening here because I think it has great potential. We don't want to see it go offshore. And what we need is a regulatory construct that will allow that, not push it away. And right now, what you have is a choice that would, crush the industry. That's what comes from the SEC right now. That's what comes from, frankly, Democrat members of my own Senate Banking Committee and this administration. We need to move toward the policies that I'm certain we're going to adopt in the Republican administration that will be very favorable toward this industry.
Senator, we have to ask you, of course, about Donald Trump's well-being after what happened last weekend. We were reporting that he was making a lot of phone calls the day after on Sunday.
Yeah.
And you indicated earlier that you were on the other end of the line on one of those calls. What did you talk about?
I talked with him Sunday evening for, 20, 25 minutes, and he was immediately talked about how divine intervention played a role in this. And if you think about how close he came to being assassinated, it's just, I fully appreciate the hand of God that watched for him. But he immediately talked about the father of two, the firefighter that lost his life, leaving a family without a dad, those that were injured on stage there that day. He has very real concern for that. I was with Kid Rock that night And we got on stage together and really fired up the crowd to go to the GoFundMe site to support those people, their families, and a terrible time for them. President Trump was not surprising to me at all. He's always been that way in terms of his care and concern for others. That was the top of the conversation. And then we talked about how things are going to move forward. And I really think that the public is shocked by what happened. I think it shocked us all to our core. And we need resilience, we need strength. And when he came up with his fist raised in the air, I think that's a picture that's going to be one of the most iconic in the world. America needs a strong leader right now. The world needs a strong leader right now. I speak with world leaders very often, given my role in the Foreign Relations Committee and the fact that I served in the previous administration as a diplomat. There is a great need for a strong America right now, and I think President Trump is moving right into that lane.
That was Senator Bill Hagerty of Tennessee, the Republican, with us here in Milwaukee on what is day 2 of the Republican National Convention. Really interesting conversation that we typically have in Washington about economic policy. He's gearing up for the next day here. Looking forward to a conversation about crypto that might be a little different than the one happening now.
Absolutely. Donald Trump has really tried to position himself to be a pro-crypto candidate to a large extent. We thought that.
This is crazy, bro. It's crazy how much it's like actively became Donald Trump, election this, election that. Like all of the news media, bro, it's just all day. We've been getting just all of this political stuff. Hi. My goodness. BuzzFeed going crazy and halted. BuzzFeed. Oh, yeah, it did pop, but it did get halted. That Pulte activist position. Can I recap the day? We started off with retail sales, and I mean, quite frankly, we only moved up a little bit off of retail sales. You can see here's pre-market. You're a little higher, and then that's pretty much all that happened. There wasn't any Powell or anything else. You had inventory numbers, and none of the data, like even the retail sales, none of it moved a lot. It wasn't good. It wasn't bad. It wasn't like a big change or not. Everything was right in the middle. A lot more political debate. The Biden or the Donald Trump bond trade reversed, which was good. And then overall, just the same theme that happened over the last couple of days is happening now, and that's the super value rotation, the whole rustle up, sell everything, and then buy the small caps because rate cut odds keep going lower. So literally September odds are 100% of a rate cut now. And that's it. That's all we've been doing. It's trading very similar price action to yesterday. And then we just had Euro close. We got a couple more things right around the corner. And then before you know it, we will be done, my brother. We will be done. The CNN Electoral College video, the current projection. No, I did not, actually. I have not seen it. Do I think Kodak is an interesting topic? What's wrong with... Well, how much shares do you have with Kodak? This is crazy, bro. No, this is like odd. Do you guys want to see this? This is the weirdest thing. So since the last like CPI, look at this. Kodak undervalued. Kodak. That's your only message you sent that day. Kodak alligator. Kodak undervalued. Tesla. Kodak, hands up. Big money in Kodak will make investors doubt life. Kodak value will be unlocked. Kodak really interesting, bro. Kodak, Tesla, Kodak, good morning. Kodak, is it time for Kodak? What's wrong with Kodak? Is it time for Kodak? Do you think it's an interesting topic? So you are a little too Kodaked out, my guy. It sounds like you got an addiction or something. Something is wrong. You're the first person I called out today. I've had to time a lot of people out. I haven't even timed you out yet, to be honest with you. But that's a shit ton of Kodak. Are you okay? You know what I'm saying? I'm not even going to time you out. I'm here for you. If you're okay, if you need to talk about your position, if you got stuck in a position, and it's working against you, a heavy bag, I understand, bro. You don't have to resort to pumping it. You can average out of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, fuck all that. I never pump my plays. I just average in and average out of it. We could get to the bottom of this. No, I don't think he likes Kodak. That's beyond liking Kodak. You know what I'm saying? That's like, it's getting weird. That's like, nah, that's like, you don't like it. Like, something's going on. You know what I'm saying? Like, 1 or 2 times, you like it. Every single day, there's like, something's happening, bro. And like, he thinking of ways to phrase it. He incorporating alligator emojis. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, something is definitely happening. So we're here for you, buddy. We're here for you. How do you remember? No, his messages today were weird, and then he kept bringing up Kodak today, and then I looked at his Chad facts, and then the Chad facts just did its thing from there. Chad facts goes a long way, man. Starbucks at 74 now? Wasn't that just at 71 this morning? Yeah, Kodak. Last time Kodak got real popular is during their little, didn't like Donald Trump bail him out? Every time you want Starbucks, it jumps. No, I feel you, bro. I mean, fortunately, I don't have any deposits, so that's why, like, I don't want to, like, I don't need to, like, go after it. But every time it's hit a level I liked, it's straight up in that same day, it would bounce. So I feel. And then we're back up to that second dump we made there. This kind of looks different. So 955. Oh, no, we did bounce at 955. So watch, by 10 a.m., we might sell off and go lower. If we don't, that'll change the structure. So let's see. Bob Menendez, Senator, convicted on first count of corruption trial. Verdict still being read. You feel like you never get your money's worth at Starbucks? Starbucks just feels so old to me now. I don't know how to describe it. Like, maybe that's why it's good, though. But, like, if I ever want the same experience, Starbucks is where it's at. I always thought it was overpriced, but I've gotten over the whether or not it's there, like whether I'm getting what I paid for or not. It's just more so. If you want something that's going to taste exactly like you had it the last time, Starbucks is a good place to go. I don't even know what my order is anymore. I get like a matcha tea, or I'll get like a dirty chai latte, and that's about it. A dirty chai latte is a chai tea with an espresso shot in it. So it's like a spiked chai tea, but it's spiked with espresso. It's really good, actually. I'm a big fan of it, and it has a lot of caffeine. Coffee bean is underrated. Nah, you know what's good? Pete's. Is it Pete's or Phil's? Phil's Coffee or Pete's Coffee, one of those things with something with a P, homie with a P. That shit good. And then bonds coming down again. Bonds really rocketed here. NASDAQ still down on the day. Russell's still killing it, hugging the 2260. Yeah, it's Pete's. Pete's goes hard. Yeah, and IRM hit $100 today. Actually, last time I saw it was like 99 something. Yeah, there it is. IRM is at 100. That's crazy. So I don't know. When did we buy this stock? So IRM, we bought this at $33. Oof. It's crazy. Our IRM yields like 12%. So it's a small position, but you notice how big it's getting in the portfolio. It's just because of the gain on the stock and then the drip. So IRM is like top 5, I think. Top 6. But we haven't added to it in a while. Starbucks on the high. There's BuzzFeed. So BuzzFeed unhalted again. Activist Pulte, I believe, was the headline. And then Starbucks on the high. IRM, BuzzFeed up 18%. Not bad. Yeah, IRM is part of the AI trade now. It's data centers, the storage, it's a REIT. It's crazy, though. We're yielding literally 12%. So based on how much we put in the price we got IRM, we get 12%. You get less shares now, but at one point, you know, the dividend was getting you, you know, one share is now worth $100. So all of the drip at 12% over the last couple years, you've just gotten a gain on it. That's why, like, every single fraction of a share that got dripped ended up going up a lot in value. So not only did you get the share and you got the dividend, did we get back a share? I think, right? That's 21, 30, 43, 55, 69, 90. That's one share right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it's almost 2 shares back already. That's crazy. So we only bought 10 shares, and now we have 12. We have 12.587. Not bad. And then NASDAQ still running up here, and the SPY. So this is kind of breaking us out of here. Give it like 1 more minute, 30 seconds. If this fails, it's going to look just like yesterday. If this breaks out, it'll look completely different. Starbucks still on the high. What is even that amount? I'm trying to think about it. Damn, so those 7 shares we bought at 29 and then 32. So we spent like, dude, that's crazy. So we only put like $300 in this shit. That's nuts. Right? Yeah, we only bought 3 shares in 7. Everything else is drip. How much was that? So yeah, we spent $200, and then you spent $90. So we put $300, and that $300 has now turned into $1,200. So it says 200% gain, but considering the drip and everything, that's crazy. So yeah, we've almost got all of our money back. So think about that $300, and now I don't even know what we get per year in dividend. I have no idea. 65 cents a share. So you get $81? No. $8. You get $8 a quarter times 4. So you get $32 a year, which is, again, over 10% what we paid on it. But that's crazy, yeah. I don't know how. It's triple. We've only put $300 in there. That thing is insane. The Pulte family has taken an activist stake in BuzzFeed, BBG. And then, like we said, watch here for the top of the hour. If this is going to turn red, it looks just like Friday and yesterday. If this goes green, then that'll be good. Let's see, the long Tom. From the long Tom. When I drip, you drip, we drip. Drip is amazing. I think we just made all that money back from the drip. It's not like the dividend, because you only get $30 back a year in dividends, but that means every $30 you would get for the last couple years, if it doubled and tripled up, you made way more. You got $60, $90 off of that. So that's what made it do a lot of work there. That's very wild, though. Yeah, that's a very, very cool play. And who knows where it'll be in the future, because, again, this is tied to the this is all tied to the AI shit and the real estate stuff. So, you know, if they have a high expense ratio still. That's the part that weirds me out. But if, you know, who knows where this will end up in the future. Maybe they do another split or something. But things could be very good for that. Starbucks, I think Starbucks just hit that level, and then floodgates open to everybody who wanted to buy the dip. That's the vibe that I get. And then bonds are still up too. I'm seeing Fidelity. I'm going through the long term right now. What? Did they make a new... Oh. I think they have a new thing. I thought Fidelity has a new dividend calculator. What? I don't know if this is right. Maybe. It sounds about it. It's saying we collected $16,000 in dividends. That's, I think, from the beginning of the long term, but I don't know how it has that info. Did Schwab update theirs? I got to look into it. FDA and FTC issue warning to companies selling food products containing Delta 8 THC that mimic chips, candies, and snacks from popular national brands. Probably. Maybe, I guess. We started off at like 1K, then 3K, and then it went up to like 3.5, and then 5K. It's possible. I know we've gotten a good return, but that's a big number. Bob Menendez found guilty of bribery charges. BuzzFeed is somebody, a family took a stake in it. An activist stake. That's funny. And then analysts shifted to very bullish on MO. It wasn't like that before. Interesting. All right, well. ASB. Yeah, and then BuzzFeed just dancing around IRM. That's what made me look at all of these long terms. And then NIVDA lower. Prime Day has 40-pound dumbbells. Oh. So remember when weights sold out? That was a good time. Oh, there's the Kodak guy again? All right, well. And again, that's the only person I called out today. Remember yesterday? Yeah, I told y'all we don't have to hear it every time. So that one was just a funny one. But there he is again. So you're gone, baby. I love you. Have a good day. I hope you have a great Friday. But even though it's not Friday, but you could plan for Friday, you know? And I'm going to go pee. So follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I will BRB.
The energy war in that respect are going to win the supercomputing and the AI war too.
If you were the energy secretary, and you can respond to that as you want, how would you approach nuclear? This is something actually we talk about a lot on Bloomberg because of the incredible boom in data centers and AI and the massive amounts of power required. We're talking about now potentially opening data centers on the sites of nuclear power plants. Yes. What does the future hold for America and nuclear?
You know, nuclear has had a troubled past, and unfortunately, some of the press it's got, I think, is unwarranted. There's probably been fewer individuals killed or died as a result of nuclear accidents than almost any other type of energy put forward in terms of accidents. But if I were the energy secretary, and we're dreaming here for a moment, I would facilitate a consortium among states, among private industry, provinces in Canada, and maybe other countries to come up with a calendar, for example, on small nukes to say, how many small nukes can we get in the hopper to permit, to design, and to get a whole industry set up behind creating new nuclear facilities across the country. I think that's one of the things that the nuclear industry wants, is they want to know, if we're going to begin a process of creating a whole new industry on small nukes, do we have the commitment to actually fund those nukes, pay for those nukes, and site those nukes in various places? So I think that would be a big step.
Governor, I just picked up on the words you used there, we're dreaming here. Are you saying that is another way to say we're speaking hypothetically, or because you actually do dream of being energy secretary?
No. That was hypothetical. I'm just saying for the moment here.
So if Donald Trump offered you that job?
Well, I'd have to have discussions with the president, but I'm looking forward to working with the president, helping the president, and moving this great country forward and Alaska forward.
Have you spoken with him since Saturday?
I spoke with his campaign folks, and I sent him a text. But I also understand that after such a traumatic moment, the president's going to need to talk with his inner circle and his family more so than folks outside.
Did he respond? Was he texting over the weekend?
He was texting with some. Yeah. I got a text back immediately from the campaign chair, so we're in contact.
Yeah.
Well, as we continue to grapple with the aftermaths of this weekend, pretty much every person we have talked to, elected official or otherwise, has talked about how the tone of this convention needs to be different as a result. Much more toned down rhetoric, a lowering of the temperature across the board, more of a message of unity. And I just wonder, given what you see in your state or just in your position as a governor, if you see an America that is truly capable of that right now, given how deeply rooted our divisions seem to be.
I do. I think what happened yesterday shook everyone to the core. I really do believe that. And I was on the floor yesterday on the convention, and I did not pick up from anyone that there was a attitude or an atmosphere of vindictiveness or quote, going after folks. Quite the opposite. I think people were excited about the possibilities of another Trump administration coming in here November 5th. The discussions were very, I think, positive. And I'm an individual that doesn't really tolerate that type of talk, to be honest with you. I'm not part of that. Don't want to be part of that. And I think the country. I hope the country is at a point now where we start to focus more on policies as opposed to personalities.
Well, today's theme, crime and immigration. If there's any one of these 4 days where the rhetoric could get hot, where the red meat's going out the crowd, I presume it will be today. Do you agree?
Possibly. But I mean, those two topics, crime and immigration, I think are topics that are near and dear to most Americans' hearts. And we are a country of immigrants. But, I believe in a strong wall with many doors. I believe that we should have a strong wall in which we have immigration, in which we're bringing people into this country that want to be Americans. They're going to contribute to America. Unfettered, wide open borders, I think, is a catastrophe for any sovereign in the world, especially this country. And in terms of crime, I think over the last couple of years, we've seen our cities burn. We've seen the homeless issue escalate. I think it's problematic, and I do think a change in administration will bring changes on the ground.
Well, it's interesting to hear you say this as the governor of Alaska, which is perhaps furthest removed from the southern border, at least in a physical sense, as any state can.
She's
can
like,
be.
you are in Alaska.
To what extent would you say this is the dominant thought
about our border.
Well,
of the people that you govern, or is it a different issue?
We are far away, but unfortunately for Alaska, we've had more deaths per capita through fentanyl than any other state in the country. And that fentanyl is coming through the southern border. So just that alone, if we can somehow impact that, affect that in a positive way to reduce that flow, it's going to help Alaska. It's going to help every country in the United States, probably Hawaii as well, even though Hawaii is in the middle of the Pacific. But unfettered borders doesn't help anyone. And as I mentioned, in Alaska's case, the fentanyl coming over the border hurts us as well.
Is that so much a border issue, if I could ask you quickly, or is that actually a China issue at the root?
Probably a combination of both. Probably a combination of both. But if you have a southern border in which there are thousands and thousands and thousands of people coming over, not checked, unfettered, getting into the country, and you have cartels in Mexico, it doesn't take it doesn't take a genius, but two
so you want
together,
them fettered, man?
No? It's really interesting to hear that that's a long journey from the southern border to Alaska. Talk to us about
same for salmon. They swim upstream to get back to their kin.
It's just the same way it gets
That's
to
an
Minnesota,
Alaskan
Maine.
thing.
You
So
can
does
drive
fentanyl,
to Alaska.
apparently.
You have to go through Canada. You can fly. You can mail it. You can take it on ships. These people are very creative. As a response to this, we just passed the bill that I signed a week before I came to the convention that increased the penalties for dealing drugs that result in a death to a second-degree murder charge. Because we have to get serious about this. Everybody knows somebody that has been impacted by drugs.
No. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, how you doing, man? How you feeling on this beautiful Tuesday? The week has already started. We've dealt with so much, man. I'm telling you, from the weekend till today, till everything we're going to go through, and then we got even more after this week, and then before you know it, it's the end of July, and then we got elections and the end of summer. Even the market's coming back down right now as I'm talking. It's starting to look like a little bit of yesterday and Friday. Oh, my goodness. So many things on the table, and I think now, with all that being said, we could use this time to talk a little bit outside of the market and talk a little bit about life. So, if you are new, God bless you. It's good to see you here. Always good to see a new name in the chat, especially if you're vibing and you may have to spend 24 hours to unlock the chat feature. But if you don't know what PHILO is, every day, well, I guess we have been doing it every day. I don't know. It shouldn't really be every day. Maybe you should sit on them every now and then. But we like to take a time out and just talk about life, talk about things not related to stocks, and just discuss aspects related to just how we live and operate, down to spirituality, and just quite frankly, it just comes down to me sharing a lot of stuff I've been thinking about, usually on a day-to-day basis. It's funny. Because if you guys were here when we first started, you really will get to see the origins of PHILO and how, the questions morphed into this moment to talk about what we do every day at this moment now. So, point is, we're going to spend some time here talking about some other stuff. And before I do that, I will say, man, if you care about bettering your life, if you care about philosophy and finding the utmost potential, the highest potential in your life, and living up to it, and living up to a future self that is much better, and you embrace that, and you embrace the culture of loving your neighbor as you love yourself, you embrace the culture of advancing and trying harder. Oh my, you are family, my friend. You are family. So keep it up, man. Like I said, I've been really proud of it, and if I could say something, I don't know if you heard it in my voice, but I really get proud about this one, man. For real, those of you who have started a long-term recently, I'm very proud of you. For real, because I don't know if it was the PHILOs, me being obnoxious about it, but the way we've been driving home this idea of the future self, to see that message come out and to see some of y'all take it in and turn it into something. Oh, you know what I'm saying? It's beautiful, man. For real, I love it. So keep it up, man. You are not too late, man. And definitely start it. And I hope all of this stuff calling out to you, it is calling out to you, man. And thinking about that future self and putting yourself in that position, it is going to take you a long way. So good work, baby. Even if you started your long-term a while ago. Keep it up, baby. But now, Chattadonia, are you ready? Are you ready? I don't know about this PHILO. This PHILO is an interesting PHILO. You know that? I have a very interesting PHILO to share with you. So, have you ever felt, no matter how much you prayed, no matter how much you've read, how much you wanted it, no matter how much you wished for it, no matter what you did, just everything felt the same? Have you ever cried out to God, but he still ain't answer you? Have you felt like, oh man, I care about this so much, but then nothing, doesn't matter how much you cry about it or care about it, nothing changes? I would argue this is a universal experience of life. Although I think some of you feel this more directly, I would argue we've all, in this life, you've spent a lot of send a message, don't get one back. Even more so, bro, as somebody who reads my Bible every day, I talk to y'all about it. It's hard. It really is. I hope you guys don't ever, if you really think all of this PHILO stuff comes naturally, and if you don't think it really is effort and like work that I have to do to bring out PHILO to stay up to date with it's like a relationship. I'm telling you, man. If you don't think that, then you're heavily mistaken, because you don't just wake up every day feeling the Holy Spirit. You don't wake up every day wanting to be a good person. You know that? You guys, nobody plants weeds, but weeds grow. Your human nature, bro. You don't wake up and you're like, I want to be nice today. Oh, I just woke up really early. Oh, I can't wait to fucking deal with people and turn the other cheek. Like, have you ever thought about it? Come on, let's be real. You don't wake up like that. I don't wake up like that. And so if y'all don't think it's an effort, if you don't think it's a job in and of itself to remain positive, to stick to a path, oh man, you're gravely mistaken. And why I hope you realize that, so that you don't have a very unrealistic expectation on yourself. And I hope you realize really what it takes. But that's not what I'm here to talk to you about. This is all just the pregame. All just the pregame. But I do want to talk about, something simple, man. How come I don't feel anything? Some of y'all think you feel stuff when you play a stock, but like, come on, how come you don't feel anything? I read, I read, I pray. I did this. How come? How come? It don't feel like anything. Why? Have faith. I do have faith. Nothing changes. Oh, y'all don't feel me. I pray to God. I read my Bible. I try to be nice to people. But what? I still don't feel the same. Day after day. Well, I hope today can give you an answer. I really do. And this is a fire answer. And what I mean by fire, is it a good one? Yeah. But I really hope that you could put yourself in your actions, I hope you could line it up. Are you ready? Do you want to know why it feels the same? And no matter how much you pray, no matter how much you read or whatever it is, it's because circumstances don't change. Yeah, there will be a different circumstance depending on where you're at. Over time, circumstances don't change. But some of y'all, you have to deal with a specific set of circumstances. And I know some of you are. I'm telling you, I've had, and I don't want to talk about it, but I definitely, I've known some of y'all for years, and not in a good way. I don't know if they even listen to PHILO. I could think of like 10 people that I have known from the day I started streaming on YouTube. Day one, they hated me. Or they were skeptical, and to this day, they still dislike me. I think they're probably banned. But I know their circumstance has not changed. Even in 5 years, they have had the exact same circumstance of complaining about the government and God and whatever else, and as much as they disliked me and whatever, but I know their circumstance has not changed in 5 years. So yeah, circumstances will change, but generally, we all have a circumstance that's going to be borderline the same to a degree. And again, I'm never saying that like, oh, everyone's damned to this or that, but I want you to keep this in mind. You know why? Because here's the answer. Circumstances don't change. Only your choices. I hope you feel me. You get it? You don't feel anything because your choices aren't changing. It's hard to feel different when you're thinking different, but you're doing the same thing. No? You tell me. Think about it. I read the book. Did it change the next decision you made? Oh, I love PHILO. Oh, PHILO's great. It's changing my life. Did it really change the next choice that you made? You don't need to get caught up on the circumstances. Some of you, I think you're trying to figure it out. You know what a circumstance is. Just go Google it. Don't get caught up in it. The answer, the conclusion is that your choices are the thing that matter the most. The choices that you choose to make, that's going to change how you feel. If you say, I'm going to be a better person, and the things I'm listening to, and I'm reading, and all of this, and I'm supposed to feel this God, but every time I'm presented with the opportunity to make a choice, I'm acting in the same way I would have acted before I read the book, before I made a prayer, before I decided I wanted to achieve something in life, then you are going to keep feeling the same no matter what. Man, you want to wake up right now and you want all this stuff. You want to read the book and watch it come to life. Change your choices. There's a difference in the man who says, oh, I believe this, and his choices don't change, versus somebody who's like, wow, I believe this, and I'm not going to make a decision that makes me act like the old person. Are your actions aligning with a new you or an old you? That is my question for the day. Because if it feels the same, your actions may just be doing the old thing. I don't think y'all realize how easy it is as a human for us to listen to something every day, want something every day, act contrary to it and then sit there and wallow and ask ourselves why we don't feel anything different. Are old ways bad? Come on, man. You know the answer. It all depends. I don't know your life. Y'all need to pray for discernment. But I will tell y'all, some of you guys are terrified of this PHILO. Look, can I be real with you? You know why? Because I'm already seeing a lot of BS questions. It's simple. Are your choices changing for the better? Since I need to clarify. If not, you're not going to feel anything new. If not, you're going to go spend every single day acting like you're changing, acting like you care about these things. But if your choices are not aligning to a better new you, and you're not making good choices, that is the only thing that is going to affect your behavior. That is the only thing that will affect your feeling. Yes, there's other things that go into it. But when it's all said and done, do you know what this is called? Cognitive dissonance. Your mind does one thing, your body and actions do the other. You feel this certain way about something, but you don't act it out and live it out. So, Chad, what choices are you going to make? And listen, I think some of y'all need to get this too, man. I've been telling y'all a lot about righteous and the righteousness, bro. We are all righteous. And we are not righteous because we did anything. I'm not righteous because I got up and pressed start stream because I gave away money and did that. No. It's because somebody died on the cross for me, baby. But why do I say that? Because I think some of y'all need to realize too, this was the PHILO. This is not too late. Some of y'all really need to wake up to that. You got to make a choice to what you're acting on in your mind. Do you get it? Some of y'all are making that choice every day to say, I'm too far gone. Oh, yeah, no, I've already done this wrong. Oh, it's too late. Oh, it's already this much time. Do you get what I'm saying? It's one thing to not have enough faith, but it's another thing to make a choice off of that mindset that's going to wind you up in somewhere not as good. So do y'all get me? One, I guess, or number two, I'm telling you, it's not too late. Some of y'all need to make that choice for it. But also, man, if you want real change, you want something real to happen, you want those books you read, you want the therapy to work, you want anything, you want a real feeling and a real action out of it, your choices need to change. What you choose to do will create the whole environment of how you feel. Oh, I like this stuff. I believe in it. Guess what, bro? Stop. Why do you think I'm getting so hyped right now? Why am I getting so hyped? It's the same thing I told y'all good work on. Because you realize how this PHILO is about the long term as well? That's what I love about the long term, bro. You have no idea. Not only is it great, but like some of y'all, I think you're going to understand the PHILO way better by understanding the long term. Because that's dude, guess it's the same thing. How many of you guys have told me for years, oh, yeah, I love this, Josh. Oh, yeah. Oh, Josh, you inspired me. Oh, Josh. Oh, yeah. He never made a fucking long term. Why do you think you feel frustrated every day by the market, no matter what happens, what you learn, what set of news, whatever it may be? You feel exhausted and angry at the market. You know why? Your choices haven't changed. You did not make a choice for the long term. Doesn't matter what happens in the market. The point is, you have not made a choice. You're still living in the same choice of years ago, refusing to change it. And vice versa. Why do you think some people, it don't matter what the market does? They're like, oh, I love it here. Oh, yeah, it's great. Oh, all-time highs. Oh, it keeps growing. Because they made a choice. Again, the long term. How they acted on it. Did they actually invest? If you actually took your money every month and set it aside and grew it, then there you go. Yeah, that choice is going to bring about a new feeling. So, Chattadonia. Circumstances are one thing, man. But your choices are going to bring out your real feelings. But better yet, I don't care about bringing about a new feeling. I'm here today for the people who need to wake up. And what I mean by that is the people who feel like they ain't feeling nothing. And that's because it's hard to get the real reaction we need if we don't change our choices. It's hard for me to show you the long term if you never save that 10%. I can't share with you the glory of ignoring whatever happens in the market and you benefiting off of it. We can't do that until you change your decision. So I hope you feel me, Chattadonia. I hope you take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and mine channel. First link for the Scream-A-Lot's bait camp and real estate. This is the weather when it's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signing and it's deeded, and my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it unless it say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the tropes. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yup, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest's on the way, you gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade, either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain, every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to faith. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run, they want it all today. My father is really awesome, don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it, so either way, giving thanks. Yep, you could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank, a speaker without a face, a people without a race. They eating without a taste, they scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught without it. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. It's a call. Bump, 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 bump. Hey, got 2020, baby. What's up, Samuel? Horn. Amen. Amen, baby. Let's go. Give me the horn. Samuel. My man, thank you. Thank you, and welcome back. Got the color, got the poor, they can make the money both ways. And then Russell's still going up, 22.65. Nazi and Spy still down. Russell nonstop. Arc be arcing. What time is it? Yippers. That's crazy. 10:30. We still got a lot of time, actually. We got 2.5 hours remaining. Tiara, welcome and thank you. Amen. This long time. Today's fair. That's good, man. I'm glad you guys liked it. That was the one yesterday, but then I was gonna give you yesterday, but then some things came up, and then the scheduling, and the timing. So it's good, man. It's very, very good. I'm glad. But again, make some actions off of it, man. Make some actions off of it. Google and all of the tech names, or at least the bigger tech names, they're still getting mocked. Credit cards. Didn't you ask me this the other day? But I'm a big fan of debt, of good debt. Just got to watch out for the dangerous debt. Vasquez likes. Amen. Long term at 30K today. Wow, keep building. Let's go, baby. I think I saw, dude, a lot of breakouts on long terms today. There's just been enough time, and then some of the gains, and then the value. I think a lot of them did very, very good. What is big debt? I said good debt. So, like, good debt, like, I think if it's for real estate, I mean, if you're taking out debt and the interest rate is low enough and the value of the asset's good, that's awesome. I think the only debt that's not good is like credit card, like revolving debt. That's usually high interest and then it's not really backed by anything. I think that's where you got to watch out. Medical debt. I mean, you could kind of get out of medical debt, so that's not as bad. But, you know, you just got to be mindful that you're actually getting, you know, debt that's productive, representative of good assets, and just don't get in debt just to get debt or spend money. That's the thing. I think that's where a lot of people, like, fuck up. I don't think they realize how, like, easy it is to, it's very easy to get into, like, a spending trap. Like, I don't think you realize, like, I think I don't know, I'd say about 30 to 40% of you in here, and, like, Americans in general, like, their plans get, like, clapped for the long term because of poor spending. That's it. Just racking up debt on dog shit. On clothes, on going out, random this, random that. You made a bad car purchase. You're like, oh, yeah, I should buy a $100,000 or $50,000 car even though I only make $20,000 a year. Oh, the car loses its value. You know, think about it. You could, like, literally bad spending and, like, debt because of bad spending. That is one of the number one killers of wealth. Just or, like, it hurts you in those developmental years where you can be building wealth, but instead all your money is just going towards just really random spending. Your long term started just under 4 years ago. I'm 26 and it's under 60K. Your encouragement and wisdom appreciated. My wife's long term at 30K. God be the glory, baby. Bro, that's really hype, and don't you guys ever forget, keep building, and look, and congrats, you're married, you guys are there together. Like, think about it, that's almost $100,000 right there. That's almost a paid-off house in the Midwest, in the middle of America. I mean, not in California, I know, but that's amazing, bro, and keep growing in, not just in a couple of years. So imagine what's going to happen in 10, 15 years from now, just even more and more and more. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Oh shit, my bad. Someone got astray. I meant to get the other dude. You're good though. My bad. It's overlooked. Great point out. The spending. It is, man. It is. You get a lot in Buffalo. 100K. Amen. But yeah, the point is just make sure that you control that spending. So when it comes down to credit cards, just try not to spend so much on random dumb shit. And the more you could save, the better. If you could be wise and frugal with your consumerism, it'll go a long, long way. And then again, it just takes a couple of years, man, before you guys know it. Like, again, like even Dustin just said, you know, what he was able to do. It's just like little by little, you're going to walk away with a bag. And then you're going to have money. And then, you know, now eventually after enough years, it'll be enough money to do something quite meaningful. You know what I'm saying? We're talking you could go buy a house. You could go buy a company. You could get whatever you want. But, like, we're not talking, you know, small amounts of money, which I get really excited about that. That shit gets me hyped. And you start your long term in the first 12 months of listening. I would be getting mad when it went up because I knew I wasn't investing. I feel it happens all the time, bro. You have no idea. And, like, it just really started to click. And what I'm saying is, like, bro, there's so many people who just don't get a long term even though they hear me say it. But it's wild, bro. Like, it really blew my mind when I had two different Chads, and we're talking, like, 4 or 5 year badges. And these guys have even made, like, YouTube channels and told me all sorts of shit over the years. And then I find out both of these dudes ain't make a fucking long term. And I was like, that's insane. It blew my mind. But then it did remind me of, like, that sadly, that is the reality of it. I mean, you would be shocked how many people end up doing it. But, you know, this idea of listening, being exposed to it, having an opportunity. Again, bro, people be making stock trading businesses, and they try to get into the stock industry, and they don't even fucking own things. It's kind of mind-blowing. So, but you just got to watch out and make sure you don't make that mistake, because that, I think, is the thing, and it's normal for you to do it. What I'm saying is, like, yeah, if you waited and delayed, I mean, it doesn't really surprise me that much, but if you let that if you get too comfortable doing nothing, it is going to it's going to hurt you. Spy chill. Damn, Bond's hitting a new high. Ay on the buy yines. You have to love saving more than you love spending. Amen, bro. And nothing helps you fall in love with saving than getting a long term and then being able to look at it every day. Because that's it. Because then you're like, wow, it went up. And then your mind's like, what if I did it for this long? What would it be at after this? What if I do this and then this happens? Oh, my gosh, I love all of these. Oh, my gosh, I need to keep saving. If I just bought, instead of buying shoes, if I bought this instead, if I just went to long term instead, they're like, oh, my gosh. And then I could have had this. And then, so it's the same thing. But that's why I like getting a long term and like looking at it. I mean, it's fun for the whole family. See, this is what I'm talking about. Just staring at it, bro. Let's refresh it. I don't know. Like, it's hype, bro. Like, look at, bro, this thing's about to hit 200K. It's crazy. So combined, we'd be there by now. But, like, bro, then even this is this small one. This is the YouTube account, bro. It is over $20,000 now. It's kind of crazy. We were at, what, 20,000 at the end of June? Again, this one blew my mind because remember we were going over it. But even then, November, this thing was at 13. So it's very, very good. You can't see minus the principal. I mean, just literally subtract out of this year from January. You're up, what, $5,000-$6,000, and then we've deposited $1,800. So I know Fidelity has one too. Let me see. Why am I addicted to options? Stocks don't give the gains that I want. You could gain 10,000%, but can only lose 100. Trade stocks, do your thing, but you don't have a long term. You just don't give a shit about your future. That's it. You just are gonna live off of movement money. You know what I'm saying? You're never gonna have any assets. You don't ever want anything besides your bank account and something there to grow and have assets and letting it be there. Again, you could have made thousands of % on some of the other stuff over time. It's crazy how fast the video went up, or even like Meta, but no one's telling you not to trade, and I could see why you could be addicted to it, but the idea is get a long term. Have something in that background. You ignore the laws of wealth. Let me see. Fidelity has a way to show minus investments, but I don't know if it shows my whole account number thing. Yeah, it only counts my, because the beginning of the year when we moved the account. But it's the same thing even year to date. So again, 150 to 190, and then we've deposited about $18,000 this year. So from 150 to 190, it's like 42,000 minus 18 grand. And then that does incorporate the dividends, but it doesn't tell you how much. Yeah, I know it does. It only shows, though, from my, like, it shows deposits. It says deposits net, but then that's only counting, what's it called? That's counting from when we move the account over. So it's counting the whole account transfer as a $175,000 deposit. But that wasn't what we did. I like Dell. I just think it's way overpriced after that recent run-up. Oh, shit. TLT's at 94. You guys remember we were talking, what's the price? 94.80? So that's the top, I think, for TLT. Bro wants, I don't know. I mean, some people, too, don't underestimate it. Like, a lot of people on the stock market, on, like, the internet, a lot of people, like, being a degenerate is, like, their personality. If that makes any sense. So they try to, like, play this, like, game of, like that's their personality. Where they're like, oh, I'm a degenerate. Oh, I do this. Oh, yeah, I like this. Oh, yeah, so cool. Oh, yeah, like, yeah, my personality. You know what I'm saying? So it's not that deep all the time. But just get a long term. Weed going positive. I think Paramount is a difficult company to trade. I think you got to be very, very mindful. dip, you dip, we dip. Damn, you hit a new high on the Russell, and then SPY is just literally not moving. And then my bonds. Yeah, I'm still in my NQ and my Russell play. Nothing has changed. Again, should have waited on both, but at the end of the day, they'll move at the end of the day. And we'll do our thing there. Last 10 minutes. Yeah, I seen the Russell. And then the bond play, though, too. That play's killing it. So still riding. I wish I had my gold still, but hey. It is what it is. Yeah, gold. Dude, gold is insane. It's like kind of like, wow. It's at 24/7 day. Ah! Yeah, bro, that's wild. I have physical gold. Yeah, big fan of physical. All I have is physical gold. I mean, I've been trading paper gold on the futures as of late, but other than that, nah, man, I'm all I care about is physical gold. It's a big fan of physical. You can imagine meeting Josh in real life and his internet personality not match his reality of being a quiet, shy guy. Are you saying I'm like one of those dudes who talks hella freaky? I'm like, what's up, girl? When I take you home, girl. And then in person, I'm like, hey, nice to meet you. Yeah. No, I think I'm the same when not on the internet. I'm just more quiet. So, like, I could shut up. Like, that's the thing. I think some of y'all just think I'm a nonstop yapper. But, like, low-key, like when I play video games by myself, I don't say a word. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not, like, that hyped. You know what I'm, like, that's it. Other than that, like, I eat dinner, I'll shut up. You know, I could sit there and be quiet. Like, you would be pleasantly surprised. Oh, I think I got were you the one who sent me the Ethereum thing? So, I don't, honestly, all I would do is just send the wallet. So, go get some BNB if you can, if it's saying you need BNB. Because I don't know what Ethereum meta is at all. But if I had a wallet that said there was money in it of that nature, I would just send it to another wallet or see if you could do a conversion there. But I'm not too sure. Yeah, somebody sent me an email. Their friend has a wallet with $26,000 of Ethereum meta. There's 620,000 of these tokens, and they don't know how to take it out. That's why I said it's in MetaMask. I say just send it to another wallet or confirm it or convert it, but it's saying that he needs BNB to transfer. So I don't know if it's a scam, but what I would do is if I would put scam hacker, really? Uh-oh, then don't touch it. But I would just try to convert it or sell out of it, but I wouldn't try anything else besides that. Yeah, if you notice, everyone's saying be careful. But, like, from a trusted account, if you could send yourself BNB to try to execute the trade, maybe that could be something. Otherwise, it's a dud unless it... Because usually on MetaMask, you could convert from one currency to another. Yeah, how did your friend even buy it? That's what everyone's saying. Other people are saying don't interact with it at all. Because once you start signing things and open up the permissions, you can't get clapped. Yeah, you could try sending it to a bum address and convert it. Yeah, where did you get it? Where did the coworker find Ethereum Meta? That is a big question. Like the Nikes. It's a scam. As soon as you transfer BNB to pay the transfer fee, it'll automatically be sent to the scammer's real wallet. So there you go. That's another one. Everyone's saying don't open it, don't interact. Oh, I forgot earnings. Is there any good earnings? I remember I did a pancake swap before. That was cool. At Levant, yeah, there's actually quite a bit. Today, after hours, I think all the companies are shit. But there is names for tomorrow morning. So let me see if I could pull up some previews for you. What better way than bringing you an angry press briefing? It's funny because I've seen the show Secretary of State, and you would think they would like their job, but I get the impression they all hate it.
In this speed. So we continue to support the Georgian people's
let me go pull up these previews for you guys.
Aspirations, but we have seen the government of Georgia take a different turn and take a different path. We've seen the government of Georgia pass laws that move Georgia away from its democratic trajectory. As you know, you've spoken about the law that they passed and how the effect that it could have on civil society and the way it could enable government crackdowns on legitimate democratic rights. And so it is the Georgian government's actions that have fundamentally altered its relationship with the United States, but not just with the United States, with countries in Europe. And on that point, any update for us regarding the second tranche? No. Of visa sanctions? No updates from here. All right, thanks everyone.
Damn it, that's it? Bro, what? I needed that. I just needed like 5 more minutes of you being angry. The fuck? Just can't catch a break, bro. Unless you guys want to watch the RNC. I had enough of that, though. That was a lot. It was intense. Let me play this in the background.
As Tim mentioned, but we're going to kind of tie it all together. Banking, the consumer lending, we're going to talk about that live this hour. The CEO of Bank of America, Brian Moynihan, joining our David Weston in just a moment.
Okay, I don't need to tell you this, Carol. It's an election year. We're going to get an understanding of what happens to markets during election years a little later in the program, too.
Right. Does it matter who is ultimately in the White House come November? We're going to tackle that in just a moment. And as we mentioned, what you need to know about today's upbeat retail sales report and how it contrasts with the surge in car repossessions. That's going to be, Tim, our one more thing.
All that and more over the next hour. First up, a check of the day's trade and some top business stories. Here's Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much, Tim and Carol. We have got stocks pushing higher. You alluded to the Dow now surging by 633 points, up 1.6%. S&P also in record territory, up 18 points, up now by 0.3%. It is, however, a very mixed market. NASDAQ 100 index, both retreating. We've got the NASDAQ Composite Index down 0.2%. NASDAQ 100 index down almost 0.4%. Perhaps, though, the big equity story today is what is happening with small caps, specifically the Russell 2000 index. That index now surging by 2.8%. 10-year, 4.17%. The 2-year, 4.45%. Spot gold up $42 the ounce, up 1.7%. While West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.2%, $80.93 for a barrel of WTI. United Health Group certainly driving gains in the Dow. It reported second quarter results that topped Wall Street's expectations, even as a key measure of the insurer's medical costs was higher than anticipated. UNH, United Health, up now by 5.7%. So again, recapping, big gains for the Dow, up 1.6%, S&P up 0.3%, NASDAQ down 0.2%. Russell 2000, worth repeating, up by 2.8%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Also coming up later this hour, we're going to get into J.D. Vance. And what's interesting is increasingly the Republican
you guys are going to talk about J.D. Vance?
Or this ticket.
That's crazy. You guys have not talked about him yet. I'm glad you guys are going to talk about him. You guys hear that? They're going to go over J.D. Vance because they haven't before. So that's good because, you know what I'm saying? Today, bro, yesterday even flew by. I can't believe it. Yesterday was really, really quick. So right now we are going to go over some quick earnings previews. And then I think we're going to be done. Earnings previews, then a game of 2K. And then before you know it, it'll be Euro close. And then that's it. Yeah, these summer days, they come and go. See, I might have to stream outside, though. I kind of need a tan. I was inspired after I got burned the other day. Then it the burn turned into a tan, bro. I'm like, wow, this is nice. This is nice. All right, which ones do I only have 3? So I'm gonna do ASML, J&J, and then Elevance. That's it. That is it. So these are the earnings previews. I'm gonna expect you to figure out some of it, but I will try my best to go over them. Let me get ASML. I don't know. Elevance. Yeah, I canceled the doctor's appointment. Fuck them. They pissed me off. Navigating the American healthcare system. They called me right before, and they're like, yeah, you need to do all this stuff. And I'm like, so you want me to go to another doctor, and you want me to go into another building and then come back and do all of this just so I could find out what's wrong by asking you for a checkup? I'm like, this makes no damn sense. And then she was like, yeah, well, is this and then this? And I was like, no, it's fine. I just cancel my appointment. She's like, you can just come without it. And then if anything, and I'm like, but then you're not going to give me the answers I need. I'm like, just cancel it. It's okay. I'll figure it. I'll go fucking stretch or something, man. I'll figure it out. You guys are trash. I hate the American healthcare system, but you have to navigate it. You have to navigate it. But yeah, I canceled my appointment. I said, I'm not doing any of this. So, ASML, they're expecting new bookings of 4.85 billion euros, revenue of 6.06 versus guidance of 5.7 to 6.2. Next quarter, expecting revenue of 7.62 billion, gross margin of 51.1. Price history since last quarter, April 16th. ASML is up by 7.4. Stocks is up by 3.6. Last 4 quarters, loss of 10, gain of 10, or loss of 7, gain of 10, loss of 3, loss of 2. Revenue has beaten 11 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line, and EPS has beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters. Elevance. No, ASML. So this one's going to be expensive. They are pricing $69.50. So we'll go $69.35 right there in the middle. But that's a lot. That's less than 10%. $6.5%. That's a decent amount. They've moved more. They've moved double that on the last 2, but then the last 2 before that, they moved half of that. Mr. EU, the earnings will come out. Might be, yeah. I don't know how that's going to work, but it is foreign. So again, all the numbers I read were in euros. And then what? 2 standard deviations is like $140 out the money. So it's like $1,200, I think. It's suspense, Habibi. It's suspense. Bro, meanwhile, bonds are just going crazy. So, again, 94.68 or 98. I think that's the top there for bonds. Okay, so that's ASML. Next one is J&J. Johnson & Johnson. They've been kind of pinned. They're near the lows. This is kind of a good value play. So J&J, they're expecting revenue of $23.32 billion worldwide, year-over-year sales growth, loss of 12.6. I'm not going to go over every segment. MedTech expected to bring 8.1, $5.49 billion in expenses, $3.72 billion in R&D, and EPS expected to be $2.71 a share. Full year guidance revenue of 88.7 to 89.1 billion, EPS of 1060 to 1075. Since last quarter, April 15th, Johnson & Johnson is up by 1.1, S&P is up by 11.2, XLV is up by 6.6. Last 4 quarters, near-term options implied 2.4%. Last 4 quarters, loss of 2, loss of 2, gain of 2, loss of 1. Revenue has beaten 13 of the last 20 with 2 in line. EPS has beaten 18 of the last 20 with 1 in line. So J&J. $3.90, $4. So $4 priced in. That's not bad at all. But again, they just don't move. I want to say we played J&J or no, Procter & Gamble. That was the one that doesn't move a lot, and we hit 1,000% or like 400% on last quarter. Yeah, they're only pricing in 2.5. So I don't know. I think they haven't moved. They're underperforming the industry and everything a lot. U.S. has received intel of Iranian plot to assassinate Trump. CNN. That's the news source right now. CNN is coming out with that. Apparently, there is an Iranian intel of a plot to assassinate Donald Trump. Or maybe the Iranians found the plot by the Americans. I don't know. All I see is that headline, no known connection to Saturday's rally, says CNN. So it's not connected to the rally. But they are saying that there's an Iranian intel to assassinate Trump. Navigating the American healthcare system. Many men wish death upon me. No, I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. And then Kroger pop in. But yeah, J&J, good luck on that one. It's just, if you think it'll break out of the 2%, that'll be a big one. But if that just stays within there, then it's not going to do anything. And then the final play here for earnings. Again, these are all tomorrow morning. There's not that many in the AM today. Elevas, ELV. They're near all-time highs, man. Elevas. So Elevas, they're expecting revenue of $43.05 billion, benefit expense ratio 86.4, operating ratio 11.0, EPS of $10, ending medical memberships 46.09 million, full year guidance EPS greater than 37.20. Since last quarter, April 17th, Elevas is up by 5.3, S&P is up by 12.6, and XLV is up by 7.0. Near-term options imply 4.2% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 3, break even, gain of 1, and gain of 4. Revenue has beaten 12 of the last 20 quarters with 3 in line. EPS has beaten 15 of the last 20 with 5 in line. And then High Ticker is going crazy all of a sudden. What was Elevance? Aren't they Anthem or whatever? So they are pricing in $20.50. We'll go 2020. So all of these are pricing in a little bit compared to, like other bigger earnings, but compared to these companies, they just don't move a lot. So, yeah, they're pricing in 3.6. And then how much has Elevance moved? So, yeah, Elevance barely moves. And they're right in line. So $40 will be 2 standard deviations if you're into that shit. And they don't even have next week's. So, yeah, honestly, I don't think I'm going to play any of these. I think they're all kind of duds. If any of these move outside of expected, they're all going to move a shit ton. But these could also be the ones where they just kind of move in line and then burn all the premium. All right. Well, I'm going to go to the bathroom. J&J might surprise. I like because Procter & Gamble, that one hasn't moved in a while. Let me actually see. J&J could be a decent one. Just because, but then it hasn't moved in a long-ass time. That's the only thing that gets me a little bit hesitant. And then Russell's hitting a new high. That thing is not stopping. All right, and I will be right back. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I will BRB.
All right, I'll take up the rest of the show now.
All yours.
Yeah, really, I mean, look, first of all, the one thing we didn't see was credit problems. And I everybody keeps harping, boy, we're going to have all this trouble in the banking system from real estate. And, they've reserved a lot. And, we're not, we're seeing losses. Bank of America actually said commercial real estate losses will be lower in the second half of the year. Fascinating, right? Secondly, loan growth is slow. Right? We got a slowing economy. We just talked about it. You had an economist on, economy's slowing. I think the Fed is behind. I wish they would get started. But, September appears to be in the cards, but they need to get going. The economy's slowing. There's no loan growth. So what do banks have? If there's no loan growth, earnings are fine. Capital grows. They buy back stock. Maybe they start buying each other. That's what happens when you don't have any loan growth. And credit quality is fine. I mean, they've done a nice job. They've been very conservative, really, since COVID. And this is not 2007 and 8. And I keep saying that, but it's not. It's not showing up.
Well, why do you think the Fed is behind?
Because there's such a lag to them moving rates, right? When they raise rates, it takes a long time for it to take effect. When they lower rates, same thing. It's not like 25 basis points is going to change anybody's economic behavior or viability. So, my guess is they tiptoe and give us 25s for a while, but that's pushing on a string early on. So it takes time for all those effects to take hold, for financing to become more attractive for people to be able to refinance or invest in new projects. So, yeah, they've got to get going if the economy's slowing.
When does it start to concern you that they haven't gotten going yet?
Well, I mean, I'm already concerned. I think they're already late. If you think about unemployment, I mean, where do we bottom? 3.4? We're at 4.1. And if you look at different statistics, things like the household survey, the numbers are not as rosy on the employment side. So I think they've got work to do.
I do wonder, too, Anton, when you look at the space, what is your favorite, first of all, big bank? What's your favorite other bank, if you will, in the space?
Okay.
And why? Yeah.
All right. Well, I've always loved geography. So, again, I'm going to talk about the Southeast and Tennessee. So First Horizon, it's a pretty good-sized bank, right? It's just under $100 billion in size. They had agreed to sell the TD years ago. The deal got scuttled. TD got in some trouble. I think that company is doing well fundamentally. I think they're in great markets, and potentially someone else could go, I'd love to be in those markets as well. So I think operationally they're great, and I think fundamentally and they're attractive. So, if you go down the food chain, and I think I may have talked about it before, but First Bank in Mississippi, they're in Georgia and Mississippi and Florida. So, two states that are really growing well. And Mississippi, by the way, has a lower unemployment rate than Texas.
First Horizon, by the way, is one of the top holdings. It's number 9 in your fund. It's about 4% of your fund. Anton, what about banks that you want to stay away from? You said, well, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you said that we might still see some shakeup in some of the regional banks when it comes to real estate. So
sure.
Yeah. So which ones do you want to avoid as a result of that?
Yeah, I'm not seeing a lot of failure. So first of all, let me not say that you should go out and short a bunch of banks that have a lot of real estate exposure. But there will be some losses. Things like life sciences, right? That was a hot area to lend into. It's not a good area right now. So people who have exposure to things like that, are at risk. If you saw some downgrades on things like Bank of the Ozarks a month ago, then interesting earnings to look at. I really respect the CEO, but he's got a lot of real exposure to things like that.
I do wonder too, in terms of what the Fed does or doesn't do, do you think, we've been talking a lot about politics, and are you concerned that the Fed gets caught up in some of the political environment and maybe doesn't do, as you said, I think that they're already behind the curve. Are you concerned that they get caught up in that and maybe, don't move as fast as they're already behind the curve according to you. So do you think they kind of get caught up in that?
Well, I think they had gotten caught up. I think they acted a little late in raising rates. I think Chairman Powell was waiting to get reappointed. So that transitory thing on inflation was bad. President Biden has promised a rate cut, some months ago, so the Fed is going to cut rates. Well, there's a little bit of pressure. He hasn't said anything lately, but, at this point, he's behind in the polls. A lot of the people at the Fed have been appointed by him. So we can say the Fed's not a political organization, but certainly people are going to have some loyalty to him, and he's behind in the polls. So I suspect there'll be pressure on the Fed to cut rates by the administration if we get any more bad economic statistics.
Anton, one last question. We're getting ready to hear from the CEO of Bank of America, or David Westing, sitting down with him in just a moment. What would be your top question to him? What's top of mind for you?
I'm not going to lie.
Look, I'm a big fan.
You guys, I have a new guilty pleasure. I don't want to admit it, but I need to. Oh, there's a Reuters AI summit, but I'm eating spicy chips. Costco had this thing of flaming hot Cheetos, a variety box, and I bought it. And for some reason, my heartburn is not kicking in. So usually heartburn stops me. And I had 3 bags of them yesterday, and my whole entire poop this morning was just bright red. But I love them. I can't stop. Usually I get heartburn by now, but the heartburn is not attacking me, so I keep eating them, and I'm enjoying it, bro. Oh, I'm eating all of them. It's crazy. They got spicy Cheetos, hot fries, hot Funyuns. I'm hot everything, bro. Everything. Yeah, I know it's sad, bro. I never meant to hurt you. I never meant to make you cry, but tonight I'm never selling long term. One more time. Red poop don't scare you? Not when it's clearly hot Cheetos. You know what I'm saying? It's hands down hot Cheetos, without a doubt. One more time. And then Spy coming down. That sucks, bro. We have not moved. This is a much tighter range. It feels a lot like yesterday, but much tighter. And then the Russell just kept ripping. No news on Expedia. I don't think so, but travel earnings are about to get kicked into gear. Oh, damn. Expedia's up a ton. What the hell is that, actually? Let me see. Expedia. Short-term trend bullish. Price target raise. That's all I see. That's weird. I did that the other day with some of the other travel stuff and came down. I think we are going to play 2K, yeah. It's one of those days. I'm getting worked on the Russell short. My NASDAQ long went negative. I should have took it for that other 1,000 I had, but I'm chill. And then I'm making a fucking bag on the bonds. So in the meantime, I think it's a good time to play some 2K. There might be something we could play for y'all. I don't know if you want to listen to that AI event. And I think Monahan, yeah, here it is. This is Bank of America right now.
start to see there's a little of a softness in loan demand because of opportunity and cost, to your point. The cost of borrowing is higher, and the opportunity what to do with the money with economic uncertainty is higher. But you put that together, we believe that NII would trough this quarter. We called that. We showed a bridge where it goes from $13.9 billion this quarter to $14.5 billion in the fourth quarter, and we showed the steps to get there, which I think gave the market confidence that part of this requires a little bit of growth in loans and deposits, continued discipline in pricing, but a lot of it comes from mechanical repricing of assets that are rolling off their fixed rate and having them repriced to current rate structures.
Yeah, and those mechanical things you're reasonably certain of as much as you can be. But when you talk about growing, for example, small and medium-sized business loan, is that what I would call organic growth? Is that more customers, or is it current customers?
Wait, why is it so big?
More?
Well, it's both, but it's probably weighted in the small business area to more customers now. In the middle market area, it's driven a little bit by line usage. I don't know why it's so big. The percentage drawn on the line on average, and that's our average loans. And so in small business, we're adding customers. In middle market, we're adding customers. And in large corporate, really people don't use our lines much in the markets being strong for fixed income underwriting. Take the assets away from us. So it's across all that. So if you look at small business, our activity, i.e. new borrowers, is high. We have a big practice lending to dentists and doctors, and that's been growing pretty well. And we have just the general small business credit card, which is to do their operational stuff, a business credit card in small business. You can see that growing. But middle market line draws are basically relatively bouncing around at a level that is still about
full screening during market hours is crazy.
It was pre-pandemic.
That was an accident,
bro. Cost of borrowing went up. People aren't being quite as aggressive, and that's why the economy is slowing down. They're not hiring quite as many people. They're not buying that piece of equipment. They're not doing it because they're a little worried about final demand, and therefore they're being careful, which is unpleasant for your bank, but is okay because the companies don't make them profitable and the credit quality is good.
Yeah, and the Fed needs to slow it down a bit given where we're with inflation. At the same time, from where you sit, because you have such a vantage point into this, is that a straight line that's going down? Do you see it leveling off, or is it?
It's a flat line. So loans grew first quarter, second quarter.
This is Monahan.
On a
this is low-key Bank of America CEO. High-key, not low-key.
All the business lines grew loans, but
the wealth management business
grew faster, which is good because wealthy people, as their asset base goes up, tend to use it to do something a little more faster than a corporate might. There's not a lot of leverage finance going on. There's some, not a lot, because deals at higher prices and multiples and getting it all straight. That'll work itself through the system, and you have a lot of people on your show who are private equity colleagues that they're sitting there saying,
gold jumps, and then SPY going up here now.
The right price.
Again, I think Russell.
Right they can find deals.
Actually, Russell stopped, but now Nasdaq picking up.
If you look
my Nasdaq's actually about to go green now. So high.
Growing a bit, but growing consistent with the lower growth, 2% type growth, lower inflation economy. It's not growing as fast as it was coming. The pandemic shot up, went down, and started growing faster. Same with deposits, went up, drained down, they're stable. The activity is kind of normalizing now, and that's why I think the risk of the next turn in the track is actually getting the timing.
And I'll tell you how much I make on the bond play when I close out of it.
Rates down to create.
I don't know if you guys notice,
accommodation in the system.
I don't like flexing on y'all, and at the same way, just like I don't like hearing people when they're like, "Josh, do this. You should have done this. Oh, Josh, you're getting killed." Like, I don't fucking flex it on y'all when I'm on the way up, So I usually like to just recap it when I close the trade. If y'all cool with that, it's good. Yeah, it's very good. I've done very good on a lot of trades recently, so I like to tell you this while things are going good, because no matter what, this is how I always feel. But that way, no one's like, "Oh, it's because you're down." It's like, no, I'm making a lot, but I don't like to just. I don't like hearing all the other opinions. I don't want to flex on you. So at the same time, I'll recap it at the end of the day.
Got up in 16,
or once
17,
the play's
18,
over,
17,
or the
18,
watch
19,
list is a great place.
2.5, and then it was cut, if people forget, at the end of 19. We never got back to, quote, a normal rate environment that you would have seen in our early careers for years, David, where the Fed funds was 3.5, or sometimes even a lot higher. 10-year rate was 4.5. That normalized rate.
That includes TLT, but I'm not in TLT. I'm in ZB, the futures. I traded a bond future a couple weeks ago. I did that live in front of you guys, and I've still been holding. That was the one from the first Trump trade that we brought up.
Infrastructure Act, all this stuff going on is going to still be coming through the system. A lot of it's not spent yet; it's being spent.
Yeah, all plays are announced. That's why I don't know
demand, and
I've already announced that play. It's on the watch list. That's why I like asking me when I'm up or down on it.
Good for America.
I mean, you should be aware, but the plays are not
in a growing
concealed.
economy. That 3.5 didn't become too restrictive. That would be good, because that's a much sort of healthier
Watchlist
place
is
for
the
us
second
to be
link. Yeah, YouTube.com.
if 3.5
slash
is
the
where we're
trading
ending up, let's
fraternity.
assume that for a second. That suggests that where the Fed is now is maybe not as restrictive as some people think it is.
Yeah, I mean, there's great debate about R-star and the natural rate and the long-term rate, which the economists can
And it's
go on,
11:30 here. We got
I
30
think they're
minutes till power
restricted.
hour.
When you hear from clients, they're saying, hey, it's costing me, what used to cost me, 200
Paramount and
basis
Ice
points
Cube.
over 50 basis points or 300 basis points over 50 basis points, 3.5% is now 300 basis points over 5.5%, 8.5%. They're like, it has a restrictive effect. They've got to slow that down, and that's why you're seeing the borrowing demand come down and deployment of that borrowing. You're seeing consumer movement of money in our franchise come more consistent with a lower growth, low inflation economy. All that is going on, and that's where the next turn in the track is a trickier one. They've put inflation
that was tricky to say. The next turn in the track is tricky.
Too far or not far enough, and that's going to be what the market's going to ebb and flow on a given day.
So what about the cost of funding for you for your deposits? Because you have to spend some...
203 basis points.
But I read some accounts in some places.
Wait, there's a
people are
Pentagon
rotating,
press
as they say,
briefing?
into higher yield products, which cost presumably
That's
Bank of America and others
different
more
than
money.
the
Are you
normal
seeing that
press
rotation?
briefing.
Do you see it tapering off or ending?
Yeah, so we showed some pages today. It depends on the business and the use of money.
Oh, that dude's
If you
a
look at the
3-point
core
shot
consumer
hunter? I
business,
need to leave.
The rate paid really reflects a huge amount of non-interest checking as a percentage. So it's a mix of what the customer uses the money for. You go in the investment business, we're still seeing a little bit of rate increase. You go in the customer client business, the banking business,
HRB on the
global
high.
banks, corporate customers. Basically,
High ticker is actually fully gassing right now.
Next to nothing because
So
it
do
basically
not be
priced up to
fooled.
the
You are getting
the
a
difference
pretty
between the Fed
decent
funds
run.
rate and sitting there. So it really is business and how the customer is using money. We sort it by transactional money and investment money. And then if the customer is in transactional money, that money is moving around. They don't see it. In the investment money, they're making a discrete decision to want to leave it with you or to want to put it in a money market account. And that's where you saw some of the movement happen. And that's what's been going on.
Yeah, the
in
ARC
wealth
plays were
management
picking up
across all
earlier.
our platform.
So in
Deposits
general,
have grown
again,
for the last
I mean, the
4 or
rate
5
cut odds in
quarters,
September,
ever so slowly,
that was
which
bullish.
means
Bonds
the
are
stability
bullish
pricing
again
is there
today.
because
This
the
whole
rate
idea, the
increases
rotation,
in
all that
quarters,
stuff.
10, 12 basis points, which is really
it's
just a little
fully
bit
back
mixed.
to life right
you
now.
have a unique perspective on the consumer, U.S. consumer. Give us your take right now on the consumer. I see in your numbers you're taking more provisions than you were. You have more charge-offs. Do you see that continuing?
So if you talk about it from a credit standpoint, the credit card charge-off rate for cards was like 3.88, I think, this quarter or something like that. We underwrite to stay under 4.5 in normal times. So the point is that it's just been coming back up to the level that it was in prior periods. It's a little bit higher.
I don't know
than
what
19,
happened
but
with
those are
EXPE.
that was like a 50-year credit
That one's
low
big.
in the company's history. So it's normalized, but the rate of increase is interesting. Year over year, I think it's up 80 basis points, or it's everybody's like, oh my gosh, but it's just getting back. So what we showed today is that we showed the early stage delinquency, what they call 5-stage or 30-day delinquency and 90-day delinquency. It's basically flattened out, which means the second half of the year,
is on the
you'll
low.
see
It's getting
charge-offs
clapped.
flat now, which means we've reached normal 4%. So from credit, they're doing well.
We haven't mentioned trading. You had quite a report on your equity trading. You're really doing terribly well. What do you do to keep that going?
Can you watch the Pentagon
more?
briefing and not
We
2K?
continue to invest along 3 dimensions.
It's not on yet.
Jim DeMar,
before you
the team
shit
they've
talk
done
the
a great
2K,
job. And so
know what you're talking about.
5-7 years ago,
Thank
we made
you.
a decision to give more
Have a good time, Edward.
Technology.
Actually, I wasn't even
the
supposed to
balance
respond
sheet
to you
that
and
they
just
can
clap
use
you.
to
So
help
you're
their
the second
customers
one
achieve
today.
their goals. And talent.
But
And
yeah,
so Jimmy
fuck
across
outta
the
here.
board continues to
Thank you.
increase. And so we feel good about it.
I'm
He made
fully
$1 billion
watching
for
everything. The
after-tax
2K is
quarter,
less than
which
10% of the screen.
which
I
is
could
a
honestly
very
not even
strong
show the
earnings
2K,
quarter,
and
but
you would
what's
have no
happening is you're
idea if
seeing
I was
back-to-back
playing or not.
billion-dollar-plus quarters. We're
So,
used to be $1 billion
again, I
plus
will
and drop
play
to
it
500
as
when
it
the
gets
market
there.
slowed down. You're seeing
But
much
honestly,
more
Bank of
stability.
America,
The break-even
Monahan,
point in the business is
I mean,
on
I
a
don't mind
relative
listening
basis
to
much
him.
lower. The best second quarter they've had since, I think, 2012 or something like that, which a lot of that was just when assets were marked up and came back through the system at profit. They've done a great job. And Tom Montag, 6-7 years ago, started this. Jimmy took it over, has done a spectacular job of implementing it, and we feel confident.
You got in contract on your first
RWA,
deal? No way.
risk-weighted assets, balance sheet,
Wow,
capital,
Ray,
and
baby.
investment in technology, because that's obviously very expensive
Let's
business
go.
to run from a day-to-day basis.
Brian, I know you want to grow.
That's hype, bro. It's been a couple months, not
do you have a
even.
strategy about the balance between
Let's
what
go,
I would think is
baby.
the traditional bank lending, interest receipts, as opposed to the fee side, whether it's investment
Good work,
banking
man.
or
Good
asset
work.
manager. Are you rebalancing the
Yallah.
bank?
Well,
now you get the
this quarter
experience.
happened to be
Now you got to
half
do the
earnings
work.
were from people, half the earnings for institutions. Out of the
Yeah,
25
Elf's still
billion
on the
revenue,
low.
14
Again, I
was,
got IRM up here.
Spread revenue, and 11 was, round numbers, was fee revenue. Because the market dictates a lot of the fee revenues, we could do it. But if you think about it from the businesses, in a consumer business, we made a decided decision to lower fee burdens on customers. And the trade-off for that was long-term customer favorability, running 88% across all the platform engagement places.
Playing 2K, reading comments. I'm not doing anything in 2K. I'm just trying to find a game.
Lower the fee.
And I'm listening to Mr. Monahan again. I mean, bank earnings have been important, but the market's very easy. There's not anything going on right now. So it's been like this during the summer.
They mature to $7,000 to $10,000.
I mean, the 10-year yield is the lowest since March 17th right now.
It's very strong, and that's it. If it's a young kid, it's a customer of the future, and that's what we're doing. So that balance in fees there. In wealth management, it's all going to be about fee-driven. It has, but the incremental growth, 7% increase in fees year over year. That's what we're driving there. Jimmy has a mix in the trading business, and then and then the commercial business is actually balanced. Investment banking fees, which everybody talks about, $1.6 billion, but the whole revenue in the business dominated by lending and deposits for corporate customers. So you have to keep your heads on. We never say if it's this, we're happy. If it's not, we're happy. We want to grow all aspects of it.
Brian, thank you so very much. That's Bank of America's Brian Moynihan.
All right, David,
popping
thank you so
on the
much.
ice
David
cube news?
Weston
No
there
way.
With BofA CEO Brian Moynihan.
I did not think that would
BofA
make it go
shares
up.
About 5.6%. One of the headlines out of that interview with
I guess
David
this is like edging up.
Brian
I don't know if
Moynihan
I call that a
BofA
news
is
pop.
adding customers in small business and in the mid-market space.
But it is
too.
going higher, and the high ticker.
There's not a lot of leverage.
We got about
in the finance
90%
going on,
of
and,
everything higher.
One of my
in the finance industry. Well, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, the Pentagon and White House stuff hasn't started yet either. So I don't even know if we're going to hear from Jen. And yeah, ARK, a lot of people have been bringing up ARK. We brought up ARK on the watch list 2 days ago. We recapped those plays, and we were just talking about the ghetto rate hike play or the ghetto rate cut play, but there is some action in that land. I don't know. The banks are just holding this weird melt up since the bank failures, and everything's fine. And even though rates are high, we're not worried about long-term losses, and then they're all making money off the rates, and then everything else, they're making money off rates, trading, not making as much off of the market and deal making, but a very interesting environment to say the least. And then where are we? We're 56. Zap is on the high. That's been that runner from the other day. But we are chilling right now. Did we? Yeah, we already went. We went through Elevance, J&J, and one more. I'm blanking, but yeah, we didn't play. I didn't play any. Some people decided to go with J&J, but I'm not down with any of them today. I think Netflix will probably be the biggest one. Otherwise, AXP is the only other earnings play that I really like for this week. So we will see. Yeah, Zap. That was the runner from the other day. It keeps going. I'm the captain now, the Rossell. Oh, when is TSM tomorrow? Or is it on Thursday? But TSM does report early, and that gets all of them. And then bonds. I don't know if you guys realize the bonds are literally, they are moving more right now than even last Thursday. So before any of the pump buys or Trump buys and sells, bonds are lower. Again, this is the lowest bond yields have been since March of the beginning of this year, which is crazy. Thank you for life-changing knowledge on the daily. Not just financially, but healthy and mind-wise. You're the real one. Let's go, baby. I appreciate you, man. And way to take it. You know what I'm saying? Way to take it to heart. I know you've been working on that long-term, Randy, and building it up and getting quality, man. And it's one thing to hear all of the beautiful things we say, but to turn it into real-life action, baby. I think Russell could go, 300. I'm still short on the Russell. I am biased, but my bias shouldn't hurt you because I do think Russell can go as high as 2,300. So that'll probably, I didn't take the 2,360 short. I'm still in the other one, but I would be shorting at 23. But I think the Russell could still keep climbing when it does these. And my NQ is back to green now, so that's good. But yeah, anything is possible. Russell just hit a new high on that as well, too. Yalla. Oh, and here it is.
Commitment to advancing the historic momentum in the U.S.-Singapore
Wait, why did everybody leave?
And a shared vision for
did
a
you guys
free
see that?
and
I had a
Indo-Pacific
team.
region. readout of the call has been posted to Defense.
What the hell just happened? Did y'all see that?
Finally, I know many
Where did
of
my
you
team
have
go?
been following the status of the JLOTS humanitarian mission or temporary pier.
Yeah, Huma
site.
A lot of people have been
remains in
hyping that thing up.
Potential
well, y'all saw that, right?
Has not been set. As we've said, the pier
I had a full team, and then everyone disappeared.
A temporary solution, and it will conclude its mission soon. But as of today, I don't have any announcements to make in terms of when the mission will.
And then this
officially
is the
conclude.
Pentagon.
Very aware of the press and public
You're
interest.
gonna hop. Well, hurry up because we only. If it takes too long, I'm not gonna play.
Take your questions. We'll go to.
We only play
AP
one game,
Lita.
and then it'll be Power
Thank you,
Hour.
Pat, do you know if there is any U.S. military involvement at all in Ashdod as they?
I don't know why the pump. Again,
you're
already getting led by the Russell and some other things. But bonds, that could be factoring it in. Otherwise, just normal.
So we'll have more details.
More normal
to follow
melt up
in terms of. Next steps. As far as Ashdod goes, as you know, we have a convoy management board that's situated there with Lieutenant General Frank. In terms of U.S. military presence at Ashdod, in terms of accepting aid, moving it, I'm not aware of any activity at the moment.
And
other than
still
to say,
running.
again, we are aware that aid has moved through Ashdod, and
we have an hour and a half
we have
left.
delivered aid to Ashdod.
So Power Hour
in
in 30 minutes, and then final hour.
But again,
crude
we'll
oil
have
is
more
settled
details
now.
to provide
SPY getting near the highs of the day.
Just on that point,
Nasdaq is lagging behind, but again, those have gone green now. But Nasdaq was really high, and then Russell is up another 20 points or 10 points. So new high on the Russell as well.
I'd have to take that question. I don't know the answer to that. Okay. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Two questions. One, during a NATO summit in Washington, Prime Minister Narendra Modi of India was in Moscow meeting and greeting with President Putin of Russia. They have discussed so many issues between India and Russia, including military pact and also
KB Homes. KB Homes is a small cap.
Of course,
that's what they were saying earlier.
Russia and Ukraine war, and Prime Minister Modi offered many.
The biggest day on the Dow, really?
And both leaders.
It's only 1.6, but hey, I mean, it is big.
And because
so that's kind of surprising.
India, of course, in
Netflix
many
is
ways,
really expensive for
and
earnings.
Also at the same time,
Netflix is pricing in minimum 10%
and Ukraine,
on a $600 stock.
Of India to end this war also. So where do we go from there? NATO was meeting here, and they were meeting there at the same time, and where do we stand as far as U.S.-India military-to-military relations into this connection also?
Yeah. Well, as you heard me say last week, India is a strategic partner, and we
then 2277 on Russell.
That partnership.
That thing's going nonstop.
Ukraine,
so SPY and Nasdaq are good, but Nasdaq is barely
occupation
moving. Russell is up 3% now.
Ultimately, at the end of the day,
that's
it's
the
up
main
to
story.
To decide,
once again, your super rotation
when they are ready
that is
to,
still continuing
to negotiate for peace.
And then we're moving on, and we still have 20 minutes till Power Hour, bro.
Working
so
with
you're making
Ukraine
another
to provide
round
them with what they need to defend their country and defend their sovereignty and take back territory. But they're, at the end of the day, there's no decisions about Ukraine without Ukraine. So
second, sir, if a lawmaker or senator acting as a foreign agent of the United States and have been found guilty by the New Jersey grand jury.
Okay, a couple reds there. And then bonds keep running.
Now, as far as the military connection, because he was found guilty in connection with those countries that he was acting as foreign agent, those countries have military-to-military relation with the United States. So in any way that this building or military-to-military relation will be affected in any way because of a guilty.
Yeah, as it relates to Senator Menendez, I don't have anything to provide. I'd refer you to Department of Justice on that. Carla?
Thanks. Just first to follow up on the situation with the pier, are there any additional airdrops going on, or does DOD assess that there's still a great need for humanitarian assistance? Is there anything going on in the interim while we're waiting for the pier?
Yeah, I don't have anything to announce at the moment in terms of airdrops. Of course, that's a capability that we maintain, but nothing to announce specifically on that. When it comes to humanitarian assistance for Gaza, We know that
I don't know if the retail sales
need
were
for humanitarian
neutral.
assistance.
I think they were.
USAID
the retail
is the
sales
lead
were
for the
good
US government in
the
terms of
sense that they
working
weren't too
with the
surprising in
international
any
community,
direction.
and the DoD
they
is
still showed
supporting their
support,
efforts.
but
So
they
we'll
didn't
continue,
show too
obviously,
much
to
weakness.
maintain
So I think that's
close
why you got
contact
it. I
as
don't
we
know
have all
about
along with USAID,
justifying all-time highs
on that
but we're
front
gonna
to
melt up
ensure that we're
regardless.
doing our part to support those efforts.
Okay, thanks, Matt. And then just a couple questions on the country of Georgia. Following Noble Partner being canceled, are there any other cancellations? Has every mill-to-mill operation been put on hold for the time being? There's supposed to be some sort of celebration at the end of August. Has that been put on hold? Can you give us any other updates?
And then SPY going up again.
Cancellations.
So SPY is already
And
up
then,
0.5%,
does
Dow
DOD
1.6,
Georgia
Russell
still
3.
as a
It's the
US
NASDAQ
friendly
lagging
ally,
behind.
or does it
So
seem to be
literally,
moving towards
you've been
Russia
at this
at this
range,
point?
but the
Yeah, I mean,
NASDAQ
we'll
is the one
continue
that's
to
like
partner,
barely
with
green
Georgian Defense
comparatively.
Forces, and we'll continue to look for ways to strengthen Georgia's ability to safeguard its sovereignty and maintain its territorial integrity. The decision to cancel the exercise was not taken lightly. We place great consideration on the extensive value that allies and partners add to exercises such as Noble Partner. And so we're going to continue to look forward to future opportunities to cooperate with allies and partners. So I'll leave it there. Let me go to Constantine.
Thanks, Pat. So CNN is reporting that
you're joining those. Oh, are you here right now? Add me.
Were used in an
I still haven't found a game. But if I can't get a game in 10 minutes, I'm done with this.
Does the Pentagon have a reaction or comment to that report?
I mean, I've seen the press reports.
Stock Market Live.
To Israel to talk about their operations.
Okay. And just more broadly, this isn't the first time that reports like this have come out. Does the Pentagon leadership feel like
MasterCard on the low? Remember, that was dumping earlier too.
The weapons we give Israel are not used in incidents such as this.
Well, look, I mean, we've been very clear to our Israeli partners on our view as it relates to mitigating civilian harm. And I think there's something I would hope we could all agree on. This war is undoubtedly tragic. Way too many civilians have died. It's heartbreaking to see the images that we see. And that's, I think, a reason.
Decker's ever since that last earnings
working so hard to obtain a ceasefire.
Not Caleb
between
Williams,
the factions that are fighting here.
Is that what it is?
When it comes to the IDF operations, we continue to urge them both publicly and privately to take civilian harm mitigation into account. We know that they need to do more on this front, and we're going to continue to communicate that to them. I would also say, though, that Hamas.
I mean, SPY is about to hit a high. NASDAQ is coming up. Russell's still climbing, too. So that's the leader. But again, everything is just following behind.
And if they truly cared about the Palestinian population, one has to ask why they continue to build command and control nodes.
CYN on the low, and then bonds keep going,
the city,
man.
And put themselves in places where there's active military operations. So I'll just leave it there. Janie.
Thank you, General. I have two questions. At the U.S. and South Korea summit last week, the two countries issued a joint statement on nuclear deterrence and approval of nuclear operational guidelines. Does the approval of nuclear operational guidelines refer to new guidelines that will enable the U.S. and South Korea to jointly respond to nuclear weapons in an emergency situation on the Korean Peninsula?
Well, I think, again, our alliance
Fed Kugler says it'll be appropriate to begin easing monetary policy later this year if economic conditions continue to evolve favorably. Upside risk to inflation has become employment. Downside risks have become employment and more balance. Fed Kugler, if labor market cools too much, it'll be appropriate to cut interest rates sooner rather than later. Fed Kugler, if incoming data does not provide confidence that inflation is going towards 2, it may be appropriate to hold rates steady a little longer. Fed Kugler, inflation has continued to trend down despite a few bumps at the start of the year. Inflation remains above the central bank target. That's Fed Kugler. Supply and demand are gradually becoming in a better balance. Inflation remains above inflation target. Kiggly wiggly. So again, that was sounding more bullish than not. You get your random hawkish comment factored into there, but generally that is dovish. And then SPY, you were actually below the high of the day still. So again, it looks like we're making moves, but like low key, nothing has really happened. I don't know if Kugler, where she's live, she says continued labor market rebalancing suggests that inflation will continue to move towards 2% target. It's a lot of ifs. It means nothing. I could get behind that. Same old, same old.
The duration of deployments. I mean, as you know, the U.S. military maintains a wide variety of capabilities that enable us to respond to a wide variety of contingencies around the world. In other words, we are able to surge assets to where they're needed most to support our national security interests and our obligations.
NASDAQ is starting to lead the Russell, but Russell again, leader on the day.
Red Sea area right now.
But you are going a little higher. See if we break out.
Houthi aggression.
Again, bonds even kind of gave up a little bit.
Mariners
That's
and
the funny
freedom
part
of navigation through that important waterway. So we'll continue to work with the international community toward that end. And as for Navy personnel, confident that Navy leadership will continue to look at.
I don't know. These are just random.
Doing
I'm about
everything
to exit
it needs
out.
to do to take care of our sailors and their families.
I can't find a fucking
conduct
game.
These important missions around the world. Let me go to Jeff Schogel, Task and Purpose.
Thank you. The
Uber's
Coast
on the
Guard
high
recently
again.
Rescued Dave Portnoy, founder of Barstool Sports, and I was wondering if any DoD assets were involved in the rescue, like satellites, SEAL teams, aircraft.
Thanks very much, Jeff. I will have to take that question. I don't have any information on that. All right, let's come back to the room here. Yeah, I'll come to you and then to Tony.
Thank you, sir. Jazeb Ali from Airway News TV, Pakistan. Yesterday, 8 Pakistani soldiers were killed and dozens of them injured in a terrorist attack. A terrorist organization affiliated with the Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan claimed responsibility. Do you have any comments, any condolence about that?
Well, certainly our thoughts and prayers are with the families of those soldiers that were lost. I know that as we've talked about in the past, Pakistan is in a tough fight at times when it comes to fighting terrorists in the region. And so certainly saddened to hear that. When it comes to counterterrorism, the U.S. and Pakistan
I think this
have
sadly
worked
is
together
still
in the past, and we continue to discuss
it's
ways
been almost
that we can
a year,
work together.
And that situation is roughly still the same.
Government and Pakistani military is asking for U.S. support. Pakistani military is asking for modern macro weapons to deal with the situation because, according to them, all the terrorists in Afghanistan.
And then you had Fed Kugler a little bit ago. I just read you all of those.
I know U.S. forces left those weapons for Afghan forces, but somehow they are in the hands of terrorists right now. So, are you going to consider to provide modern macro weapons to Pakistan?
Yeah, I don't have anything to announce. As you know, we do maintain a security cooperation.
I don't think UWMC. It could just be the bonds, but they hit
sure
a fat
those
level today. $8, crazy.
Via those mechanisms to look at Pakistan's requirements and what the U.S. can do to support.
And again, SPY just dancing around the high here.
So it is about the assassination attempt on President Trump.
All right, bro. This is the last lobby I'm going into. If I can't find good teammates, I'm fucking. That's.
Think that any foreign country
I think they are all playing
in this kind of assassination attempt to create disturbance in this country.
Jeez, bro.
We have watching a lot of news stories on the media that maybe any foreign.
Well, I guess no 2K today.
We've seen that a foreign government and foreign intelligence agencies involved in the assassination attempt on U.S. citizens here in New York and also in Canada. So, do you think that any foreign country can?
Yeah, I mean, as it relates to the attempted assassination of former President Trump, I would point you to Secretary Austin's statement over the weekend condemning the violence has absolutely no place in our democracy. As it relates to that attempt,
I guess so.
I'd have to refer you to the FBI and the Secret Service for any questions on the investigation.
2K already had bad people to play with, but now
I've seen those reports.
I think that new football game just made it worse.
To DHS or DOJ for any questions.
Bro, that was like 10 minutes of trying to find a match.
The House Oversight and Accountability Chairman today wrote Secretary Austin demanding V-22 accident documents going back a couple of years, 2-3 years. He's threatening subpoena if they're not.
Okay, I'm gonna go grab me a snack and I'll be right back.
This has been a long-running controversy.
And then we'll see. We could either keep this up or we could move forward. It is Power Hour in 9 minutes.
Documentation that the committee's asking for on this highly controversial aircraft.
Yeah, well, first of all, I would just say up front that the department remains committed to the safety, health, and the well-being of all of our service members. We have worked very hard to accommodate the House Oversight Committee's requests. We've provided more than 3,500 pages of documents. In addition, representatives from the V-22 Joint Program Office and the military departments provided a briefing to committee staff in March, and the department made multiple officials, including the commander of Naval Air Systems Command, available to testify at the committee's hearing last month on the safety of the V-22 Osprey. All that to say, we will continue to work with the committee to accommodate their requests, and we will continue to do everything we can to ensuring the safety of all of our aircraft platforms, including the V-22 Osprey.
Less contentious, hypersonic weapons question. Last week at the NATO summit, the White House and NATO put out a statement saying that starting in 2026, the U.S.'s the Army's multi-domain task force will start fielding long-range fires to include the now developmental hypersonic weapon that the U.S. is working on. On June 28th, you put out a press release saying that the weapon successfully completed what they call an end-to-end test. My question is this: how close is this weapon to being deemed operationally suitable for production and eventual fielding? Will there be more tests, or was this the one big one that it had to pass for graduation?
Yeah, so with regards to hypersonics, we will continue to develop a range of hypersonic-based programs. We'll work to accelerate development and testing on these programs. As you highlight, the Navy and the Army did recently complete a flight test of a hypersonic missile from the Pacific Missile Range in Hawaii. That test provided data on the performance of the conventional prompt strike and the long-range hypersonic weapon. For reasons of operation security, I'm not going to be able to get into details on future tests. I will say, though, that we remain committed to developing these hypersonic capabilities that support the national defense strategy.
Yeah, you guys have spent like $12 billion over the last 5 years trying to develop this capability. You can't say whether this was the graduation test or whether there will be subsequent tests to prove it out more.
What I would say is that the test marked a step forward for those programs, and I'll just have to leave it at that.
Not a graduation, but a step forward.
I'll just step forward, leave it at that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, General. Regarding to the escalation of the border of Lebanon, do you still believe that escalation could lead to the wider war? Do you have still these concerns? And do you think that the diplomatic solution is still exists? And what's your message to the both parties there?
Well, sure.
This is my
think that a diplomatic solution does
5 minutes till Power
possible.
Hour.
So far, we have not seen a wider regional conflict. Tensions do obviously remain along the Israel-Lebanon border, and so we continue to stay in constant communication with Lebanon, Israel, and others in the region to ensure that this does not become a broader conflict. Of course, the concern here is the risk of miscalculation, which could spark a wider conflict that no one wants. So we'll continue to stay very focused on that.
General, do you believe that any ceasefire deal could be reflected in a positive way to that escalation at this area exactly?
Well, it's difficult to get into hypotheticals or speculate, but I think, again, what we would like to see is a ceasefire in Gaza so that we can restore calm and we can start to get humanitarian assistance in there. Certainly, I think that would contribute to more positive outcomes in the region and a reduction of tension. So, again, we'll continue to work toward that end. Let me go to Charlie. Welcome to the briefing room, Charlie.
Thank you, General. If I understood correctly, you mentioned the word about re-anchoring the pier at the top of today's session. sources tell us what's actually being
Russell hit a new high,
discussed is pulling the plug and
22.79.
dismantling the pier, and that may happen in the next couple of days. Where are we on that decision making?
Yeah, what I said was that a potential re-anchoring date has not been set. And we've said all along that this is going to be temporary and that it will conclude its mission soon. But as of today, I don't have any announcements to make in terms of when the mission will officially conclude. And when we do have information in that regard, we'll certainly be sure to let you all know.
There's no window, can't estimate?
Well, no, I don't have a window other than soon, and part of the discussion, of course, here is taking into account weather states, taking into account the requirement to deliver humanitarian assistance. Again, the most specific I can get right now is we anticipate that the mission will conclude.
And then bonds are kind of
soon.
chilling out.
I don't have a date to give you
no
right
real
now.
headlines. The latest headline you
keep
got
me
was
posted.
Fed Kugler.
Right. Thanks very much, everybody.
She didn't
Appreciate
say
your time
anything
today.
crazy. I don't know. He's done. America! The live event has concluded. Well, hopefully you guys move your bodies around. I was doing some sets there. And then again, NASDAQ is literally dancing at break even. Russell is absolutely murdering. Again, bonds got a really big bid. A couple of names are making some pre-earnings moves. Some are even selling off like ELF. Other than that, let me give you a checkup. It's 3 minutes until power hour. And Dow Jones has 4 names in the red. Merck, Microsoft, Intel, and Chevron. Every other name is green. NASDAQ 100, 74 in the green, 26 names in the red. So to give you an idea, NASDAQ just went green on the futures, or it's negative on the futures, and that's with 75 names green. And then S&P 500, 444 names in the green, 58 names in the red. Wow. So not bad. 80% of registered voters say U.S. is spiraling out of control following Trump assassination attempt. A Reuters IPSOS poll finds Donald Trump leads Joe Biden 43-41 among registered voters within the poll's 3-point margin of error. 65% of Republican voters say Trump's surviving assassination reflected divine intervention or God's will. Reuters IP. Why did y'all even ask that, Reuters? Reuters, you just trying to make them look bad, huh? You asked them that question. You're like, so did you think it was Jesus who stopped the bullet? Do you think yes or no, Republican? So Jesus? Okay, thank you for that. Y'all don't ask anybody any other. Hold up. Mm-hmm. It was Jesus. I blame Jesus. He stopped the bullet. They put it in Donald's ear instead of his head. Even though the ear is part of the head. Still. So I'm getting some curls in, man. You should get some in, too. According to Reddit, it was fake, and he blatted his ear. Bro, like I said yesterday, it's wild how many people turned into Alex Jones so fast. Because usually it's the Republicans. I'm not going to lie to you. It's usually something tragic happens, and then the Republicans start pulling out the tinfoil, and they're like, look at that. And Nancy Pelosi. And how is this? And it's fake. It's like, that's some Republican shit, So to see the Democrats and the liberals do that, I was very shocked at how fast that they turned into Alex Jones. And then even on top of it, it's just the crazy part about this situation is it showed how many people were like, oh, we care about people. We're morally good people and we care. And then I've never seen so many people disappointed that somebody didn't get killed. That's where it really got. That's why I'm like, man, how you going to be saying you care about all this stuff and then act like that? I was like, man, this is weird, bro. This is weird. 2280 on the futures. Indictment? Who got indicted? Terry, former CIA, is charged with failing to register under Foreign Agents Act. No idea what that is. You still think it was staged, but a real bullet, and they're all in on it? Jesus, man. Good luck. But yeah, that's, people died, you guys, so I don't know. But you are free to have your own opinion. It's unfortunate that it has to do with Donald Trump. But, I mean, if y'all don't see the wildness out of it, I mean, it's your life, brother. It's your life. And then Spy Rocketeer. So honestly, low-key, everything's taking turns. 5 minutes ago, NASDAQ hit a little baby high first, then the Russell, then Spy. Right now it's this Spy, and then Russ and NASDAQ are following right behind. So let's see what happens. Sound popping. I haven't heard that since, I think, Monday or last week. ALN, isn't that New York? Oh no, I thought this was insurance. And then Spy hit that high and then chilled, though. I thought Spy was going to lead it. I guess not. No, Adriana Kugler stopped speaking. So her last comment was, labor markets suggest inflation will continue to move to 2% target. Amazon, Apple. Colt Sister still has UMC. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier today because it's up like 30-something% on the equity, and then I think you got another 30% in dividends. So it's actually been a fire pickup, low key. She has Sushi Coin. I never bought it for her, but yeah, I think she still has Sushi Coin. PG. Oh, it's J&J is the one for today after the bell. I was like, wait a minute. Oh, yeah, Procter & Gamble, too. That could be a fun earnings. And J&J, that's up to you guys. I know some of you decided to play it. J&J will be a fun one to watch. And then Russell's right there at high still. So is the NASDAQ and SPY, but SPY came down a little bit more. $6.9. Damn. That's a new high on the equal weight. I didn't know that. So think about it. Russell's breaking out, and you're getting that move, but all the while, yeah, that's a new all-time high on the equal weight. No shit. Ta-da. No, after J&J's tomorrow morning pre-market. There's a couple of banks today after the bell. So there's a couple, but that's it. What's up with the PHILO? We already have PHILO, man. You already missed the PHILO, bro. Come on. Oh, just kidding. It's awkward now. Yeah, and then I don't know. Twitch. Oh yeah, I could hear. I could. YouTube clapped? No. I just muted it because I needed to help out the Twitch. So that's why I just muted the YouTube real quick to make sure they were good. Iran's UN mission says Trump is a criminal who must be prosecuted and punished in a court of law for ordering the killing of Iranian general. Iran has chosen the legal path to bring him to justice. Iran UN mission. Oh, Lizzie. What's up? Iran UN mission. No idea. I don't follow up. New high on Russell, 2281. My goodness. They say they chose the legal path. What other paths were there, Iran? I don't know. The weed stocks, maybe, is it because of J.D. Vance or is it because of Trump? Otherwise, I have no idea why they woke up, but they are still kind of clapped. It has been a while since we've got a weed pandering comment, so we'll see. There may be part two. Maybe the weed stuff isn't over just yet. Did SMG take off? I don't know. Let's see. Scott's Miracle Grow. Did it have news today? Why the hell is this thing up 7%? And then it has a weird break in the middle of the day and then goes crazy. Weed comment period ends Monday on the law. That could be it. It's been a while since we've heard it. Most of the market is up. So the NASDAQ is barely green, but literally there's only 20 names red. But even on the SPY, 444 in the green. I'm sure if all of you open up your long term today, everything should be up. I think everything is actually in the green. But yeah, it's a pretty solid day. Again, we have some earnings after the bell and even tomorrow morning. But that's it. Yeah, long term's almost 1% today. Yalla. I'll take it. Yeah, Uber's killing it, even Airbnb, Pfizer. Dang, we got a hype train off of that? Off of 2 messages? Let's go, baby. There you go, Twitch. See, that cleared it up. The chat came in. You know, they fixed it with some other messages. So there you go, baby. What did I want to see? Airbnb, and then I want to check Pfizer. It's crazy. Airbnb's already at 151. Coin on the high. Oh, wow. Another hype train? What's up? What's up, Twitch? Yeah, man, the Twitch is turning up right now. Remember, we have a backup at the Twitch for some of y'all, but it's like fully backup mode, and bonds are slipping a little bit. No idea what's going on, but what up, Twitch? I feel you. What's popping? The chat, apparently, man. Thank you, my friend. The law terms popping. Ooh. Yeah, I was just seeing that. I was like, MO, Uber, Pfizer. High ticker is starting to go in burst again. Is that IWM? Yep, IWM new high. So IWM's literally going new highs before the SPY and the NASDAQ. Absolutely insane. Oh, the city. I still have one of those. Oh, you've even brought out Father Charlie. Oh, as always. Good morning, brother. Amen. Amen. Let's go. Allah. Yeah, the city plays are up to 280%. So literally, those are the plays we bought yesterday for 11 cents. They're now going for 41. Yeah, no, the IWM is insane. I'm mad that I shorted it, but I had good profits in the morning and then the other one. So, like, I'm only down a couple $100 between the NQ. So that's the good part. But, no, IWM from the morning, I mean, it's started off 1.5%. And I think you've went up another 1.5% intraday. Oh, the tweet. And then you brought out Father Edgar? What? On a Tuesday. I know, and then now Charlie blames Lizzie, and then now you have Father Charlie, and then Father Charlie, and then Father Edgar. Had many sons. Had many sons. Had Father Edgar. Him and Charlie. Sons you all. And Lizzie, just start the hype train. Long term. Buy stocks. Hold them long. Father Edgar. Had many sons. Hey, man, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Wow, they all just came out of nowhere. All out of nowhere. Then Lizzie and then QE and then, man, this is crazy. Man, we just trying a Tuesday. You know, we only have 45 minutes left, baby. Good morning. Wow, wake up. Wake up. I want to go eat another pack of hot Cheetos, but I can't stop. I need to stop. You know, but y'all ain't stopped the hype train, so I don't know, man. We up here, my long term is past 5K. Wow. Let's go, baby. All the long term. I think today was a milestone day for a lot of long terms. I think people broke 5K, 10K, 20, 50, 100, all sorts of ranges, but after enough time in building, it's gone very, very well. SpaceX will move headquarters. Oh, no! Hold on, I'm trying to see this stretch. Wow. I'm trying a new stretch out real quick. All right. Thank you, Edgar. What was that sound? I don't know. I'm making weird stretch noises. I'm having fun. We have a hype train. We're celebrating all the long terms. You know? It's been a long day. We here, man. Shout out Father Edgar. Hey, man. And Father Charlie. And QE. And Lizzie. Anybody else in between, baby? Thank you, my friends. Uproot the long term for a house purchase. Let the tree grow, baby. Amen, man. And I'm glad. Again, Core Real Estate. A couple people were telling me about that. They were literally selling their long term to buy a house, man. And they were. I'm very proud of them. They were like, "Don't get mad." I'm like, I would never get mad about that. I'm telling you, it's a very, very good thing. And yeah, those ARC plays, the Septembers have gone green. But yeah, if you have the opportunity, sell out the long term to get a house, I would take it. Oh, are you ripping? High Taker? I see High Taker very active. Yeah, I'm going to do another set of curls. I just did a stretch, but it's good, man. Yeah, bro, Kobe's dad passed away today. A lot of people, it kind of got overlooked in the headlines, but it was a couple of hours ago in the news. He passed away from a stroke. Sad. I can't believe Kobe passed away before his dad. Yep, we celebrate the long term, baby. Maybe not the entire long term. You could sell whatever amount of your long term to get a house. Because I'm telling you, bro, if you have enough for a house and you turn it into the right purchase, bro, just like really realize like your long term is going to grow heavily in size. Kobe Bryant's dad is the one who passed away. But back to the long term house, even if you have to sell all of it, if it puts you in a house, trust me, you're not going to regret it. Because again, even if you go and put that for your loan, usually your house is going to be worth more than the long term. And the best part is that money doesn't go away anywhere. You know what I'm saying? Like you do get it. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to throw every last penny you have because there will be taxes and other things. But in general, I wouldn't really hesitate if it's assuming you're not doing anything dumb or irrational. But assuming that you're able to put your long term and switch it out for a higher valued and higher earnings asset, that is something I would never hesitate to do. IQIN. So let's get it, baby. Let's get some more houses this year. Even next year, maybe. Best way to find a house is to shop. Get some off markets. But every day your long-term grows, man. It's sitting there. It's sitting there waiting for you to put it into a house. I think for Roth, you could apply it towards a house without a penalty. But again, I mean, assuming you could get, like, if you stumble across a great property deal and that is your source of funds, I would not hesitate. I mean, again, most people that I've came in contact with, especially if they're like, Josh, you changed my life with the long term, their life gets even better once they turn that long term to real estate. So it's kind of crazy. Remember, I'm not telling you to waste your money. I'm telling you to put it towards a higher priced asset with higher earnings potential. And then you could restart your stocks whenever you want. That's it. All you got to do is just buy it and then just put shit in there and restart saving. And then, again, hopefully you walk away with a higher priced asset. I forgot about it. I would like an ARM flush. That'd be nice to buy them at a lower price. Canadian, yeah, Canada's housing market's insane. I don't know how they do it, but Canada is a prime example of the real estate market doesn't have to crash. But yeah, I don't know if I'll ever own out in Canada. CTDR. What about the insurance and maintenance? Yeah, those stuff those things do suck, and I think you'll get into it, and you should like be aware of those numbers. But I would never let that stop the goal of buying a house. So I've already noticed every time I have this conversation, a lot of people are just like, well, don't watch out for this, and don't do this, and then this, and this, and this. But those are the reality of things you will deal with, and I'm not saying avoid it, but, hopefully, those should be the good problems you run into down the road, where hopefully your property does appreciate where you have high taxes to where you need to do something about it. Hopefully you do plan ahead of how much things are going to cost you and all of that. But generally, if we can't have this conversation if you don't have a house. Illumina going crazy. Yo, check news on Illumina. What's going on? Remember, they're going, I believe, through a activist thing, or they have been. I don't see a headline on it. End of the day play. It might be a short, honestly. So, like I said, kind of do the opposite. But I think I'm just going to hold. I think I'm going to hold NASDAQ long and then Russell short into tomorrow. Even then with my long bonds. But ideally, if the market rips up last 10 minutes, I'd go short. And then vice versa. Exiled Chinese businessman Guo Wenggu convicted of racketeering and conspiracy at U.S. trial. Illumina, it's really weird. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. And then SPY getting some candles now, too. TSM will be monumental for chip stocks. It was last time or 2 earnings ago. Should you use your earnings from high-yield savings to get a long-term? Your current income hardly covers my bills. Yeah, why not? I mean, if you have high-yield savings bringing you money, I mean, what are you doing with the money? If you could still save if you need it, you got to use it. But if you're telling me you're getting high-yield savings and you don't know what to do with the money, a great place would be to put that towards the right investments. The moon is your membership badge. So I think you got gifted a member badge, and it says you've been a member for like a month or something, or 3 months. Father Edgar. No, oh, they're liquid. That's weird volume, and again, I know they're going through that activist buyout stuff with Icon. Dude, there's a lot of random like 7% poppers today. AXP, I think somebody was just talking about that. I don't know where our contracts are. AXP was the cheap one. Yeah, AXP up almost 100% from yesterday. So those are working for now. And then again, the cities are up 300%. I think Visa will react to AXP, but I have no idea how any of them are going to do. AXP only has like the double win going for it, but all these financial plays are really tough to read because they've been up so much, but then they're going to have these like pivotal earnings to really confirm it or not. So very hard to say. No earnings. There's a couple of earnings, but no big ones. All it is it's like regional banks, like smaller ones. 2 standard deviation move. If they continue, if they do as good as they did last time, it's possible. And when we bought the play, the 2 standard deviation move wasn't pricing in a lot. Hence, the options are up almost 100% from when we bought them. So it was pricing in a smaller move. If it really starts to move, then there you go. But then remember, it already broke out. We hit last time on AXP. We hit 1,000%er when it went above 230, I believe. So yeah, you guys remember this one? We hit this. We hit both, I think the last 2 AXPs we hit. So if it keeps doing good, I mean, it could go a long way, but I think we just bought it early, and then the premiums are starting to run as everyone gets hyped up on it. And then those old ARC plays are green now. I have 2 sets, but one of them's right back up to the break even, and then the other one's gone up 20%. But those were very subtle as they were negative the other day when we mentioned them on the watch list. And then NASDAQ coming down a little bit. Dow 30, yeah, I mean, Intel and a couple of others. I think our long-term is actually, it's more comparable to the Dow than anything else. Like the correlation, I believe. All right. Still about 30 minutes left. That's only your 3rd one? No way. My man. God bless you. Is it a puppy? I hope. I mean, 330 ramp, you may get something, but literally final 10 minutes. That would be the main one. Well, nothing really happened. We just kind of had an end of the day little push there, and then that's it. Guo convicted of 9 to 12 criminal counts he faced at U.S. trial. That's the Chinese businessman. Bond still up. Nazi just rocketed up again. And the SPY. So let's see. I think I'm in the Russell short. I think there's going to be a fat pullback on the Russell eventually. But just like today, it could keep running up until you hit it. So there's a reason why I'm in a future, and I'm holding other plays to the high side as well. If you don't realize what I'm doing, I'm shorting the leader and buying the laggers. So eventually the Russell's going to come back down, but you just got to make sure you're not positioned too low and that it doesn't take too much time. But the Russell's going to take a breather, have a big pullback, and then it's going to resume its uptrend. So that's what I'm looking for, but I mean, you gotta be kind of tough to be able to go for it because it's not easier said than done. I see the idea in my head like I did today. I even gave you the 2 prices. I still went too early, but it's going to play out like that. It's just going to take you some time, and then if it squeezes you before it doesn't, then you're going to feel a certain way. It could go up another 7%. Who knows where the fuck it could go? So that is the problem, but that's why I'm in a position that's not really linked to time and just dollar for dollar. And I have so much cash that, you've been watching me trade multiple big futures. I'm going one at a time right now. So if I really needed to average, I can, or I'm using other plays to the upside to balance it out a little bit. I've been trying to do that with this SPY for months. No. Oh, sir. So again, I think the next level on Russell futures is going to be 2297 or 2300. That's it. It's already, again, I said that this morning, 2360 to 2390. That's where you'd want to be looking at. And then bonds are chilling out. I can't even believe that, man. TLT, it's higher than some of the little Trump rallies, and now you're back here. I still think 95 might be where it tops out. I don't have a date for IWM. I'm on a future. So that's why I'm saying, like, in a weird way, chasing it with put contracts, you're either going to get lucky or not, because it just depends on how much time's left when it actually comes down. So that's it. The futures don't expire for like 60 days or something. So, and again, the future is more based on the price of the asset rather than that time premium on the contract. And then new high on the Russell. So high ticker may be going because that's everything. Again, even AXP, those contracts keep rising. I forgot Chewy. That went up earlier. Then Illumina was having that activity, but nothing crazy. And then SPY's still dancing. I mean, Russell's the only one hitting new highs. Earnings is just banks. And then see what bonds do. Very, very big day for them today. And then I think we ran out of data for the rest of the week. I don't think we're going to run into anything. Oh, you got German or European PPIs, and you'll get building permits, Fed, and then gasoline and Fed, and then 20-year bond auction. Again, that was bad last time. Let me see. Oh, is that a new high? I think Russell just hit a new high. And then we'll see what the SPY does. Good day. Long term, short term. Sprinkle some love your way, baby. Let's go, David. My man. I'd love to hear it. Shout out the long term. Amen, amen. All right. There's now SPY and NASDAQ are breaking out while Russell's kind of chilling. Actually, NASDAQ getting really aggressive. Hi. All right, but hold on. It chilled. At least it did on the SPY. Yeah, again, we got 25 minutes remaining. So you are entering in the last couple of minutes here. I got to wait. Don't get too jumpy. All right. Beyond Pop, TSM. Again, is TSM tomorrow morning or are they Thursday morning? Because I know they're right around the corner. But then that's going to be a big one. Beyond Big Pop. Kind of. It was already ramping up and then just went crazy there at the high. So that could be interesting. TSM Thursday? Okay, well then there you go. Thursday morning. I know sometimes it has weird dates because it's China or Asian. So just watch out for that. But that is going to be a huge one. 25 minutes left. And I need to go to the bathroom. Please hold. Follow me on Instagram. Hold on to your seats. The NASDAQ. Oh my gosh, the equal weight. That's another high. But yeah, SPY is barely above where we're at in the morning. Yeah, you are. I guess so. Wait, what? No. I guess technically we are near a pump. This is just getting weird, bro. You know what I'm saying? This is just very odd, weird pump it ups. I can't believe it happens this fast. I need to pump the bathroom. Kind of sounds weird, but I'll be right back. Okay, follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity.
Goods maybe
I love
back
you.
more towards services and travel. I've seen some numbers that suggest, we're still working off that excess goods consumption from the pandemic years.
Yeah, in certain categories that is true. So we've seen a huge pull forward of home spending. So home improvement, home decor, but also kind of big home purchases. So if you bought a trampoline for your kids in 2021 or an air fryer or, a mountain bike, you're really not in the market for that anymore. So there was a big pull forward of those big ticket items, and many retailers in the sector, including the home retailers, as well as someone like Dick's Sporting Goods, mass retailers have seen that effect. On the more consumables, there's less of a pull forward effect, but it's more about just the consumer looking for ways that they can save some money, if they have enough stuff, if they can trade down in a way. If there's nothing interesting that's drawing their attention, they're pulling back and they're trading down. So the winners here are the off-price retailers that have been gaining share and comping positive, and some of the other value retailers that have been gaining some of that trade down volume.
Yeah, we're showing TJX and Ross, of course, in terms of the value retailers. We also, though, I know you're recommending Nike. You mentioned the sort of weakness in some athletic-related, or with Lululemon at least. And also, of course, just this restructuring in the market share story for Nike hasn't been that positive. What, at this point, do you actually like in terms of what you see there?
Yeah, it's not been positive at all. It's been a pretty terrible story. But the way I look at it is, there is a big lag in when you start working on things like innovation or regaining distribution, and when the numbers actually start to show up. And we know that Nike's been focused on this for the better part of a year.
She likes a
Nike.
Nike.
They've been hiring, they've been investing in R&D, they've been putting more marketing dollars behind some of their launches, and they've been rebuilding partnerships with retailers. And we're in the trough where we haven't seen any of that impacting sales yet. And where the stock is, sentiment and the multiple are at 10-year or more than 10-year lows. The stock is really uncrowded. So as soon as we start to see some of that brand momentum working and some of their efforts paying off, the stock is poised to rebound. I don't think this is a 1 week or 1 month or maybe even 1 quarter story, but I think on a longer term horizon, there's some clear upside.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the relative valuation is pretty low for Nike compared to its longer-term history. We were just talking about Amazon Prime Day. Are there any echo effects there, whether it be with the brands or with competitors or anything?
Nike for the long term, baby. That's it, Nike. Nikes. Again, Beyond still running. Couple of names again, AXP. A lot of good names from yesterday. Unity. That one keeps running up. And City. The VIX is ripping barely. Again, we have an interesting next couple of days, too. It's going to be very fascinating to see what happens. Just because of all of the data and then the earnings. And then, or the lack of data, really. And then how the NASDAQ and everything is moved. So we will find out. Intel. Nvidia down to SMCI washed. Dollar running lower. Well, that's good. I can't believe the dollar was up all day. NASDAQ still dancing around. What time is it? We got 20 minutes left in the day. Let's see if we do round 2. I don't know. I want to see Nike. I wish we had more deposits, but for now, we're good. And I think last purchase was 72.60 or 73.60. But it's still been in the gulag, and then you've seen Starbucks dancing around. Lucid hits 4. Yeah, I think 68 is the next level. 68, and then if it goes lower than 68, that's it. It could get real ugly. But then if it never hits 68, it could also hopefully lead you into the promised land. Okay. Yeah, we're about to close right here. Fun day, fast day. A lot of action in the beginning, then it surprisingly stayed a little bit more pinned up until this last like hour and a half, and then that's it. I haven't looked at gold. Is it going to make me go in shock? Probably. 24.7. It's still up there, 24.70. That's a lot, man. I can't believe gold is at 20. I want to short gold too, man. I'm not going to touch it, though. Last time I played that game, that shit was fucking violent. I don't ever want to do that again. That was a lot of fun, though. But, yeah, gold is... It looks just like the Russell. Probably 6% upside. I mean, it's already up almost 2% today. I mean, on the year, though, it's doing... I think gold and crypto are the two leaders on the year. So gold and crypto have done better than equities. And then SPY coming down a little bit, so they're still kind of struggling here near this high. I wouldn't call it struggling, but we just spent a lot of time just wicking at these highs, not really moving as much as just holding the levels. The volume has been low every single day for the last, 2 months. So once again, even on the SPY, you're at 25 million in volume with 20 minutes left. So even the last couple days with data, CPI, Powell, the volume picked up to 53 million, but that's still a third of what you were dealing with at the beginning of the year. And the beginning of the year was even low volume. But long story short, until September 1st, the volume should be in the doldrums. It will not be pretty. Match, they're still up. They had the activist stake earlier. No, gold is up a lot on the year, man. So again, gold and crypto are literally dominating on the year. So they're doing better than SPY at least. Yeah, NVIDIA and Meta may be up a lot, but literally gold is outperforming everything. And silver. All right, it's not loading. Yeah, I'm in Snap. We're up 35% on Snapchat in the long term. I've not bought it in 4 years, but we got it at a great price. There it is. Yeah, gold, literally on the year, gold is up 23%. Silver is up. Oh, no shit. That brought gold and silver into balance here. Now silver's up 23% on the year, too. Silver's up more in the last 6 months, though. But yeah. And then 5 years, gold is up 70%. Silver's up 92%. Well, the small caps is just because the rates. That's it. Once we get out of this whole high rate environment, a lot of names have been murdered. I don't think people realize that whatever happened with 5% interest rates, you didn't feel it because of NVIDIA and all of those names. But if you really look underneath the surface, there's a lot of individual names that have pretty much crashed. So it makes sense why so many names are going up as we're anticipating that this aggressive high yield environment is going to retreat. Crazy to hear the gold talk when market's at an all-time high. It's usually with the man at the gym when the market's fearful. Yes and no. It's kind of weird, but it's very common for gold to rip right ahead of a recession, like a big one. That's what happened last time. And even then, even during 2020, it was both a mix of gold was up while we were cratering, and then as we rocketed back up, gold was still higher. So gold has been a fascinating asset, and for a lot of reasons. You got to think about it. Gold has gotten to deal with government spending and stimulus and all these different things around the world. Everything is really green. Even the VIX found a way to go green. And the bonds are doing very green. Technically red in terms of the yield going lower, but they got a lot of bid there today. All right, hold on. I was waiting for this because yesterday, 20 minutes ahead of time, the Russell dropped. But Russell and SPY starting to go down. Bonds are holding. Let's see how long this lasts for. Otherwise, get ready for the final move. You got about 14 minutes remaining. The REITs are finally up. REITs are good. They took a while, though. Some REITs better than others. But today is a day for fixed income above all else. GG. And then high ticker nonstop though. So the amount of names on there is still very, very high. So keep that in mind. No news for bond, just all day. Whatever happened today. Just kind of a recovery from the whole, Donald Trump is bad type beat. That flipped. I'm surprised because that was dramatic yesterday. But that already flipped, and it wasn't off of data. I don't think it was the retail sales, because if you go and look, bonds already gapped up ahead of that. Yeah, I think the gold, I feel you, it did seem weird at first, but it just has to do with central banks. And again, I mean, it's not even this latest run. Remember, I was up until gold until a couple of days ago. We took a good profit, but I started playing it from more rate cuts. So anytime everyone talks about rate cuts and changing this and changing that, then it's going to make that move. I think the Qs are down because of NVIDIA. So literally like 70 out of 100 NASDAQ 100 names are in the green. But you have bigger declines out of the bigger cap ones, which are leaving you with a negative Q. Or even the Dow negative futures even on the NASDAQ. So like Constellation Energy is down 3, Micron down 3, CrowdStrike down 2, NVIDIA down 2, Broadcom down 1.9, AMD down 1.5, Meta down 1.5. So like imagine all of these different names and how they're performing. These are the ones that are Microsoft, that's down 1% on the day too. Intel. So all of these big ass tech names are trading lower. And then the other 75 are just all the random stuff that's green. Wouldn't even call them random, but they're just not as big. FedEx still riding the earnings. It's crazy how the market keeps going up. It is, but at the same time, this is exactly why, like, if you don't like any of this, just get a long term. You know what I'm saying? Like, no matter what, that is the crazy part. Whether it's a balanced day, an imbalanced day, whatever the hell it is, you know what I'm saying? Just to get a long term and let it do its thing. All right, still coming back down a little bit. You're trying to do the dance. Do a little dance, get a long term. It's down tonight. It just seems sus. I mean, if you want to look at it that way, I mean, you don't remember the whole entire world was shut down and stock markets hit all-time highs. Nobody fucking cared. Again, before. Yo, what the hell is that? 10-minute rigged. Hi. All right. Well, Russell and NASDAQ both just had a pop there. That was big. Again, even my futures candle, that just shot up 20 points on a NASDAQ contract. Russell went up 3 points, but yeah, that 10-minute big rig was pretty big. And now you're into a new high. Hello. And then see if bonds make an end of the day move. My goodness. Dow new high, yeah, 1.8. That's a fat day. That's 2%. Again, SPY hasn't seen a 2% down day in years. Or I think a year technically. And then see if Russell breaks out from a high. NASDAQ didn't. SPY did, I think. So then we'll say. And there it is. There is your breakout. New high on the Russell. Now NASDAQ's starting to go. Bonds have not moved. Again, give it like what? 5 more minutes, and then we'll get the final move, depending on where this settles out. $2,284. All right, and then I think final 5 I might be down for the other play, or I'm just going to hold this. If I don't do end of the day play, because I like it, the gap right, again, my gap between my Russell and NASDAQ is like $400. So I know some of you like to dramatize how the play goes, but that NASDAQ is holding up good plus the gains. So I might hold this into tomorrow because I like this setup, short Russell, long NASDAQ. We'll see if I might be able to make an end of the day move here, which I could be down to try. Micro went green. No, I didn't sell any AXP. I still have that and the city. But all those plays did good, so please don't wait for me. Understand every play we've gone over in the last couple days is like well in the green, so please do whatever you need to so you don't get mad. You know, that's always a good strategy. And there's your rip a little bit. Yeah, this is all without the Mag 7. That's the crazy part. Imagine if there's good chip earnings and any of those go up, then this will start to look a little different. All right. 85858. Oh, the NASDAQ calmed down. It just went ape shit and then chilled. And then we got 1 more minute till final 5. So get ready. High ticker picking up. Oh, bad fill. All right, I added to my Russell short if I get lucky to get out of it. Otherwise, I'll go down to 1. But I think that might flip here. Everything's up. So the move will be opposite, would be down, but I'm still holding my NASDAQ long, and that one's doing very well right now. Oh, shit. Okay, yeah, we're good. Final, yeah, low, bro, this is crazy. All of this move is off of the damn equal weight, which is kind of funny. Yeah, the NASDAQ moves way better than the Russell, though. Russell is hella slow. All right, final 5. Let's see what happens. And Chattadonia, it is time. I think I might have to give you your warning here in a little bit. Well, let's see how this plays out. NASDAQ going higher there, so thank you for that. But I love you all. Thank you for being here. If you did get banned or timeout, try to read the rules. We didn't spend any time today trying to correct anybody, so that was a lot of fun. But I do want to say thank you for being here, and as a show of my appreciation for you being here and holding it down, I want to give you a warning. When I say earmuffs, just know that it is going to get extremely loud in here. How loud? So loud that people have ruined their lives. Literally, that's what they've told me. It's led to their life getting ruined, having all sorts of problems. It's hurt their job opportunities and a lot of different things. So whenever you hear me say earmuffs, just know that is a reminder to mute your speakers. And just know it's me saying thank you as well. You know what I'm saying? Just thankful for the chat and you holding it down and having a good time. You know what I'm saying? So that's always fun, man. Always fun. So the key word is earmuffs. Just whenever you hear that, protect yourself, and I hope you do good, okay? Sound good? Sound good. All right, earmuffs. Earmuffs is the key word. Earmuffs. Earmuffs. This is not a drill. Earmuffs. Yeah, I have it. I have it. Ready to go. Ready to go. Here it is. Earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. To make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. They'll be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking on promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 77 degrees and sunny, looking like a good day unless you thought the Russell would go down and then you bought nothing else because all it did was go up and the market hates you and now you got to wait even if it feels sus. But good news is we are no longer to COVID guidelines until the election, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Cole Rapid Awards program card, please write down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Chatadonia. That's it, man. That's it. I think we're a little bit ahead. You got a little bit of time. Russell is about to hit a new high. Looks like end of the day plays are not working out today. It's literally one motion up. You haven't even had in the last 15 minutes. You haven't even had one big candle down. You got to wrap it up. You don't have any data in the morning, so I don't know how you're going to take it, but Chad, you got to wrap it up, bring it home, finalize those plays because you only have 1 minute. There's your candle. There it is. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures. If you're going to make a play, you got to wrap it up. Make sure you're playing the right position. That'll give you the flexibility. All you have is a little bit more earnings, and that's it. I don't know what else is on the table, but you got to wrap it up. Bring it home. You have less than 20 seconds remaining to make up your mind and make up your decision. So, Chatadonia, what are you going to do? You have less than 10 seconds. Bring it home. Wrap it up, and that's the day. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding, 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 ding. Horna, let's go. Oh, Chatadonia. Let's go, baby. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the book. I don't care if you just got here or not. You're here right now. I need a good game in the chat right now. Drop that GG, baby. Let's go. Good game, baby. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Plays, news, vibes, personality. Way to hold it down, baby. Get ready for tomorrow. Way to be a part of it. Good game. That's what I'm talking about. And listen, you didn't get banned. You didn't get timed out. Yeah, I didn't get distracted. You didn't get distracted, but thank you. That's all. You see? If I don't react, you see, baby. But thank you for holding it down. Not being a distraction. Showing mutual respect, baby.
Some fun, bitch, I'm back, I ain't done really rapping about funds, talking yields and the buns, if the cart to the front.
Let's go. God bless you, Chatadonia. Way to hold it down. I see you too, Twitch. Let's go. Members, non-members, stream alerts. Way to hold it down. Everyone being positive. I love you, man. You doing it, dono. You didn't have to, baby. God bless you. Thank you. GG. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me. Let's talk. Huh.
Please.
Allow me to show you. So that's it, man. Good game. Happy Friday. Not really, but happy Friday. Happy pre-Friday to the pre-Friday to the pre-Friday. It's only Tuesday, but tomorrow's middle of the week, baby. You need me, let's talk. That's it, baby. I love you. God bless you. Hey, man. That's it. That's all I have, baby. I'll let another one ride, but thank you for being here. I'll see you tomorrow. God willing. Have a wonderful day.
Maybe we started the virus. Maybe they want you divided. Maybe they profit off it. I ain't seen this in a minute. I ain't seen this in a while. Seeing like this a little different. No meaning to the word gone viral. Thinking that the Chinese did it. Or maybe we started the virus. Maybe they want you divided. Maybe they profit off it. Yeah, this one different. You should listen. Take a minute. Cause in seconds, people tripping. Fed decisions. Reminiscing of the time we saw this last. Not in a crash, but in collapse. Not contained across the map. First the strain and then the grab. Damn. This is the system deflating. But this coming off as inflation. That's why the dollar's distracting. The money ain't moving the dial. But you made your mind up real quick. Cause when the 3 month on the fall, that's when you don't buy the dip. Ay, so what I'm gonna do? Break it in two. Feasting the famine, the cycle ain't no. But that's just a view. It could be your way, yeah, it could be your toe. It could be a plotting, it could be a coup. Either way, I know I'm gonna get through. I got some armor and I got the tools. I'm playing patience, then I make a move. I ain't been a bear in a minute. I ain't been a bull in a while. I ain't feel them in a minute. All of these bitches got bias. Your attitude on your prices. Chill when you what, but I feel when you negative. Millions of dollars won't make you a better man. Should be a way to the way that I'm. I ain't seen this in a minute. I ain't seen this in a while. Seem like this a little different. No minutes to the word gone viral. Thinking that the Chinese did it. Or maybe we started the virus. Maybe they want you divided. Maybe they profit off fighting. I ain't seen this in a minute. I ain't seen this in a while. Seem like this a little different. No minutes to the word gone viral. Thinking that the Chinese did it. Or maybe we started the virus. Maybe they want you divided. Maybe they profit off fighting.
It's one different. You should listen. All right, Chatadonia. Oh, I like this one too. Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers?
Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state.
All right, man, that's it. I'll let this one ride out, but Chad, I gotta get going. Thank you for your time. Thank you for the love. Thank you if you didn't get in the way, baby. I appreciate it, man. But let's have a good one tomorrow. I see you on the watch list tonight. I love you, Chatadonia. I love you. God bless you, baby. God bless you. Where I should direct them.
People in the government pay more than the teachers. Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers and they told us not to hate. But it don't apply to Jesus. I don't know, no. I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa. I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should have read a book about a man? He would travel many places. You could find him in a cave or a mountain. He was praying. He would talk about the enemy. They say Satan is Satan. It depends on the translation, but that's the point I'm saying. If I said his name, Muhammad would have told me that was awesome. If I said his name was Moses,
Russell is up 12% in 5 days.
If I said his name, Confucius would have said, darn it, I knew it. If I said his name was Jesus, then you changed the way you treat us. Mrs. Phillips traded time, Miss Pelosi traded stacks. Mrs. Phillips molded minds, Miss Pelosi knew her wines. One of them is worth millions, the other not a dime. And it happens all the time, so my question is the why? We still gon' live the same. Care more about the words they say, but not about the extra change. I think it's kinda strange. The younger generation thinking guns and war's the only way to really hear the pain. The people in the government pay more than the teachers. Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But the devil on my speakers, and they told us not to hate, but that don't apply to Jesus.
Woo! Amen, amen. That's crazy, man. Russell is up 12% in 5 days. Impressive. So, Chattadonia, I hope you enjoyed it. Oh, what a great song, too. But that's it, man. That's the day. That's everything, man. Go read the books. Richest Man of Babylon, Proverb New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. Check out the links, baby. Fill out the prayer request wall. Pray for me. It goes a long way. Stay in the game. Show love to your Chaz. Get a long term, but that is all I have for you, man. And thank you for being here. And I hope you enjoyed it. I hope I see you tonight on the Watchlist, youtube.com/The Trading Fraternity. If you don't know, we have another channel. My goodness, you're missing out. A lot of good plays too, man. So hopefully you guys have been wise with it. We'll cover everything else. We'll have a good time tomorrow. There's not as much data left this week. A lot of Fed speakers, but Chattadonia, that is all of it. Go check out those books, Richest Man of Babylon, Proverb New Living Translation. I already told you that. And don't forget why we're here, why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't never going out of style, and why we feel a change. And we make the change real because we control our actions and not just ask why we don't feel a certain way, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. So, Chattadonia, enjoy it. Have a good one. That was a beautiful, glorious day. Let's have a better one tomorrow. I will see you guys shortly. And that's it. That's all I have, man. Peace out. Peace out. Have a wonderful day. Goodbye. Goodbye. Hey. You didn't hear much from me today, but I'm going to put him in the crosshairs. I'm going to fucking, the job isn't finished. Finish him off. Get him, but I know we need to tone down the rhetoric. You got to kill them all because of democracy and tone down the rhetoric. Okay? He's a threat to democracy. What do you do with any threat to democracy? You kill it. But you need to calm down and stop. You need to relax a little bit. Bullseye. Reload. What? No, you need to calm the rhetoric down. Okay. Well, anyways, all right. I know, Joey B, fear-mongering. He's been telling him a lot of things. I called him right after. I said, Joey, you see, they try to kill me. Do you think the words you say have no consequence? It's funny. They said that about me. Should have said it about you. I know. You beat healthcare. You beat Medicare. Yeah, we did. We killed Medicare. We said. Anyways, the air's good. It's better than ever. I didn't even need the air. I didn't even need it. I feel like Mike Tyson. I feel like I'm still the champ. If I could dodge a bullet, only way I dodged it was Jesus. Divine intervention. I know. I'll see you later. Have a good one. Exactly. I kind of agree, Joshua. I kind of agree. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye. I'll see you later. Goodbye.